Character select.
Where?
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP! That's my chip!
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah! I can't wait to see your portals in action!
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top. But he just calmly got his portal and Alpha Alt in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill!
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord. But it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Sparlux just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a Pixie Seed. Sheesh! What a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground! Portal's up! Surprise! Brody gets deleted! Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan prestasi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti.
Minggu ketiga dari 9 minggu, di mana 9 tim akan beradu untuk 6 slot babak playoff. Semua menantikan aksi seperti apa yang akan diberikan di minggu ini. Bersama Bude Clara, mari kita saksikan bersama. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 13. Untuk pembukaan match, kita akan melihat ada 2 tim yang sedang berjuang untuk mendapatkan poin-poin kemenangan pula, di mana akan ada Onic dan juga Aura. 2 Chogat akan bermain dan bertemu. Sebelum mereka bertemu di Land of Dawn, mari kita pertemukan di panggung panas MPL Arena. Kiboy dan juga Yawi. Wah, ini mau adu langsung nih ya, di panggung berdua kita pertemukan. Minggu ini feeling great Yawi?
Ya,
Iya, Yawi feeling great. Kalau Kiboy?
baik baik.
Baik juga. Namun mereka akan langsung kita lihat saja keduanya beraksi di terakhir pertemuan mereka itu di MSC 2023. Seperti apa sih ketika mereka bertemu di Land of Dawn? Mari kita lihat bersama-sama.
The base. Let's say CW in the front. Using the bubbles, dodging away. Kyrie in the midst of it all, jumping with the puncture. They're able to zone Echo away from the Lord, from the base. There's no Wesker to be seen. The Venice Rage to clear out the winning ways, but Onic, they have defended. Sanji running away now, but the final Max and a keep on! Again with the Rebecca Rage! This might be it! This might be it! Onic with the top line!
Pada saat itu udah ngedapetin 7 Lord, lalu dengan satu gerakan Kiboy semuanya berbalik. Yawi, how do you see that moment?
Pasti kaget banget.
Kaget banget.
Iya.
Dulu kamu ngeliat Kiboy gimana sih? How do you see Kiboy back then?
Ya, dia jago banget.
Jago banget pada saat masa lalu. Kalau Kiboy sendiri, gimana kamu menciptakan momen itu, Boy? Momen pertemuanmu terakhir bersama Yawi. Hoki. Call-nya pakai feeling berarti tuh? Sabar. Oke, masih dengan kesabaran ya. Tapi gimana sih kamu ngeliat Yawi pada saat itu di pertemuan terakhir?
Masih jago banget lah.
Masih jago banget. Tapi itu kan dulu. Kalau sekarang ketemunya di MPL Indonesia, gimana Boy? Yawi di MPL Indonesia?
Yang gue lihat ya lebih tryhard, baru MVP terus kan.
MVP terus. Kalau Yawi katanya dibilang you are try hard. Yeah, you got the MVP, dapat MVP. Kalau Yawi gimana ngerasanya di MPL Indonesia untuk melawan Kiboy sekarang?
Kiboy sekarang excited. Karena gua ketemu dia lagi.
Excited, dia bersemangat karena memang ini pertemuan setelah cukup lama, terakhir tuh MSC 2023 dan Yawi memang, tapi how do you see Keyboy now compared to back then?
Dia lebih jago sekarang.
Lebih jago sekarang dan menarik di mana dua-duanya tuh pemain Chow. Yawi, are you gonna ask your Chow to be not banned? Apakah kamu pengen Chow-nya dilepas biar kamu bisa main?
Bebas.
Bebas, katanya bebas. Kalau Keyboy sendiri?
Ya tadi udah obrolin sih. Gua game 1 main Chow, dia game 2.
Gantian ya?
Gantian.
Bisa gitu ya? Mereka bisa minta, tapi nanti terakhir pasti keputusannya dari coach. Tapi akankah dari coachnya mau melepaskan duo Chow ini? Kita sih gimana? Kalau kalian gimana? Lepas gak sih? Lepas. Ini last word for this match, Yawi.
Good luck, have fun, jangan bantai.
Jangan bantai. Boy?
Good luck, have fun, jangan rusuh ya.
Jangan rusuh. Seperti kerusuhan apa yang akan mereka lakukan, silahkan. Kalian boleh bersiap-siap, thank you banget. Boleh kasih tepuk tangan untuk dua rover kita. Kerusuhan seperti apa yang akan disebabkan oleh kedua player ini. Karena benar-benar keduanya berpengaruh besar dari kedua tim ini. Dan Bude Clara Mongsar juga melihat begitu ramainya di MPL Arena. Dan juga yang ada di rumah, coba tuliskan hashtag kalian. Siapa yang akan menang? Apakah tim Onic ataukah tim Aura? Namun sebelum kita melihat pertarungan yang mendebarkan, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua dan juga para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner ini Sports, ada Dunia Games.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's the battle of two dwellers of the stratosphere. It's going to be the unconquered 3 season in a row champion Onic facing off against a new challenger with an addition of Yawi on that roaming area. Welcome back to MPL Indonesia Season 13 with me, Shefin, Mirko, and Arashi, the mac and cheese combo back at it again. Of course, MPL Indonesia Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet, GoPay, official gold partner, UBS Gold, our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Games Max, Oraimo, and Telkomsel, our supplier in the Mart, Point Coffee, Neo OLED Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and also our government partner, mlbb. Rashi. It's the battle of two show gods. Like, do you categorize Keyboy as a choker as well?
Oh, kind of. It's one of the... He's definitely one of the standout players. I don't know if he's the best, right? That's very debatable. But he is definitely up there. So this is going to be a great showdown. But I'm looking forward to the other roles as well. Because funny enough, there's a lot of tension here in the roam, but also in like the jungle, in the in the EXP, the gold lane. It's going to be a great match, man.
Oh man, it's going to be interesting, let's go, because it's the battle of the best rookie in MPL so far, and arguably the best player in the league in Kyrie. But we're going to take a look at the standings first, Arashi.
Right, so today, with Aura going up against Onic right here, Aura's not doing so bad for themselves, you know? A lot of people wrote them off, but as you can see in the standings here, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, they're actually in 5th place, so they're gonna try and get closer and closer, inching towards the top, where Onic is sitting at a 100% match rate, dude. They are just dominating as usual, right? Business as usual.
Three-peat. Always number one, always top 3 since season 7. My God, when it comes down to regular season standings, that's where Onic have always been the top 3 at least. And now, today's schedule, Onic versus Aura. Like you mentioned, we're going to focus here first, and later, you'll have a lot to talk about that second matchup. We'll just tease you guys a bit right here. To answer your question though, Gugun, Rookie of the Week, possible contender for Rookie of the Season this season, where Niall got it last season.
Obviously, man.
Against Kyrie, this is really going to be the true test for Gugun, right? If he wants to prove the haters wrong, if there are still haters and doubters to Gugun's neutral objective contest, how solid and consistent he is, this is the time for Gugun to show up against the best jungler in MPL Indo.
Rashi, we've talked about the jungler, we've talked about the roamer. Obviously, it's a very interesting discussion, but we're going to talk about the option that Onic have in that gold lane area. Do you think against Yaoi, against this new Aura, do they want to play Albert, which is pretty much very aggressive, or do they want to lay low with CW as usual?
Well, CW is more tried and tested, first of all, but I feel like Albert brings a great factor here, like a killer instinct. Being an assassin player, he in the gold lane, he really shows the kind of aggression. He is aggressive, he knows how to push the limit sometimes. But especially against Yaoi, right? Against such an impressive roamer that knows how to find you when you least expect it. I feel like CW has the better, like, conservative mentality, safer gameplay. And I feel like if they're trying to, you know, prod and test Yaoi out, I feel like CW would be the choice here. Here's the battle between the two mechanic roamers and the objective junglers, right? So we talked earlier about how, oh man, the roamers are so good, but they also are great because they set up for the junglers. We already talked about Gugun and how he has to prove himself here, going up against Kyrie and showing the haters that, you know, he's not here just because, you know, for visuals. He's here to actually prove to everyone that he is gonna try and get that top spot.
A bit more context on this objective battle. Gugun is the only one that dethroned Kyrie on the objective battle, or at least so far in the season. Because so far, since Kyrie joined Onic, he's never lost, like, in terms of like objective threat, he's the best. He's always the best in MPL ID so far. And Gugun, right now, he's better than Kyrie in terms of that.
In terms of neutral objective contests, right? I mean, again, if we take a look at the stats speak for themselves for Gugun. So far, Season 13, number 1 Lord Slane, number 1 Turtle Slane. But really, we have to give credit where credit is due. Because even for Kyrie, the fact that he was able to secure so many neutral objectives in past seasons, and the reason Gugun has been performing so well is because the roamer enables them to at least get in there. They create the openings for their junglers, and with 2 world-class roamers like this, you can expect their junglers to capitalize on it 100% of the time.
Of course, man. But Kyrie and Gugun so far, they have a bit of a similarities in terms of their pick. Kyrie, I believe so far in the season, he's played 7 Fredrin Arashi, which is very surprising, to say the least, because he's known for his assassin, he's known for his Nolan, Fanny, Ling, whatever you want to say. But Fredrin and utility jungler and Kyrie, does that go together?
Well, I feel like, you know, it's whatever they need, right? Because honestly, it just depends on how they want to execute. And I think Gugun hasn't been showing a lot of his cards as much. But for Kyrie, I mean, he's done it all. So we have to see, man, the team lineup here coming in for Onic. Boots, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and it's Albert, man. They're out for blood against Aura.
They're definitely out for blood. And Albert, so far, since his debut, he's racked up 5 Savages and 6 Maniacs. He's truly a Savage and a Maniac.
But here we also have the Dragons. We're coming up on stage still with their main lineup. No High to be seen, but High is where they need to go to face off against the Sky Kings.
For sure, for sure. But Yaoi against Keyboy, this is the story has been so far to Mechanical God in that roaming area. Chow, whatever you want to do, pick off heroes, they mastered it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragons, this time aiming high, but they need to fly even higher to beat the Sky Kings. It's the Dragons! Aura!
The challenger of the unconquered Aura Fire with their newfound fuel in Yaoi. Can they manage to get a W against this mighty team Onic?
Better Roma means better control. Better control gets you that game. But against Onic, you gotta bring more than that. A single person will not be enough. It has to be a concentrated whole team effort if they want to put a dent in the reign of the Sky King.
The reign and the supremacy of the Sky Kings in MPL Indo. Still, 3 times in a row, the MPL champions, the almighty Sky Kings. Will they be able to proceed to a 4-0 win streak early here in week 3 up against the Dragons who are flying high? Onic still stand atop of the league. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sky Kings, Onic!
With Albert on the gold lane, the Crown Prince turned into the ruler of the sky. Can they play more aggressive this time against Yaoi and crew in Aura Fire?
You can expect just great plans coming out of here. There's no way they're up against Yaoi and the rest of Aura without a solid plan. You already know they've been cooking, they've been scheming. Now it's their time to take the stage and show again to everyone who's doubting them why they are the Sky Kings who reign supreme.
Can we talk about the drip though?
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that drip. That jacket that they have is good because of another factor. Right? It's already very fashionable, but oh, Yeb is back!
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, Burrito in the building with Coach Airi. So far, one of our theories so far right now, right? Because Kyrie has been playing those Fredrins is probably because of Coach Airi's more of a, comfort picks. But this time around, they have Yep, they have that X factor in the draft, Rashi.
The return of Coach Yeb, something we've been anticipating, but now finally happening. Will this throw a wrench in the plans of Aura and their strategy, or is this something that they have calculated in the back of their pocket?
Obviously, Yaoi versus Keyboy, what's gonna happen in this
Yaoi
match?
benar-benar semangat belajarnya tuh kayak gila banget.
Yaoi terlalu jauh?
Nah, lo Yaoi tertangkap basah di sini dan akankah Yaoi bisa bertahan? Tidak.
Sakit banget, Wan.
Yaoi terperangkap tapi nampaknya Yaoi akan menjadi korban kedua.
What the? Ya. Tabrak, boy. Tabrak.
Komunikasi kalian getting better, decision kalian getting better, fokus kalian getting better, cuman ini masih jauh. Lusa masih ada match lagi lawan Redlion, minggu depan masih ada lagi, minggu depan lagi. It's still a long run, a long journey, jadi gue pengen reset lagi.
Gue pikir kalau lu mau gua cari dulu, gua cek dulu semua. Dan kalau dia gak, lu bisa berya.
Kita jadi satu tim kan kita berempat ngomong Indonesia. Karena di skor dia kan ngomong Inggris kan. Kita malah berempat ngomong Inggris. Inggrisnya kan jadi nggak bisa gitu kan. Jadi malah gameplaynya di kacau. Terus coach kita bilang, udah ngomong Indonesia aja, nanti Yaoi dia bakal belajar. Yaoi bener-bener semangat belajarnya tuh kayak bener-bener gila banget. Kayaknya semua orang nggak bakal expect sih. Dia kayak bener-bener tiap hari itu dia belajar bahasa Indonesia. Itu yang bikin kita lebih nyatu lagi sih. Jadi kalau untuk kendala bahasa, kita nggak ada kendala sih. Dan dia juga sharing ke kita apa yang dia tahu. Makanya itu yang bikin kita sama-sama berkembang sih.
Man, I'm just so happy that the core member of the House of Highlights, Echo, has been brought to Indonesia and he's willing to learn every day of the week of Bahasa. The dedication, man.
The dedication, the man you see on your screen, and the confidence that he has
every single day. I mean, even in week 1, when we were seeing an aura that maybe they haven't found that synergy yet in week 1, he still looked confident, alone, individually still performed as well. Week 2, we saw the development of the team, of Yawi's Indonesian as well. Even though, you know, he's been speaking really good Indo. The 2 Filipino imports who speak amazing Indo are together now. Well, technically not together, but they're on stage. It's Yeb, who's right behind, who's playing around with Keyboy's nose earlier. But we have to talk about Keyboy too, bro. This guy is what lies ahead for Yawi. We'll be talking about the impact these players can bring to their team. For Keyboy, you know, it's pretty obvious, right? He makes the plays happen. He kind of sets them up. Woo! Quick segue here to Aura High in the building. Great man, great confidence. GJ.
He's just happy to be there. You know, he's very supportive. Like as long as the team wins, that's all that matters. Obviously, he probably wishes to be on the stage as well with Yawi, but nothing is gonna happen. But we're going to see the draft of Coach Saint DeLucas versus Coach Yeb back again, or Coach Adi, maybe still staying with that Fredrin or utility picks this time around.
Still heading the whole drafting phase for now. Saint DeLucas though, banning away of Fanny and the Arlet. For Adi, it's the Vexana, which makes sense. The Boxjet too, already hinting still at the same old Fredrin pick. We'll have to see, man. We were talking about impact earlier. Yawi definitely has shared some of his knowledge with the Aura players. He might have something up his sleeve for this matchup.
Remember the Nolan bait that Aura really likes to utilize in the draft up against Rebellion and Evos last week. This time, Onic will not let that happen. Nolan and Joy ban in the last slot for both teams.
Now, first pick for Aura.
Always on the way.
They've
Your
picked
team is picking.
Kabuki a Claude at that time for first pick, but this time around, Mathilda is the choice for Coach Saint DeLucas, one of the hero that has the highest ban rate in the whole entire league so far. I believe it's top 3 currently with Joy and Nolan. A lot of utility, Rashi. You can engage, disengage, and those triple healing slash shield combo is very, very annoying. You can tend to miscalculate on those.
Well, the engage with the Mathilda isn't really as sudden though, right? The Circling Eagle does take a bit of animation to really show its full potential. So with that being said, Onic might have a way around this because they have a Fredrin that can cancel out some of that damage. And if they get a bit more crowd control, along with this carry, they can pretty much delete someone before the Mathilda can even be in the conversation. So we'll have to see. With this Mathilda, are they going to go for immobile tanky heroes we usually see? It's going to be the Claude first. Along with that, it's going to be the classic Barat strategy. Let's see how this plays out.
The hero that has granted Gugun that amazing stat line when it comes to objective control, Lord rate and turtle rate. But when you have dive in one team, Onic will try to counter it with that Minotaur. Still though, right? This turtle neutral objective battle will be very interesting to see how they execute it. The Mathilda could bait and switch that Minion's Fury, but Barat also has a built-in anti-CC mechanic within the Deton as well. He needs to time it really well though, because if Keyboy waits for that to pop in first, Aura might be in a bit of trouble early game.
I think as long as Gugun does his job, I think it's Aura's turtle to take, unless Kyrie is able to make something happen around that Barat. But this is an interesting ban here. Glue ban? Something that you don't see every day, Rashi.
Blue for the Iran, probably hinting at wanting to have some kind of solid backliner, not wanting to be zoned away. If they ban it out, it seems they're going to go for a proper front-to-back composition. They do have the Minotaur and Fredrin, so a lot of different ways to try and get that mini engage without really relying on a big ultimate. But I think, especially for Aura, with the strong front line right here, I would think that against a Minotaur and Fredrin, they would want some kind of range, some kind of long-distance threat here to try and get something, you know, information, bit of poke damage as well, before the rest of the members can really collapse on that objective, on that target.
Okay, so the choice of
to live
the second phase
is to trick the reaper.
We've seen this guy wreak havoc or like being a very nuisance member of any team, to be honest, because it offers a lot of utility and also durability. And when you have utility jungler as well, it becomes harder for you to, you know, commit into a team fight or an engage.
Really tough, especially considering they have a Claw. They want to utilize that Blazing Duet as much as possible. I thought they would want to go for the Benedetta ban, or actually Mosquito ban, but they went for Benedetta. So it's Glue and Benedetta, 2 bans towards Aran. Are they possibly eyeing at a Paquito pick to deny Aran his usual style?
If they put the Paquito in the hands of Boots, I mean, finally we're gonna see this man have the chance, have the opportunity to really flex his muscles in the laning phase, not only just showing his macro, team fight knowledge. They do have the first pick, so we'll go for, let's assume that happens, or we'll have to have a plan B right here if it is taken away, which it definitely is.
Good combo, Paquito being picked by Coach Ari. Now Aura, what do they respond with, especially in the EXP laner? I would probably leaning towards something along the lines of Tarijla just to set up for Kabuki to be able to execute that Blazing Duet quite freely, especially when you have Minotaur on the other side and Fredrin. A lot of CCs to take care of.
I'm thinking more X-Borg up against the Minotaur, up against the Fredrin. Tanky members are probably going to go for, I'm not sure about the last pick for Onic, but yeah, Novaria and X-Borg would be pretty solid. They would have a lot of kite, they would have a lot of tanky members, beefy too, and range.
Definitely in line with what they have shown so far here with their composition. Gives them a good all-in potential as well, and ways to really zone away Onic during those critical moments. But no, none of the above, Mirko. It's gonna be the Valentina and that Ruby. So more crowd control and chances to steal away a massive ultimate. Right now, just the Minion Fury, I would think. But there's one more pick from Onic, and it's usually the most surprising one in the hands of Sans.
What's surprising here? I think the standard pick should be Novaria, I guess, but...
Oh, that's...
Oh, that would be good. But
that's...
But the Valentina could steal it. If they dive, it would be...
I mean, they already have Minotaur, so adding Odette doesn't really matter for me because it's already a good ultimate two together.
Yeah, they could overwhelm him with big ultimates, but... might be too risky to pick up the Odette. Something safe would be Lilia, right?
Yep, that's it.
Never mind, we don't do safe.
We don't do safe at all.
Okay, so the only possible threat for Sans here, I think it's going to be Kabuki. He has to watch out for Kabuki first before going for that Mystic Gush. Rashi, what's your thought?
Before that, I have a question, Rashi. Ruby, first time for Aran in the XP. We know he's crazy with it, he's the first guy to go full damage Lethal Ignition Benedetta. Are we gonna see a full damage Ruby in the XP lane?
Nah.
I don't know. I feel like it must be some kind of semi-build for sure. They do have a Barats and a Mathilda, so technically if they want to go for that, they do have the tankiness already available that's filled in by the other heroes. So it's a possibility, but I don't feel like that full damage Assassin Ruby will bring that much value as compared to a tanky, sustainable, reapplying crowd control Ruby.
Yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Two teams has already picked their lineup. It's the battle of the Dwellers of the Sky. Will the sky turn red or yellow? In MPL Indonesia Season 13, it's Onic versus Aura.
4-0 is what Onic are looking for. Still, untouchable this season. Though I do have another question here. Sorry to overload you guys with questions, but in this matchup, XP, you're an XP laner, Chefin. Ruby versus Paquito, how does that go?
I think in early game, obviously Paquito gonna wreak some havoc, especially the damage trait is gonna favor Paquito more than Ruby, but the later the game goes, you rack up those defensive items and also a little bit of life steal. I don't think Ruby is in no danger at all when it comes to 1v1 against Paquito.
Ooh, I don't wanna wait for a bit before you make that call, Shevin, because Aran just got beat down. In the lane, the Paquito is gonna be so dangerous. With the Quantum Charge though, he'll get a bit of sustain, and he's gonna be a lot more mobile than the Ruby, so the roam game is what I'm looking at, as Yawi just gets chunked down. That's a Paquito threat that Onic will definitely try and use while they have it.
Yawi, a bit of outside of his comfort zone, I would say. He's used to these pick-off heroes, those Kajas, those Chao, and this time, it's a Mathilda. He's gonna enable his teammate to be able to get those objectives and also kills. Harry a bit aggressive here against Yawi, forces the recall.
Looking at the emblems though, like almost exact same. In the jungle it's the exact same, but in the EXP lane, you see the Quantum Charge against the Brave Smite, so tankiness for that movement speed. So I assume Boots will be playing a bit more craftily, moving around the sides, instead of just going all in the front line. And in the gold lane, it's Kabuki with a bit of tankiness and the tenacity, and Albert going for more attack speed, more damage as well, 1v1. So Albert's showing his signature aggressive style.
Look at this, the setup towards the turtle. I think Aura already has something in mind, has the bushes covered by Yawi and the S-kill, but Gugun and Kyrie actually goes for Thrill Arashi. What's your thought on that?
Just want to get fast clear, and in this condition, in this matchup right here, where both want to try and contest for the neutral objective, having a faster clear is definitely a big factor, but also the control here, and Onic definitely has more control in the early stages.
Two-man taunt from Kyrie, who jumps in with his Fury as well. But it will be secured by Gugun, using that turn as welcome now. Only now does he use it to try to look for an initiation or to counter it. Onic concede.
Whoa. How cheeky that is, Arashi. Yes. Minotaur hasn't had the level 4 yet, but yes, Kel already had the Minotaur locked on.
That's just impudence coming in from Aura, and it's great to see that they're not buckling under the pressure here, going up against the favorites for this matchup. Taking the talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy. We know what's going on with Mirko, but hey, for the most part, I mean, over there, Lim Kochul is with you on the Indonesian desk, Mirko.
Yeah, it's just me and Lim. Or actually, Lim alone. It really depends on how you see it, right?
Right.
Very, very convenient. So, first total already secured by Aura. Very good, very positive early game so far, but it's only 300k. I mean, 300 gold.
Still definitely a minor gold advantage. But considering the fact that Aura did get the turtle, it seems like Onic is keeping up in farm and clear speed. So that is something that Aura definitely have to take in consideration. He can be winning, but is it enough?
Whoa, wow, Denson is welcome onto Keyboy. That's the roamer pinned down. Now it's a Mystic Gush onto the Minis. We're gonna be onto Double. He's went from Kabuki in the back, just wreaking havoc. Finds an Appraiser's Wrath, gets a bit of HP back. It's only a 1-for-0 traded, and it's Gugun who falls. Onic win out.
But that looks so good for Aura, Arashi. What happened there?
Well, the fact that they were the ones pulling the trigger on the play means that they have less crowd control tools to really try and win out in the fight, because they had to spend some to really get the catch in the first place. For Onic, it's the exact opposite. They layer everything perfectly, and they know who they're going for, and they have a lot more burst damage at their disposal. The Gord against the Valentina, we're seeing it again.
Purify, the Master Assassin, doing work. Kabuki trying to sustain back in this lane.
Master Assassin doing work, but also Tenacity from Kabuki also doing work. Seems like he knows that he's gonna be the prime target for Onic, especially Keyboy had those knockups. You can't really escape those knockups when you're trying to go in for Kabuki. Second turtle, Yaoi dragging the turtle.
I feel like for Onic, they are very happy to go for those pickoffs, go for those counter engages like that, you know? You get caught with one crowd control tool, you never know when the rest of the team are gonna follow up on it. For Aura, it's the exact opposite. They have to try and find a really favorable fight and, you know, feint, move back and forth a bit in order to bait out some of these spells using the Mathilda. One of the power picks they prioritize picking it first.
Oh, Gugun, or to use the Detonus welcome. Kyrie steals it away from under his feet. Gugun now stunned up, and Mystic Projectile and a Mystic Gush doing damage as he flickers out safety as Aran tries to dive into the back. Kyrie brought back to the team by Gugun with the missiles now as Kyrie will be taken out. Boots looking for an angle. Aran, the Aran Wolf King stopping him in his tracks. And Onic will back away. They will take that trade. Not for long. The Aura are actually going to be the ones walking up. Boots! Knockout strike to knock Yaoi out. Aran jumping in all the way under the turret. Gugun here backing him up onto Keyboy. Will try to look for more, but in the end they will be forced to back away. And Onic get an amazing double Mystic Projectile. Gush again from Suns!
The highlights just pouring on over and over again. Aura thought they had a sandwich, but it looks like it's gonna be a knuckle sandwich for Boots. Oof. Oh man.
We have time to process.
Those micros.
We're getting a bit of a break here.
The shields.
Fortunately. Man, out of nowhere. It was looking pretty calculated, pretty contained, until it wasn't. Onic, man. Everyone was talking about how Boots isn't a mechanical guy. He doesn't really make the plays happen. On the Bakito, the fact that you have so much shielding right there, he just made the right call on what skill to use, which skill to empower, and they just caught Aura completely off guard. Same goes for the Gord's pick-off potential, man. This is not the first pick-off that Sans has facilitated so far. So Aura will definitely have to try and plan around this somehow.
That turtle battle was also insane, man. The fact that I believe I saw the turtle's HP was at 20, so the retribution was almost on point for both of these guys, and Kyrie ended up winning it. Do you think that's luck or
hey,
a bit more luck?
A bit of both. Even if it is luck, luck is a skill, bro. If you can consistently be lucky every single time with your red trees, then I don't even think you can say luck is part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people would pay good money for that. The chance to be full, always lucky, that's a skill. For sure. Well, it does show though that, hey, Kyrie is winning so far, but not easily, by all means.
Yeah.
Both the teams are setting up for their junglers really well, trying to time the card control well. And the retributions, like you said, Shevin, is only a margin of 20 HP is what's separating who gets this neutral objective. So it's still very much intense.
Man, what a game so far. A lot of highlights, a lot of engages, a lot of moments that you can clip and get a lot of views on YouTube, but...
CITV?
No, CITM, Chef in the Mosque. Brother, what's that?
Wait, what?
No,
He is fasting, you know, it is the month
Yeah.
of Stay holy, my brothers. Player head-to-head though. Keyboy and Yaoi.
Hero Pool 7-3, so Yaoi has more, I guess, utility in terms of like that Hero Pool, but in terms of like pure stat line Arashi, it's a total domination, but it doesn't really show like the individual prowess that these two guys have.
I think what really shows is the higher KDA and higher teamfight participation. Because for the most part, I feel like Onic is very comfortable just going for those big fights. And they have a lot more experience just doing unpredictable stuff in the middle of a big team fight. Whereas for Yaoi, it's a bit more straightforward. Mainly, I think, because of how the team has been playing. It's all about those pickoffs. It's all about the quick executions. When it comes to a slow back and forth build-up, we haven't really seen as much coming from Yaoi just yet. We have always seen him do the secret, the camping maneuver, just catching you off guard, but only for a split second.
Shameless bush camper is what Yaoi is, Mirko. We've seen this a lot of times. Finally, we got to see it in MPL ID. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
I'm loving the initiations from Yaoi. So far, he's been amazing, really, especially last week when they took down the Blues. Both Glory, Evos, and Rebellion Esports. Even Aura, or Aran, said in the interview, blue team's done. They're moving on next to the yellow and orange teams, perhaps. But that is a tough matchup for them. We can see it right here. Against most teams, they'll probably have 2 neutral objectives by this time. But Kyrie just snuck one out under the rug.
Can we talk about like the unexpected things happening in this MPL ID Season 13? Because is Evos and RQ being in the red zone is in your bingo card, Rashi?
What do you think, bro? Like, what? What kind of question is that? Nah, I wasn't expecting that at all, man. I really thought that I had different teams in my prediction for that 7th and 8th position. RQ was definitely not in those predictions.
Yep.
But we'll see, man. Again, Mirko always says it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep.
I wholeheartedly believe it stronger and stronger every week. So we'll see,
I wonder
man.
why you start to believe
We'll see, man.
I really wonder why, Arashi.
Okay, do you think there's like a certain amount of time or like a certain amount of matches where we can say like, oh, this is the verdict of this team. This is what this team can do in the postseason, in the playoffs, later in the season, or like it's like always different each week?
I think early on it will be different. Later on we will be able to get verdicts on most of the teams. But even then, really, nothing's for sure, man. We comment on the team one week saying that they are bad, and then next week they become world champions, you know? Sometimes it happens. It has happened a few times, actually.
I mean, you gotta remember, even in the previous few seasons, right? It's been the case that towards the last week of MPL, we're still kind of questioning, okay, who's gonna end up where, right? So that's showing again how much more competitive the game is. And now we have some info here about this guy, Shevin.
Yeah, during the 2 weeks of MPL Indonesia Season 13, Gugun ranks first in Turtle and Lord Terminator, 18 Turtle and 17 Lord. And I believe both of these stat lines is over 70% rate. So we're going to get back into the game, and looks like, is it still the same?
Yep.
I believe.
Still pretty same, yeah. I don't think anything big has happened just yet. I want to call some attention to the battle spells though, because Aura does have Kabuki on the Purify. That's the same for Onic, and they don't have a Matilda either. So Onic is doubling down and just standing their ground and trying to beat out in damage output with the true damage coming in from the Gourd and the carry. But if Albert gets caught here, which happens due to his aggressive nature, that could be this window of opportunity that Aura could be looking for, especially with Yaoi facilitating it.
Look at that. Radiant Armor first item for Soul. What's gonna happen here?
The projectile and the gush.
A good guiding win from Yawi, though, prevents the dive from happening. Albert dealing a whole lot of damage onto that turret, sieging it down real quick, and Ron is already down to a quarter of his HP again. Chunked down. Still able to sustain back up. Gugun on the turtle. Onic doing the same thing. Sans barely getting out of those missiles from bringing him back. Harry's holding on to the turtle right now as Gugun is still one level ahead. Circling Eagle over to Keyboy, knocks him up. Detona's welcome. Beats up Kyrie and the Retribution jumping there. Gugun finds it. Keyboy very low, so able to jump out. Mystic Gush and he appraises Wrath. Comes down, but Aura, they just back up. Kabuki is in the midst of it all, gets knocked up by Kai. Pops in that Purify, and Yawi will be flickering out to safety. A turtle traded in again. This time, no kills.
Wow, 2-1 so far for Gugun, but oh, that was so unfortunate, man. Arashi, if Kabuki was fast enough to press that Purify, things could have been way more south for Onic.
I mean, it's already pretty south, man. They lost the neutral objective, and they did, I guess, trade it now. The turrets in the bottom and top side, but Aura got a turret in the middle of all that, because they did go for a big swap. They put Kabuki alone on the other side just farming, and so Aran was already faster to rotate, to be present in the fight. And especially early on, 8 minutes, the fighters actually have a lot more impact, a lot more things to say.
My God.
And Boost trying to save his turret, will be successful in doing so. But man, Kabuki now has that power spike, he has the golden staff and the Demon Hunter sword, so he's gonna be outputting a lot more damage than Onic can just ignore. Especially because Kyrie has been taken very low towards the mid to end phase of all these fights.
Audience prediction still as strong as ever, 80% for Onic. I mean, we've seen a lot of times where Onic were in the back foot and somehow, some way they still won the game with like one crazy engage from Keyboy. A lot of times actually internationals or national level competition. And that's why it's 80-20, Mirko.
For sure. Onic are definitely still favorites here. Even though early on they are losing the neutral objective game, they're still up ahead here in terms of kills and the gold lead. Also still favoring them. So Albert's been farming really well. But really, when it comes to gold, who's holding most of it for Onic, Arashi?
For Onic? I feel like it's a bit more spread out, actually. I think we have to wait till we see the charts to know for sure. I think for now, a lot of it is still being given to Albert, knowing that he has to scale towards the late game. But Boots, whoa!
Flask of the Oasis right there to save Kabuki. That would have been crazy, an assassination of Kabuki up top. He had to use his Purify, and that's a green light for Onic to go for the Lord.
Boots is still up top. This might be the chance for retaliation, but Gugun might be overstanding here. We're already eyeing for a opening.
I feel like whoever goes for the other team first instead of the neutral objective will come out on top right here. We're seeing a big battle between counter engages, mainly facilitated by the Minyu and Fury coming from Kibo and Yehezkiel. So I feel like one of these days, one of these teams are gonna just jump straight onto the jungler and try and get an instant pickoff before the fight even begins.
I think so far, Sunset's Boots, the only thing that's in their mind is how to chunk up his HP, because they're not going out of their bush to deal damage to all the frontliners around in Gugun. Look at that. Right on cue.
What a menace. Boots with the assassination potential right here, but oh, Keyboy gets very, very close. Look at Boots though, he is squishy, so he needs to be a bit more careful here.
Knockout strike, 2 times onto Oran. Gets him low. The guiding wind still there to grant him a bit of HP back. 10k HP on the Lord. 8k now, down. Boots dumped into the back, trying to zone. Guiding wind and circling Eagle from Yawi to get out. Gugun now to miss a ball. Keyboy is the one who secures it. Yehezkiel goes in for an attempted steal with a stolen Minion's Fury out of the 2 junglers. It's Keyboy!
I mean, that's what happens if there's too much CC around the map. It's gonna, like, someone's gonna steal it from the junglers.
I mean, when you time the cloud control so well, so perfectly, and when the margin of error is 20 HP, you can bet a lot of money that the roamers will be able to sneak some of these neutral objectives away. Oh man. Now, for the most part, to answer your question, Mirko, Boots has the gold advantage. He's going for full physical defense, man. Dominance Ice and a Blade Armor, trying to counter Kabuki, one of the main reliable damage output sources. And only with a Hunter Strike, he's able to zone everyone away. And that adaptation really allows them to get control there, but he's fighting now in the bottom side.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
Onto Boots 2v1. Boots gets the shielding, dashes away right now. Kabuki tries to chase him but he leaves the turret up top to be defended by only
no.
Gugun. Mystic Gush on the Yehezkiel, who's stolen away. The Minion Fury, Gugun's 1 HP, and they don't even want to go for him. They know there's a Flask of the Oasis. They get a turret with a First Lord, and they're looking to siege even more. Boots is playing the way Oran does on the Paquito.
The margins, Sarashi, once again, it's not just objective fights, it's also when there's a team fight. Just 1 HP, that's literally 1 for Gugun.
Oof, man, Gugun just had no way out right there. That is the pickup potential we've been talking about. The single target focus damage that Onic has at their disposal. Now with Keyboy securing the Flash of the Oasis as well, the team fights are going to get even more difficult. That is before they can even deal with Boots right here. Usually we see Boots, or we see Paquitos who are trying to go for a split push mentality, go for a sprint to try and get a lot more value, a lot shorter cooldown on the battle spell. But he's also making plays in the team fights. That is why he's using that flicker, and he's been doing great.
He really has. Boots has been doing even better. Kabuki gets chunked to half HP, and Boots knows that that's all he wants to do. He just wants to chunk Kabuki right before these team fights, these skirmishes are on with a Sea Halberd.
Yep. All right, so he has a War Axe and Sea Halberd and a Brute Force Breastplate. So movement speed, stacking it up, and also going for a lot of damage here. He might be the one that's sent over to try and deal or zone with Sans right here.
I mean, I'm on board, man, because so far Kabuki is not present at all in the team fight. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But I probably would expect Sans to be a bit... Oh my goodness gracious.
He's trying to take it away, certainly, with that Mystic Projectile and Gush.
I think so. That's the odd potential you have on the Gourd. That was what allows this Gourd to really rise in popularity. The fact that you can have good wave clear, safe wave clear, because you can leave the Mystic field there, but
So
also
annoying.
have a lot of ways to go for a catch, a pickoff, and still output a lot of damage in AoE fashion in the later stage of the game. Now with Onic controlling the Lord Pit, I think Aura will have to try and find a way in now. It's going to be a lot more difficult.
Boots. He's waiting for Kabuki, jumps in right now. Does the Wind of Nature get popped? No, it's only the guiding wind right now for Yaoi. Albert walks up, Aran gets assassinated, one more hit! Aran flickers out to safety just in time, barely. And they chunked Aura enough to maybe go for the Lord for free. Gugun is in no position to contest. Sans pops in that Mystic Gush to zone him away. Perfect execution of this Lord take for the Sky Kings.
We've talked about this, Arashi, the killer mentality, the difference of Albert and CW. Just... there you go, that's it.
I mean, that was just layers and layers of play from Onic. The fact that Boots was able to make everyone panic because they thought that, oh, Kabuki's gonna pick off. Before you know it, Aran is the next target. Now Gugun.
Oh, Retribution, Mystic Gush. There's a guiding wind to grant him to safety. Now we take a look at the items.
Oof. Onic just not letting Aura breathe at all. Sans is going for the double wand build here, along with the Enchanted Talisman, so a lot of cooldown already available. He's just gonna spam it out, and even if you don't get hit by the Mystic Projectile, if you get slowed just a bit, the whole roster of Onic have a lot of catch-up potential.
Circling Eagle onto the back, Kyrie with the taunt. Gotta siege this down, Albert free hitting. Will be able to take this turret down as 2 base turrets. And Lord still up top. Yehezkiel's been tanking it now. Finally, Gugun takes the aggro, clears it out. Minion wave in the mid lane, still super minions coming down. Aran getting caught in the Mystic Projectile, taunted up, and now still caught in the Mystic Gush for such a long time. Kyrie gets eaten now, spat back out. Minion Fury onto the back by Keyboy. But Yehezkiel doing the same thing, not enough damage to follow it up. Oh. Kabuki's already so low. Boots assassinates him in the back, and Albert executes the game plan. Now it's Kabuki who pops in a Blazing Duet. Not enough damage. Sans is still at half HP. Albert is healing back. Kabuki, Battle Mirror Image in the front. Albert jumping forward. Mystic Gush! Oh! He tried to predict the Battle Mirror Image, but Kabuki is still able to defend. Dodges away from the Mystic Projectile. Sans needs to find an angle. He gets it! God. The glowing wand is ticking on, and the Mystic Projectile has to be dodged away by Kabuki with the Battle Mirror Image. Now with Sans, who is sieging down the mid-base turret. He finds it. He doesn't get the Mystic Projectile, though. And Aura defend 60 minutes in.
Have you ever seen this? It's a 1v1 base battle between a mid laner and a gold laner. Sans! That was like, I would say, one step further, like one step too much. Predicting that Mystic Projectile, he should have gone for it, man. He shouldn't have predicted it.
The fact that Onic even went for the end there, kind of, to try and get the kill onto Kabuki, is surprising enough for me. Because usually you see a more decisive, a more disciplined Onic, but they're like, okay, you know, the waves are not available, but we'll get you somehow. It's almost like Albert influenced the rest of the team to go in with that killer instinct. Wow.
Man, the base turret is gone for Aura, but look at the gold. Before this, it was like 7.6k. Now it's 4.2k. So, oh my goodness gracious!
He can't keep getting away with this, man.
Yeah.
It's the third time in this game. He keeps getting it done. And that is the big factor here. The difference in magic damage output between the Yeheskiel and Sans, and from how far. For the most part, if you look at the itemization, even Boots only now has the final item being an Oracle, right? He was building physical defense for the longest time, knowing that Yeheskiel has to pick up the Minion Fury instead of higher damage spells in these fights. The same can't be said for Aura, just like that, the zoning ultimate from Sans.
And also, just to add to that, Arashi, I believe Yeheskiel actually prioritized the anti-regen item instead of penetration, so no threat at all for the frontliner of Onic in terms of like magic damage. They can stack up the physical damage item or like physical defense item as much as he can.
Well, I think the first item, at least for the Valentina, was the Lightning Truncheon. But again, how close can you get to the backline of Onic to output that damage? It doesn't seem like Onic, especially Sans and Albert, are too concerned about it. Sans now has the Winter Truncheon, but I believe that's not really made to try and deal with, you know, with the burst potential. It's more about trying to avoid the Blazing Duet maybe, or Aran just jumping in, trying to burst him down.
How do you defend this? How do you defend this against Sans and Albert?
Boots is still looking for an angle to fight. Aran trying to hold Keyboy down. They're actually doing a good amount of damage. Yeheskiel, what? All the way in the front, gets baited in by Sans. And he falls before Onic even looked for a full team fight. Kyrie in the front now holding Aran down. A Mystic Gush dodged away from Kabuki. He's taking a whole lot of damage from that though. Just back to the Battle Mirror image. They haven't been able to defend right now as Aran gets taunted up. The guiding wind is there, but Aran doesn't go for it just yet. Aim offended to lock Boots down. Kabuki on a killing spree this time round. An Appraiser's Crash to the back. Now it's a Winter Truncheon by Gugun. The Minus Fury, but they stay objective. They target the base down and they secure game number 1.
What a game! What a game! I'm already excited for game number 2. It looks like it was a silent domination, at least until the late game for Onic. They're not really dominating in terms of kills, but they know they have to choke Aura little by little. The gold lead piled up, and finally, just insanity for Onic.
Like you said earlier, Shevin, wow, whoa, Onic is on the back foot. It's only a matter of time. And it usually only takes one big moment and they'll take full control, and that is exactly what you saw. Whew, man.
Yeheskiel, man. He went in with the flicker, I believe, towards Sans. I get where he's trying to get to, because Sans is probably the biggest threat to the defense of Aura Fire trying to build. The range is just too much, the DPS, the burst is just too much, and he went for Holy Crystal, I believe, instead of penetration, so he wants to go for pure damage towards Sans instead of like chunking the frontliner.
Well, I mean, damage was definitely in the picture right there, man. The fact that there's true damage really made it difficult for Aura to withstand the frontline pressure anyways, especially with Gugun being the main frontliner, but also the man that is supposed to help secure the mutual objectives. When you're against a carry and a Gord, it is just tough. It is just difficult. And when you start losing control, when Onic are the ones maneuvering around the map, you just have to try and go for a 50-50 or just wait slowly but surely for Onic to suffocate you.
I think it's a very sad game for Kabuki. I think you can attest to that, right? Because you are a gold laner, and this is a team that has a lot of covers for that Blazing Duet. You have the knock-up, you have Kyrie actually literally just basic attack, knock-up, and you're gone. You're not gonna deal damage towards my backliner. Like, how do you do it for Kabuki?
So many cancels, he has to time that Purify right, but even then there will be layers upon layers of CC, and what's more dangerous is that damage from Sun. So definitely get the idea of what Yeheskiel was trying to do. He was trying to assassinate, but maybe the timing, the execution was off.
I think Sans already read them like a book, because there has to be some kind of urgency for Aura, and Sans already knew that he is the prime target for Aura, so he knows he's trying to bait Yeheskiel.
Well, even if he did get the jump onto Sans is just so good at knowing when to separate. We saw him make the play in the mid lane, right? Where he just throws a missing projectile, coincidentally lands into that bush near the purple buff, gets a free pickoff, but he also knows when to stick with his team. And the MVP presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. It's your boy Sans, 2-0-5. What more do you need to say about this guy, man? Like, wave clear, he does it. AoE, he does it. Pickoff, he doesn't even wait for Keyboy or Kyrie to initiate the whole sequence. He has no issue just instantly popping the Mystic Gush.
To quote you, Arashi, in the game, he can't keep getting away with this, man. Every time he picks up the gore like it's the most prio mage in the meta. And he makes it work too. It's the team that makes it work, understanding how Sans plays, always there to back him up, like, you know, when Yehezkiel tried to assassinate him, but also his spatial awareness. We had a conversation about this, Arashi, actually, before, or like maybe a day, yesterday? Yeah. About his spatial awareness. You said it's more instinct, and in this game, you can definitely see that instinct play a big part of the victory.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some of these plays, there's no data for him to go off. He just knows that, hey, right here maybe, if I place this skill right here, you know, I get the feeling it's really gonna work out. And it does. Either it zones someone out or someone's there before you know it. The fact that he's so willing to just throw out some of these spells without, you know, without considering, oh, the cooldown and all that, it just makes it so difficult. And Yehezkiel, you hate to see it, man.
Yep. I mean, you don't really need to, you know, conserve the cooldown for Sans because it's going for Inspire and also Enchanted Talisman, so a lot of cooldown to work with. So
20%, more or less.
Mystic Gush, every time it's available, even if it's like just prediction, you don't really know that the enemy is there, just throw it up. Maybe it works. And it did work.
Sure did. I gotta give a shout out to Boots though for the fact that he is so disruptive in the middle of these fights and even early on making the maximum plays happen. But that was that moment that was so unlike Onic, it caught me off guard, man. I was looking at the screen like, wait, what are we watching right now? Who is this?
But with this game, I think, you know, previously I already had an idea that I wanted to, or a question that I wanted to ask, put out there. Yaoi on a roamer that is sort of reactive. You did mention this in the draft. Mathilda, not the type of initiator that is instant. It's very, you can see the Circling Eagle, there's a lot of setup into it, and then you can read it. Also, not as aggressive, maybe actually more aggressive, but in a different way.
Yes.
Yaoi has lost twice now on the Mathilda pick. Against RRQ, and then now against Onic. Sure, two amazing teams, but does Yaoi need those initiators? Does Yaoi need the real initiators? You know what I'm talking about.
The Tigreal.
The G-Rocks.
The G-Rocks. Yes, absolutely.
The Seaho.
I feel like there's a point to be made there. Like, we were talking about this already.
Okay, yeah,
but
the Seaho. All right.
Yes. Well, I do think that's the case for Yaoi. I feel like the more tools he has, right? If he can go for a hero with, let's say, 3 or even 4 crowd control spells and a Petrify, he's going to do great. Because it seems like he's so efficient in knowing when to use these spells. On a Mathilda, the only real engage you have is a Circling Eagle. And that's on a pretty long cooldown. That is a stark contrast compared to a Cho, compared to a Tigreal. I feel like that really suits his playstyle a bit more. And maybe the fact that he is also one of the main voices here, leading the movement of Oraf in the Land of Dawn. Having more control like that really lends itself to his leadership position, right? Whereas the Mathilda, you kind of allow everyone to do their own thing, and then you kind of read into where you need to be at that right moment. So I feel like it's just a bit more proactive, and that is definitely in line with Yaoi's playstyle.
Oh man, look at that. Albert, 5 turrets. 5 turrets, man. He's everywhere. He's not just staying in one lane, just taking down every turret available. And he's doing his job. He's probably like, you know, the shadow MVP aside Boots. Like, he's not really doing something that's really amazing, but in terms of like,
the distractions,
aggression, not so much for the last play though.
Yeah, we don't talk about the last play, but whatever he did throughout the game has been phenomenal, right? He was a big factor into Onic's victory as well, so how they were able to get it, because he was always in the side lane, and even when he wasn't in the side lane, just staying in the bushes, camping these bushes, trying to find Kabuki. It doesn't kill him, but it does enough damage for him to get chunked, then for him to back away.
Boots, right? Yeah, I feel like that's one of the moments where, again, the calmness and experience for Onic definitely shows whenever someone gets hit by a random crowd control, or if they run into someone in the bush, everyone seems to be like, okay, and they adjust in a split second. for Aura, whenever you see someone walk into a bush and see a Paquito, right? It seems like everyone starts scrambling a bit more frantically. And then after a while, they're like, okay, we got our bearings. And that moment of, of chaos is really all Onic needs, man. In the top tier, that 1, 2, or 2 seconds, that can change everything.
And that 1 or 2 seconds made Onic 3 times champion in a row.
Might be 4.
Margins, yeah.
Looking at how they are
Oh,
performing
man.
this season, it might be 4.
Oh,
Ooh. Onyx about to make this league a farmer league.
oh man. I really wish someone to throw in Onic, man. Because like
I
for
can
example-
understand
no,
you,
no, no.
yeah.
In MPLPH, Blacklist was the pioneer of the Ube meta. They are very
Right.
dominant, and they birthed like a lot of teams that has really good pick off roamer like Light,
RGPH,
Yaoi,
Echo,
Bren. Because that's the
Owen.
only counter to that Ube meta. So I expect all of these teams in MPL to catch up to Onic somehow, but maybe we're not yet there yet. But I feel like it's been too long. It's been too long.
Well, it's been too long. Maybe that just shows how Onic are so consistent with it, how good they truly are at improving every single season. Because even this season, I doubted them. I was like, after losing 2 times in a row against AP Bren in World Championships, how are they going to perform? So far, untouchable.
Untouchable is Onic, but we're going to take a break first to charge us up to another game 2 of Onic versus Aura. So stay tuned on the stream, don't go anywhere.
Kenapa kamu menjadi tamu spesial nih?
Kebetulan di-invite sama Bang Yawi, Ngap Yawi gitu.
Ngap Yawi,
Ngap Yawi.
udah ngap banget nih.
Ngap Yawi.
Heeh. Di-invite untuk bertamu
Di-invite.
secara langsung.
Secara
Kamu
langsung.
saudaranya yang ada di Indonesia kah?
Oh, kayaknya sih.
Bukan,
Oh, bukan.
bukan. Tapi ternyata dari karya seorang Rizky lalu bisa connect dengan idolanya.
Ya, betul.
Karya apa sih Rizky?
Karya
Coba
lukisanku.
tunjukin ke kita dong. Taram! Kamu melukis wajah Yawi. Ini bukan di print. Bukan.
Ini manual sih.
Manual.
Harus 2 hari bikin ini.
2 hari. Tidur nggak?
Enggak.
Nggak tidur demi Yawi ini digambar. Kamu ngefans sama Yawi?
4 jam sih. Fans Yawi banget.
Fans Yawi banget.
Mana Yawinya mana?
Oh, Yawinya ada di ruangan, lagi mau siap-siap tanding. Bentar nanti ya, jangan diganggu dulu tapi Yawinya. Karena kita melihat ini kayak kok bagus banget. Karyamu ini sampai membuat Yawi komentar di TikTokmu.
Di TikTok kalau komentar.
Heeh.
Kalau di Instagram dia callback sih.
Asik. Dari hasil karyamu ya. Tapi kamu ngefans dari Yawi dari kapan?
Dari 2022 M5 sih.
Dari M5.
Dari M4.
Dari M4. Oh, kamu berarti bukan karena Yawi datang ke Aura terus kamu ngefans, tapi kamu ngefans jauh sebelum itu.
Jauh sebelum.
Coba diceritain kok bisa kamu ngefans sama Yawi nih.
Karena aku pro-amers juga.
Romer.
Pro-amers juga, jadi sebelumnya sering lihat permainannya Yawi kayak gimana.
Terinspirasi.
Terinspirasi.
Nah, ini kan kamu langsung berhadapan dengan Yawi. Yawi juga dengar kamu ngomong, kamu udah datang
Ya, Bang.
memenuhinya dan kamu punya satu gambaran dan ada gambaran lainnya yang kamu ingin berikan ya? Ini mau diberiin
Ada
apa cuma?
gambaran, ini surprise sih untuk
Surprise?
tim Aura ya. Belum diposting juga ini.
Belum diposting, muncul di MPL.
Gimana Bang?
Wow.
Abang-abang.
Abang-abang gimana Bang? Nanti ya, nanti akan
Ya,
diberikan ya. Mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk pertarungan mereka nih hari ini?
Untuk hari ini match 1 mungkin
Iya.
ente ya, cuman match kedua harus semangat.
Game 1 ente gak apa-apa, masih ada game
minimal
2.
game 3.
Minimal game 3.
Bisa apa juara.
Untuk Yawi?
Untuk Yawi semangat ngap ilmu padiku abangku.
Waduh,
Itu aja.
semangat Ngap dan Rizky selamat datang di MPL Arena jauh-jauh dari Bandung.
Makasih
Dan selamat
juga.
menyaksikan juga untuk pertarungan ini. Mereka akan melanjutkan game kedua dan mungkin game ketiga. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama, inilah dia Onic dan juga Aura.
Man, I wish I have half the talent that this guy has.
I wish I had a quarter of the talent this guy has.
Like an eighth, bro.
Bro, how do you draw? He's a printer. He's a real life printer.
Exactly the same.
No, not exactly. You could see a little bit of like his
the
art
style,
style.
you know,
but
yeah.
that was
coloring.
really cool. I wish I had half of the fans that Yaoi has, man.
Is this you're trying to get something here?
This is
You're
like
trying
a
to
very
get
big
a picture?
deja vu moment.
Just shout out Eterna, you know, because like
Shout out Eterna.
Oh,
Yaoi has fanatic fans.
maybe she should draw.
What?
She should draw Yaoi.
She should draw Yaoi, yeah.
Yeah, let's see Eterna. Someone clipped and sent it to her, man. Like, we want to see Eterna draw Yaoi, right? Do it.
Probably can't draw because she ain't a drawer.
She in the draw.
She in a drawer.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, first round of Onic, and Aura has lapsed. But oh man, what a game! Seriously, it's like a silent domination, as I tell you earlier. It was like 4-1 until the 15 minute. But we're gonna talk about possibly the next rookie of the season in Gugun, Rashi. A lot of similarities here.
Well, he's shown up out of nowhere. He has the same hairstyle. He has the same good looks. You know, like, what more can you talk about? Oh, wait, of course, the neutral objective take right here, man. And he has won 2 Rookie of the Weeks in the regular season, week 1 and 2. And Niall,
And it's only 2 weeks.
despite only winning 2 Rookie of the Weeks, also ended up becoming Rookie of the Season. So that is a bit of a milestone, a bit of a goal for Gugun to try and get. But here, why is Gugun having such a big impact compared to other rookies? I have a statement here from all.
AWL. Gugun's potential had already been apparent during MPL. He is very dominant. Or like the whole team of Team Bosco was so dominant in MPL IT Season 8. There's literally no one that can... It's pretty much Onic in MPL.
Yeah.
In MPL Season 13, he became even more prominent with the setup from Yaoi. So, we talked about this. Matilda and Yaoi doesn't really go together. You do think that Yaoi played great on the Matilda, but what's the problem here, Michael?
The problem is the team just doesn't know how to function when Yaoi isn't the one initiating, I feel. I think Arashi could go into a deeper analysis on this. I think he agrees too, because Yaoi, back then at least, when we're talking about him playing Matilda, I don't think his Matilda is bad. I don't think he underperformed. I don't think he did anything bad in that. Well, he maybe, 1 or 2 mistakes, but, normal. Most of the time, he's making crazy initiations, getting out with the guiding win, rescuing his team as well. But unfortunately, the team, no one's initiating except for Yaoi.
Exactly. The fact that your team is so linear, considering that they are newly formed, there's new members in the roster, it's understandable. Like, it's normal for your team to be a bit more linear in how they approach these situations, these moments, these fights. So for them right now, they don't really have the same kind of experience, the same kind of flexibility in order to switch up who's engaging, to switch up who's doing the saving and who is actually outputting the damage and all that. So I think that's, like we said, part of the reason why Yaoi, being the tip of the spear here, leading the charge, if he's not the one leading, it's almost like the direction for Aura just isn't as clear. So that is now a weakness that a lot of teams for sure have in their mind.
So we have the qualification of criteria of Rookie of the Season. I believe it was like minimal 50% game played, and also the top 10 rookie will be the one that's gonna be in the candidacy. Then it's gonna be selected by the awards committee, I believe. And one more was, I believe, what was it?
Then we also have each member of the awards committee selected by the awards committee. So it's the same. It's just a vote. It just elaborates on the awards committee. That the awards committee will be a committee of people who will be voting on who they think will be the champ or the rookie of the week.
Okay, but now that we're going straight into the action of the drafting phase of game number 2 of Onic versus Aura. What's going to change? What's going to stay the same for Coach Ari and Coach Saint De Lucas? Baxia. Early Baxia ban for Coach Ari, respecting that Gugun potential with this hero. And also Matilda, after being used by Yaoi, getting banned by Coach SDL.
I like that, because we've seen that for Aura, Gugun really does well when you have a lot of quick clear. He likes being in the right place at the right time, but more importantly, before your jungler, right? If you're going up against him, he wants to be there before your guy, and that is how he's able to get the jump on people. He's able to actually decide, do I want to go and pressure the take on the objective, or do I want to wait here and search for a catch for a team fight? And going with the Baxia or the Barats, right? All these heroes have that in similar.
Getting the snowballing as well in the early game, something that Aura really likes to do with their neutral objective control. But we're talking about the draft here. I really need to point out that I think Onic did a very, very good job at baiting that Matilda pick out. It was up for grabs. They didn't ban the Nolan up until the very end, so it kind of left Aura thinking, oh man, are they going to leave the Nolan open? Are we going to trade it for the Mathilda? And I think they know better than to give Keyboy the Mathilda. That's why they banned it themselves this time on red side, but they did give away the Arlet that they banned out in the first game.
Solid statistics, 17-time pick, 17 times ban, and 65% of win rate. Very good for a hero that's very flexible as well in the draft. Can go towards the EXP lane, roamer, or even if you're, if you're creative enough like Evos, you put it in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like this really sets up for, I was about to mention, it's almost like they're setting up for a counter towards the carry as well. And it makes sense that Kabuki knows how to play the carry. He has performed on it as well. So going for an Arlet, regardless of where he ends up going, like the EXP lane, the roam position as well, this means that there's a lot of ways for Onic to really pressure a carry free hitting in the back line. So already another adaptation you didn't see from Aura in game number 1 against Onic that was running this carry.
Look at this, the second phase for Aura. It seems like carry and Fredrin is the staple for the first pick of the second picker.
Especially when Claude gets banned out. That's definitely something you would expect
very early. Yeah.
For Onic. Very early, but this is a good pick, man. Against that Fredrin, this heavy spin will definitely help him. And do they want to pick up Bruno here?
Bruno, I think it's possible. They might go for something in the mid lane too, though. But no, it's gonna be the gold lane. I feel like at this point, it's some teams do it, but I think for Onic in particular, leaving the mid lane as the last pick, knowing that they have Gila Sans in the house, that is definitely the way to go. And that is done by both Coach Adi and Coach Yeb. So, I mean, teams gotta start waiting for this or anticipating this.
A comment from Benny Cutie, message for Yawi. I hope you succeed in MPL Indonesia Season 13. Hope you can defeat Kyrie's team. Well, it's not looking good, Benny. It's really not looking good.
Not yet, Benny. Maybe leg 2, Benny. I really hope so too. Maybe Aura could improve even more. They improved.
Or maybe Benny, you wanna come here? You wanna come here?
Hey, Benny.
Yo, Benny.
There are 2 import slots per team. Anyways, Aura, that's the Grok. We said it. G-Rock for Yawi.
So a lot more engaged potential for Yawi, and also can also play a bit more passively with those Guardians barrier with that power of nature. No CCs will be able to get through this G-Rock.
Well, you have to remember as well, this Grok is a great pick against crowd control.
Yep.
So now he can be immune to the heavy spin, but he can also punish the fact that most teams use the Akai with the heavy spin as a crowd control removal or a crowd control immunity. So if you get the right barrier there, then the immunity doesn't matter because you can't really phase through the wall while doing the heavy spin. So if Yawi can perform on this, there's a chance that they really punish this Akai pick.
Second phase, so like the bans. It's going to be the Yuzhong for Coach Saint DeLucas, knowing that so far the threat towards the carry is not very much, and I think Boots is gonna be the guy that's gonna harass Kabuki once again, just like in the first game. And maybe Sans as well.
You can also pick up the Arlet like as flex, right? As much as Aura want to ban out these XP laners, I think Onic are fine with it because they have a flex pick. They can go for it. They're like, come on, ban more XP laners, limit more of your heroes, because if all else fails, if you do ban all the XP laners, the Arlet's still available for Boots. Nothing much for Aura here, so they have to be very, very concerned, or they have to be very careful with what they ban in the XP.
Well, the fact that they have a great roaming player in Onic as well with a wide hero pool, that's what makes this so difficult for Coach Saint DeLucas to try and crack, right? The code of Onic that's so multifaceted here. We'll have to see though. Are they going to ban an EXP lane again? Or are they going to actually limit the mid laners? Because those mages, like I was about to say, they don't really stand out like as a solo big main carry, but they make moments happen. So it seems like Aura are going for big ultimates here, so they want to make sure that Onic doesn't get their hands on any of that, especially Sans.
What's left on the table? What's like the biggest ultimate you can think of out of mid lane and EXP lane position? Charizla? What else is there? Why do they ban Valentina?
They're setting up for even bigger ultimates. My guess is maybe they want a Novaria pick. Yes. So Novaria and the Wild Charge, those are already 2 big ultimates. In XP, this is the question now. With
if they don't pick X-Borg last game, they have to pick X-Borg now, right? It's an Akai and an Arlet. If they go for even more tanky member, hey, don't do that, Kyrie. Don't give me hope of a Yi Sun Shin in the jungle.
way.
Don't give me hope.
No way.
So like Akai
Wait.
roam.
Don't give me hope, man. Just don't.
We
Don't
haven't
give me
seen that
hope.
in ages. There's no way.
Don't give me hope.
It can't be.
Surely.
Are we gonna see Yi Sun Shin?
Oh,
The swap.
the
Bring it back
throwback.
to season 8.
Kyrie will play mid.
Now look at this guy, man. Ah, see, it gave me hope.
It is a surprise.
Come
And then
on,
they
there you
pick
go.
away the X-Borg. Ah, just Aura. What do they go for now? And even the Lunox here for Sans.
Wow.
Now that's a bit concerning because Novaria, you can clear and you're supposed to avoid laning altogether. Lunox is almost the opposite. You can do a lot of damage right there. And knowing that the main front line for Aura is most likely going to be the Grok or the Fredrin, hey, if you can't crowd control them, take them out. That is the best crowd control, and Lunox can provide that for a tank.
So Ruby.
I think so, yeah. I mean, the only one that makes sense, I guess. Like, you can punish the Arlet going in. Also, Lunox, a bit more close range compared to the other mid laner out there. So, a bit more prone to get picked off by that I'm offended.
Well, it's almost like a full dive kind of angle here for Onic. They have a Bruno though, so you have to wonder right here if Aura, in the back of a aggressive G-Rock in the hands of Yaoi, can they turn this around by just targeting the marksman? Because later in the late game, of course, the Lunox can supplement some DPS with the Chaos Order, but you know, it's still gonna require this Bruno to really output some damage.
I think the job for Boots right now is going to, like, he's man-marking Kabuki in the first game, but later in the game, he's gonna man-mark this G-Rock. He's gonna get him away from the Lord Pit, but we're going to see if that's gonna happen. Yaoi a chance for redemption against Keyboy. So far, 3-0, 3-1 for both of this guy. Game number 2 of Onic versus Aura is on the way in the Line of Dawn.
A freeze at the start trying to delay the minion waves from crashing in to give them a bit of prio. But we'll see in this matchup, they have so much shred, man. Boots on the X-Borg and Sans on the Lunox.
Yeah, I feel like Gugun's going to be having a very tough time here. He's going to be the main guy in the front, and he's also going to be taking all this chip and shred damage from the side of Onic. I feel like, you know, we'll see if I'm correct, but I feel like in that mid game, he's going to be having a terrible, terrible time.
For sure, but he can play through those CCs though. But Kyrie, speaking of CC though, this guy is... We've seen a lot of miraculous plays by this guy on any hero, and Akai is one of them. 4-man pin in the bottom lane, still remember? Yeah.
Kyrie.
Yep.
The signature of Kyrie, retreat battle there, and Kyrie actually wins it out over Gugun on that Fredrin. An early lead for the Akai. Also, items, Arashi. Arlet with the Keyboy with the signature, no boots, no roam boots, early.
Yeah, he wants... I don't think he's trying to outmaneuver anyone. He wants to rely on his strong suit right here. The fact that he can just sit there and just take some damage, regen it, and hold his ground. Looking at the emblems though, in the later stage of the game, Kabuki will be doing a lot of damage, but so will Albert, man. With the Fatal, and the weapon mastery, this Bruno definitely has huge, huge snowball potential.
Rashi, we finally see something different from Gugun right now. He's actually taking Inspire instead of Thrill on a Fredrin. Why do you think that is?
I feel like he doesn't really feel like he can really match the clear potential, because for Fredrin, you clear fast, but your power comes from your multitude of, you know, your flexibility. You have crowd control, you have some damage as well. With the Inspire, he can have a lot more tools to both engage by dashing forwards, you know, with a knockup, or to get out of a sticky situation. And against Onic, like I said, he's going to be having a tough time, he's going to need it.
People already poking Yaoi down there. Still well charged into the back, trying to force out a heavy spin, even an I'm Offended connected over from Iran. They're trying to bait it out. If Kyrie still gets this, it's not going to be worth it, and they do because of the last Insanity play. And in the back, it's going to be Keyboy, who jumps in even forward. Gugun, an amazing Appraiser's Wrath to catch them. This might be the triple for the Rookie of the Week of Week 1 and 2. Gugun.
A Fredrin triple kill Rashi, and they're trying to steal the blue buff as well? What's happening? Onic, they had that in the back, but they had to throw it away. Kyrie, Yehezkiel going in, headbutt in. Oh, it's a bait, but Gugun, an unofficial maniac, as that's Boots, who jumps in with last insanity, gets the shutdown, goes up to Yehezkiel, burns him down, and gets the double kill back. Now it's Yawi who's gonna be caught. The final slash dodged away, or tanked, soaked in by Yawi with that power of nature.
Man, everyone is overextending all over the place.
Pure chaos there. Onic just forgetting that the lower the Fredrin is, the more you need to be careful. A low Fredrin is nothing to ignore at all. 4-1 Gugun right now. He has a chance to be a lot more aggressive, go for all these ganks, and start turning the pressure onto Kyrie instead. It's an opportunity they have with the great wave clear that Yehezkiel can provide with the Novaria, but we'll see if they can do it fast enough before Onic can respond.
Already 8 kills in 4 minutes. This is what I expected in game number 1, but they played it so safely, so methodically. This one is like the true Onic versus Aura, the bloodbath that we were waiting for.
Alright, we'll see who has the tempo in the next fight. In the 30 seconds, I feel like Aura will still want to try and do their thing, get full control over the objective. But now, in the side lane right here, Aran against a 2-kill Xborg. The lane was brutal enough without that. It's gonna be even more because Boots has been very, very aggressive. So if he can get a lead, push Aran away from the get him low and get him to recall, then maybe Onic can get the prio towards the turtle instead.
On the Astral Echo, mid-control, heavy prio for Onic in the mid lane. Gugun though comes forward, trying to go for a bit of damage. Kabuki in the bottom lane. Sans, Chaos Assault into the back, trying to deal more damage to Kabuki, but he's able to actually get out. Wow, Sans gets chunky out, 1 HP. Barely gets out, he has the wild charge, he wants to go for initiation before he dies perhaps. Around in the back, flickers out of the last insanity, Boots. Right there, ooh, in the bottom lane, Albert finds a kill. Yawi and Gugun very low, Aran as well. They need to find some compensation here with a 4v3. It's still Onic who are winning this team fight. Yawi with wild charge, connecting on the 2 members. Gugun now pinned down, but still is able to secure the turtle. It's Aran in the back, going for the stun, Gugun for the taunt. Now Keyboy jumps to the vengeance, pulled back by the I'm Offended of Aran. Don't run Wolf King onto the back, now it's gonna be Keyboy who will be taken down by Aran. Sans has finally joined the team fight now with the last insanity and the Chaos Assault. It's also a turret down below going down. Aran against 3. Natural Echo. Sans 1 HP gets out with the brilliance. Yehezkiel looking for the Astral Meteor. The wall down to stop him from getting out, to deal more damage for Yehezkiel to execute him. Who won that trade?
I don't know, but it is chaos indeed, Arashi. Like, what's happening right now? In the bottom lane, though, I think Aura was like, they felt the urgency to get something, but that was... like, who won that?
I feel like Onic, in a way, did win that. The fact that they did not get the turtle, but they got kind of trades all around with a really solid late-game DPS source in the Lunox, and they got the turret, and they got the kill on Kabuki to put him further behind, and they got the turret as well, and all that gold in the pockets of Albert. We'll have to wait and see for the official gold charts, but I think Albert is starting to build up quite a lead, and Onic can really use that. But this is definitely not the Onic that we're used to, man. They're just going for this full-on fist fight.
We're used to see Onic dominating the game from the get-go, and right now they're down about 300. Not much of a lead though for Aura, but it's still a lead indeed against the Invincibles in Onic.
Taking a look at the items for now. Molten Core for both junglers. Kyrie is definitely up in the curve. And with Aura equalizing, the goal line isn't that far apart actually. Of course, Albert has the power spike in the Berserker's Fury, but now Kabuki has the golden staff, so a lot more passive procs. Can Gugun get a play though?
Gugun on to Sans. Albert gonna be the target for Aran. He flickers, I'm Offended. Now Sans all alone in the back. Oh, it's a good shot into the back right now, but Kyrie is able to peel for his team. Keep the vengeance, and it's Yawi who's pinned down against the enemy turret. Kabuki rotating over. Gugun looking for the taunt, not able to connect it. It's Sans traded in for Yawi. A trade, more value for Aura.
The jukes though from Albert, he knew that the wild charge is coming and just evaded, sidestep away, you know, 1 step away from Yawi. And that way it didn't connect. Managed to escape, but Boots might be in trouble.
He is, pops in the last insanity before the Faraga armor gets taken down. Gugun already a quarter of HP. Keyboy, final slash in the back, and Kabuki's the one who gets it, despite Gugun getting full CC'd. A taunt over, Gugun out with a knockup. Keyboy gets baited in by Gugun, and Yehezkiel picks up the kill. 1,000 gold lead now for Aura.
Man, both teams just going at it, but Aura once again showing the neutral objective play. After the tempo play on the top side, he just rushed there, and Onic they're trying their best to really match the kind of speed, the rotations, but they're really trying to force a lot of these fights. It's almost like they have to stabilize for a bit longer before they do anything, because this is not how they usually play. This is not how they want to be playing either.
We've talked about the retro battle between Kugun and also Kyrie, but so far the one who's taking it is none of them. Even in the first game, there has been some moments where Q-Boy stole it.
Q-Boy and then now... Was it Kabuki?
Yep, Kabuki. I mean, this is what happens. Too much CC, no retribution being executed. The one who gets the scraps is the victor.
We have to keep in mind that Onic hasn't been dictating where and when these fights happen though. They've been trying to scramble, and they've been sending 2 or 3 members to deal with the whole Aura squad to try and get that neutral objective. So we haven't really seen a full 5v5 yet.
And we haven't really seen Lunox being picked up in MPL Indonesia Season 12. The last time it was picked is week 1? If you told me that, I wouldn't believe that stat.
Yeah, Lunox isn't really... Well,
Yeah,
it
but
has
it's
been out of the
still,
meta for a while.
Yeah. It's still conditional, I get it, but it's still usable, I guess.
For sure. I mean, against tanks in particular, against Aura, that's very frontline heavy. And we've seen earlier, the fact that they play so straightforward, front to backs or pickoffs only, the Lunox does have value, and there's a great outplay potential available for Sans. But right now, it's almost like they're just too preoccupied dealing with Yawi, like we saw in the previous fight in the top lane, that they can't really get Sans and Albert to output their damage as efficiently as they would like. So with more items, I feel like it's going to be quite different. But now again, Aura pressuring for the Lord, the neutral objective, and Onic, they're going to end up scrambling here as well because Kibo is not there.
Gonna bait out the heavy spin first for Kyrie.
Oh, Faraga armor already gonna be taken out here. Ooh, wild charge not connecting, a good snipe down. Sans slow. Aura finds the killing spree through the minion waves. Now it's Kyrie who's looking for the steal. Gugun,
No way.
Appraiser's Rat, Retribution, Yawi also in the front trying to zone them away. Aura now, they have a big lead, 3,000 gold lead.
Finally a safe space for Gugun to execute that retribution. Good job for Yawi Yeskiel. Even Aran just zoning on everyone, also dealing the damage. Ultimately getting a kill towards Sans, one of the most core member of Onic, and sitting at a 4 deaths, the most of the team.
We're seeing Aura adopt the strategy of putting all the pressure they can onto Sans. Even in game number 1, Sans was the main playmaker right there. And if you look at this game, he's always pressured.
A wild charge on the Keyboy by Yawi. Picks him off now as that is a last insanity to the back. Finding Yawi, taking him down. Keyboy for Yawi, but Boots is caught, shut down by Kabuki. A shot over to Sans by Yehezkiel as they take control of the enemy jungle.
Now the Lord's marching down right here. Onic trying to clear it, but they're going to be zoned away. It's going to be a base defense on this. Run!
But I'm offended.
Oh no, Purify!
An interesting Purify to get out there with Kyrie with a headbutt. Turret tier 2 down below, taken down. Looking for the mid lane now for Aura.
Aran, did you see that the item, Rashi? What Aran picked up? Malefic Roar for Ruby.
I told you he's crazy. He's local.
He got the kill onto Sans earlier as well. And I was saying again and again, Sans 2, 4, and 4, despite having a bit of a lead in the early game, he's just not that flexible of a hero. No crowd control, no real playmaking tools. He's forced to wait for the right moment, and Aura keeps going and targeting him whenever they see him using the Astral Echo. But this is something that Onic need to try and find a way around, because otherwise, just Albert, it's going to be so difficult for him to try and output all that damage despite having all these items unless he has some coverage.
Yep, and Boots is supposed to be that one. But right now, like, when you're up against a full damage Ruby and also the poke from Kabuki and also Yeskiel, it's hard to stay intact with that Viraga armor. So you have to play it a bit more carefully, just a bit more passively compared to the usual X-Borg that we've seen so far. But Sans, look at that, the Kumar Bosch.
Yeah, he went up there avoiding pursuit. He gets out. Once again, it's a slow build-up, but in the late game, in a way, Aura will have more control, more poke as well. We've seen what Novaria can do in the late game, mainly I think from a boy from GeekFan. But for Onic, they have a Lunox, keep in mind. And now with no I'm offended, can Onic go for a fight right here on their terms?
Astral Echo onto the back, revealing 2 members. Kyrie, not gonna red tree this one. Gugun is actually the one who utilizes his red tree. Now 2 levels up on Kyrie. Suns, is that a power spike that we need to note? The Holy Crystal, 12 minutes in.
What a guy, what a rookie, what a player, Gugun. The first time he's played at MPL Indonesia Season 13, the highest stage of Indonesia, and he stepped up, being already one of the better junglers in MPL ID.
Look at the waves right here. This favor Aura, so Onic are the ones that have to try and make something happen for now. Although with the waves meeting up near Onic's base, it might really start pushing back, but Keyboy wants a play to happen.
Pops in to conceal, final slash, doesn't reveal anyone even. And Aura have a slow push built up in both side lanes.
Everything's going right for Aura. They have the zoning. Meanwhile, Xiaowi looking for something.
Pops in to conceal, but Lord actually stops that play from happening. Keyboy, caught an I'm offended, able to flicker out the safety. Meanwhile, Xiaowi, 3-man set with a wild charge, now flickers out the safety. Meanwhile, the backline, Gugun, Appraiser's Rat, now pinned down Sans, Chaos Assault. Kabuki's on a killing spree, now chasing down Albert. Gugun on the other side of the map right now, trying to survive with MPL Rage. He gets down the dash, 1 hit away, and Aran's chasing them down as well. Gugun's still 1 HP, not able to survive Gugun! My goodness!
What a guy once again with the play! Gugun! Remember the name!
Holy! Who is this man? He comes in and just shows Onic who is boss. And now with the control, Kyrie trying to go for a steal, but it's too risky. Alba's trying to lifesteal in the jungle, but might be too difficult with the Heskill having his eyes on the target. Gugun once again making the play happen.
That's the pull down right now. Kyrie needs to use the heavy spin, but he doesn't even have it on cooldown. Around in the back now, shut down. Taken out. Gugun does the same thing to Kyrie though. Kabuki still has that ultimate. This can commit more damage. Keyboy looking for the steal. I don't think he can go for this. He gets barriered out, zoned away, and Aura 4,000 gold lead with an enhanced Lord in the 14th minute of the game.
Just the oohs and the ahs from the crowd when Gugun made those play, man. Once again showing off against Kyrie.
AI prediction presented by the Samsung Galaxy series now, showing that Aura, against everyone's expectations, has a close to 70% win victory rate against Onic. They have the Lord, they can try and make that work right now with Yeheskill picking up the glowing one for more siege potential. But Onic do have damage, and if you look at the items, their carries, in particular Sans and Albert, are 1 item away from just equalizing it out. So Aura actually is still, in a way, fighting against the clock.
A question before the Lord Arashi. Like, what's happening with Onic? Like, what went wrong? Is it the draft? Is it just the execution?
I feel like it's a bit of execution, especially early on, and now it becomes augmented by the draft. So with the game going longer and longer, I feel like there's a chance for Onic to turn this around, especially if Aura gets impatient.
The charge from the Lord in the mid lane. Albert and Sans. Wow. Amazing wave clear for the Lunox. Yep, they're able to deal with it very, very quick. Now onto the bottom lane, Albert goes. Yaoi, conceal. Power of nature, Boots. Last Insanity to zone them away, but he will lose his Faraga armor when he dives in. Gugun now with Immortality. Keyboy, final slash, not connecting. Once again, Albert already half HP. They're looking for a set. Aran has Flicker. Gugun has Flicker, but Aran does not have an I'm Offended. And Onic.
It's still Onic.
Very, very well.
Very well is an underwhelming statement, Mirko. That defended like
fantastic.
Couldn't go better, I guess. Like, this is perfect defense for Onic. Like, they're not giving up a single base turret, despite this is being leveled to Lord.
I think Aura now will have to just wait it out. Maybe try and get Yeheskill to do the damage, but this is all they can do. They don't really have any chances to really brute force into the base due to the insane wave fear that Onic has. Now, Boots.
And I'm offended this time with the Kyrie onto Boots as well. Conceal. Keyboy. What? Charge by Yaoi. Forcing a Purify. 3-man taunt at the final slash. Boots going to be taken down as Yaoi dives deep with Immortality. Kyrie pinning down Aran. Sans very low. Taunted up. Gugun stabs him and takes him out. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of the Dragons.
3-for-1 for Aura there. Aran didn't get it shredded immediately, but he has done what needs to be done. With 20 seconds left on the clock right here, can Aura force Onic to let go of their last remaining members? Keyboy and Albert, 2 against the world.
Oh, they want to convert?
Let's see, the barrier. Almost took Albert to the wrong side of the wall. Keyboy flickering in front just to die with the Immortality. Tries to zone the minions away. Now with the final slash, not connecting. Yaoi finds a wild charge. There's no Purify, but there's a big bonk. And Kabuki goes for the base. 1-to-1 winning moment by Samsung Galaxy A555G. We have game 3.
The fire has been ignited by Aura, especially Gugun showing off against the god of the jungle. What are the chances? This is a rookie up against one of the best players of all time. The retries, the CCs, the calculations, the escapes from this man. Wow!
Aura, against everyone's expectations, man, they have taken one game against the Sky Kings, and it didn't look that intense. It seems like they were relaxed, they know what they wanted, and we're seeing again, when you give them the right tools, when you give them the right compositions, even against a team like Onic, they are an absolute menace. They are a real threat that Onic needs to be beware of. We are going to game number 3.
Onic hasn't lost for a while in MPL Indonesia. This might be the chance. One more game for Aura. We talk about the new challenger, like who's gonna challenge Onic to dethrone Onic from that #1 spot. This might be the fire that MPL needs.
It might be the fire that Aura had in their name, now in their game.
Shows you that, you know, oh man, just put your trust in a rookie, like your new players, and you're gonna get this.
And a world champion, Romer.
Well, yeah, technically, that helps too.
I mean, we were just talking about the potential for Gugun to get the Rookie of the Season. I mean, he's making a very compelling case right now, man. He's up against Kyrie, you know. This ain't just your average Joe.
Far from it. It's the best jungler in Indo, in MPL Indo, for 3 seasons, about to be 4.
I don't think he's there yet in terms of like better than Kyrie, but
Yeah.
he showed off a lot of stuff.
Proving grounds for him,
Yeah,
and he did it.
It's
Game
gonna
2.
be interesting what's gonna happen in leg number 2 and also the next time to come for Gugun. This might be the core member that Aura needs to be able to contend in this championship, in this MPL Indonesia. A battle for MSC tickets in Riyadh. But the MVP presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy. Who else? Who else? The man, the myth, the legend, Gugun.
The Rookie of the Week, 2 weeks in a row.
He steps up to the plate and says, bring whoever. I ain't afraid, man. You can bring the best jungler, whichever jungler, and I'll just get the neutral objectives. I make the plays happen.
Yep. And also like...
He's him.
Kyrie, you're not the only good-looking guy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been saying that he has quite the impressive looks. So shaping up to be the next big thing, man. You know, we talked about Kyrie being such a perfect player, as in he's great, he plays well, he looks good.
Good
But now, hey,
attitude.
Good attitude.
Marketable.
We have to see, man. Gugun is definitely making Kyrie sweat a little.
Also setting up a new wave in the Inspire. I haven't seen... Have you ever seen Fredrin with Inspire, Rashi, in your time? Like, I haven't even seen it in ranked games.
It's been pretty popular in the MPL, actually. We've seen it from the previous time we've seen Fredrin in the past 2 weeks. I think we've seen several Inspires. And again, it's all about that utility. It's all about the fact that with more cooldown, well, more cooldown reduction and less cooldown, the Fredrin becomes that much more flexible, that much more dynamic in how he plays. And Gugun, once again, just shows you how it's done.
The impure rage choice as well was phenomenal for this game.
Yep. Giving him a bit of advantage on that jungling area and also objective taking, but Onic, man, usually they are a really good team, controlled chaos, but in this game it's just chaos. Seems like there's no plan, they're just scrambling.
It's just back and forth, and I think one of the big factors here is also the fact that Sans is not able to do what he usually does. The usual Sans things, the recalls, the crazy bush plays, he was not allowed to do any of that. He is just pressed down, pressured by the whole roster of Aura every single moment of this game. So it's on everyone else, and it just doesn't hit the same way.
Absolutely incredible performance by Aura. Look at that, Yawi, 3-man, 1-man knockout, but 3-man stun. Giving the CC that Aura needs to pop off, and the damage is just pouring in. Kabuki having a time of his life with this guy, man. Kabuki and Yawi, like the chemistry is definitely there.
I mean, Albert was doing a lot of damage, but he just doesn't get it done. He doesn't really output the kind of damage that they require fast enough to really take over the whole of the game, especially when he's being pressured by multiple members from Aura every single time. It wasn't just Yawi jumping towards him, man. I mean, Gugun, as well as Arana the Ruby and Yeheskiel, they're all mainly looking for Albert on the Bruno. And afterwards, I mean, even if Sans tries to take the spot as the main damage dealer, it's not adequate.
Kabuki, it's interesting. Basic common emblem. Usually we've seen fighter, we've seen marksman, but this is kind of new to me. But it's probably because like he doesn't really need to build that endless battle or that thunder belt, so he's able to just focus on more damage, and it pays off. Yawi 057, but KDA doesn't tell the whole story, Arashi.
Well, I mean, on the carry, man, Kabuki has just been so good, and knowing that his team is the one that's just pressing the issue, moving forward again and again, he has no issues just going full damage without going for that hybrid build, not even a Bruce Force breastplate, because if you look at it, for the most part, Onic's team isn't exactly mobile, alright? They rely on the hiding they do is reliant on the X-Borg, zoning people away kind of, and they're also having a roamer that is an all-in pick. So the first pick Arlet that Onic took essentially got countered here by the pick of the rest of Aura, and when it comes to the composition, knowing that they can just only move forward.
And also a different Aran this time, right? Because in the first game, Aran was the target. This time, he's the one targeting. Because against a Gord, you get zoned out quite easily, you get bursted down quite easily. That's why he went for a lot of magical defense item. But this time around, it's Sans. He doesn't really have a lot of range, and you can punish with the I'm Offended. And that's why Aran didn't build any magical defense item except for that tough boots. Looking at the statistics detailedly, bullet per minute Kabuki, damage dealt, it's actually Yeheskiel with those pokes, damage taken, Kairi. Yeheskiel once again leading in assist.
I'm actually quite surprised that Onic don't punish the fact that Kabuki has only done well with two heroes, Claude and Carry. Every single time he gets Brody, Bruno, they so far have always lost.
I mean, they already have the, kind of counter, because they already picked the Arlet in the first phase, as Arashi said earlier, doesn't really have a lot of range, and Final Slash is an easy punish towards the carry.
It doesn't punish it enough. It's not enough to beat the carry. Carry just plays in the back, legit. And that's what we saw. Kabuki never really showed himself in the lane, I mean in the team fights especially, but in the lane he was just farming. The Brave Smite with the emblem choice as well, that's super dynamic, Purify, and that's it. Then really the Arlet can't really jump in.
Yep, a really bad game for Keyboy. I think it's fair to say, right? Because it's hard.
This game? Yeah.
It's really hard. Absolutely, but man, what a game, what a series so far in this opening match of week number 3 of MPL Indonesia Season 13. And, we gotta shout out Samsung, man, the best phone in the business. Samsung Galaxy A34 and A55. If you want to play games with auto win streaks and also smooth performances all day long, try out the new Galaxy A series 5G, introducing the Galaxy A55 5G and also A35.
You know the specs, Arashi?
Yep.
I mean, the specs, it's the usual. It's almost like I'm almost confused on why we have to keep telling you, because it's the best in the business, man. It's a 1480 processor, up to 20 gigabytes of RAM, with up to 256 gigabytes of memory, of storage. So, if you're a content creator especially, you're trying to do some TikTok content, I mean, dude, this is the phone for you, man. Like, you just keep taking content and then edit it afterwards.
And what are you waiting for? Head straight to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store to get the new Galaxy A55 5G and A35. But to top it all off, you have to install the best wallet in the business. It's GoPay. Download the new GoPay app, join the MPL Season 13 celebration, and win hundreds of millions in GoPay coins and smartphones.
Millions?
A lot, and smartphones too. Vote for your champion in every match. Voting opens half an hour before the match starts, only in the GoPay app. Answer daily quizzes starting at 10 a.m. in the GoPay app as well. Collect points and win total prizes. Millions. Hundreds of millions, not millions. I'm sorry.
Millions, that's crazy.
Dang.
Still a W, man. I mean, come on. The cashback points, and on top of that, the free transfers from through different banks.
That
no
adds
problem.
up, bro.
100 times.
But yeah, we're gonna take a short break after this. We have to charge ourselves to a more entertaining game through the decider. If Onic will lose the very first game since who knows how long in MPL Indonesia Season 13. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere in MPL Indonesia Season 13.
We'll be right back.
dari Onic dan juga ada Azhar. Halo.
Halo Bude.
Bude penasaran, di booth Onic ada apa aja sih kalau datang ke sini?
Oh, di sini kita ada merch Onic, juga ada bagi-bagi takjil gratis sama bakal ada THR dari Onic.
Buset, banyak banget acaranya THR dari Onic. Apa tuh?
Iya Bude, jadi THR dari Onic itu sebenarnya singkatan dari tebar hadiah Ramadan. Dimana tujuannya di sini tuh kita pengen banget ngajakin seluruh pecinta Mobile Legends dari umur berapapun, dari daerah manapun, atau bahkan dari supporter atau fanbase dimanapun untuk join movement kita untuk saling berbagi di bulan Ramadan gitu Bude.
Berbagi di bulan Ramadan, namun pasti banyak yang penasaran. Mau ikut gerakannya juga, gimana tuh caranya?
Caranya gampang banget, jadi teman-teman semua ini tinggal datang nih mampir ke booth Onic di sini. Nanti kalian bisa bawa jersey lama dan juga baju lama kalian. Nantinya di sini kita akan tukerin baju dan jersey lama kalian ini dengan jersey dan juga merchandise baru dari Onic. Nah, baju-baju lama yang terkumpul di sini nantinya kita akan sumbangkan dan donasikan ke orang-orang yang membutuhkan sebagai bantuan pakaian layak dari kita. Gitu.
Jadi jersey apapun, baju apapun, asal itu e-sport bisa?
Bisa banget.
Tinggal bawa aja nih?
Tinggal bawa aja ke sini. Jersey
Bekas,
atau
gak
kaos.
apa-apa?
Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa.
Oh, memang bekas gak apa-apa?
Betul, memang bekas.
Oh gitu, jadi akan ditukarkan dengan yang baru?
Betul, itu dia.
Wow, dapatnya apa aja nih?
Kalau dari Onic kita bakal ngasih jersey terbaru, terus juga ada yang Pro sama EVA Edition, terus ada working jacket official dari merch kita. Dan juga selama bulan Ramadan ini, setiap merch Onic kita bakal bagi-bagi takjil gratis. Jangan lupa mampir.
Semuanya langsung pada mampir nih. Besok pada bawa baju, tapi kapan aja nih? Apakah selama ada booth Onic di sini?
Betul,
Ya,
jadi
match
selama
ya.
home match Onic aja nih. Kebetulan kita main tanggal 22, 29, dan 30. Jadi selama itu kalian bisa mampir ke booth kita.
Selama jadi home team berarti
Betul.
ya? Jadi
Ya.
pantengin terus nih kalau kalian mau tukar baju. Dan Bude juga penasaran yang terakhir mungkin nih ya. Kalau yang pada mau join ini nih, gimana caranya atau mau cari informasinya di mana?
Detailnya bisa langsung datang ke booth Onic atau cek di IG kita @onic.esport, jangan sampai kelewatan. Nah juga di sini juga bukan cuma kita yang bagi-bagi berkah, tapi MPL ID juga bagi-bagi berkah loh guys. Kalian bisa dapetin smartphone dan puluhan ribu diamond cuma dengan cara beli tiket MPL ID season 13 di week ketiga sampai week keempat. Nah kalian bisa cek selengkapnya di IG MPL. Nah disitu kan banyak match Onic, jadi kalian bisa langsung beli aja.
Langsung beli aja. Banyak sekali bertebar hadiah dari MPL dan juga dari Onic. THR dari Onic, siapa mau langsung datang ke booth Onic. Namun ini di booth Onic, di sana di MPL stage sudah bersiap sepertinya para caster. Monggo.
Welcome back. Game number 3. Onic versus Aura. Who you got? Who you got?
Onic?
Who you got?
I mean, I'm an analyst. I go
Then I'll
with
say
the data,
Aura.
bro.
Aura, okay.
Who you got?
I'm leaning towards Aura as well, just for the sake of like, I want to end this domination, man. I'm kind of
Really?
sick of Onic.
The Onic reign.
Yep.
Strong words from the man who proclaimed that Onic was the best.
Let's not
what
talk
a
about
throwback.
that.
Go
Let's
back
not
to
talk
both of
about
them
it.
saying the same thing, right? Beat Onic, then talk. Aura are one game away from talking.
Hey, I said beat them and then talk. This man said they're definitely gonna win this.
Aura will definitely gonna win Amazon.
Check out his DMs. Both their DMs. Once if Onic loses, if not, then I guess come to my DMs.
Oh man, but,
Interesting.
yeah, but you're gonna play together and watching your favorite team compete in MPL Season 13. Surely that makes you want to play too. Don't let your gaming session end up being disrupted by lag, causing you to fail to push your rank. Make sure your gaming session smoother. Use Game Max Booster. Prices start from 25k IDR, and you can get up to 36 gigs of data. Hurry up and
36?
buy the package and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app. A lot of
I
that
could
is
use
a lot
some
of
of
gigs.
that, man. I've been lagging in my games. I don't know what's up with it, man.
You've been lagging?
Yeah, it's like they're trying to nerf me.
You're not using it.
Bro,
That's the problem.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with you, Rashi? Do you not have Games Max at home?
No, I do not. This is the issue, man.
No wonder you play so bad when you're not with me, Arashi. Because remember, when you're with me, I have Games Max at my place.
Ah,
That's why you're
dude.
playing so well, Arashi.
There you go.
You went from, I don't want to name any players, but you went from Arashi at home to Sans.
Okay.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
I'm pretty
I must say.
curious. I'm pretty curious on who that player is, but I don't think you're gonna say that. Look at that, the promo, man. That's a good value. If you know
4 gigabytes
Indonesian,
for 20K.
yeah, 20k.
20K. That's
5k per 1 gig.
That's $1.02. How much? Yeah.
33 cents, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, it's very cheap. It's less than 2.
Per gig is 33 cents.
Oh my god. 33 cents
that's a quick
per
math.
gig. It's quick. Are you Big Shack by any chance?
Small Shack?
Big what?
Big Shack.
Big Shack? What's a Big Shack?
Big Shack. Quick maths.
Oh.
Quick maths, man.
Okay. On your screen right now.
Take a look at the Team Galaxy zone, though. By Samsung Galaxy, this is the premier seat in the building, man.
The
Like,
advantage.
if you're here for a good time, you want to have a Samsung.
Look at that.
The flip too? Okay. Man's
Oh,
balling.
I am
He's got the
envious.
jacket as well.
I am jealous, envious, and fully enraged. I want that. Should I steal it?
Oh, meanwhile though.
We cut straight to the boss.
Look Raja Yeba. Look, he smiles instantly after getting called out. That smug face, that cool bad boy energy fades away with one yell of Ranger Amas's Raja Yeba.
Raja Yeba. And he's been to some places, man. He's getting some experience too.
He's been all around, man. With Onic as well. It's a different vibe though this time, you know. I don't know if he got inspired by Kiba. The man's always such a troll, man. I wouldn't even like be surprised if it ends up like if the truth comes out and Yeb is actually messing with the players while they're in game too, you know. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's the challenge.
They could explain a lot of different moments, man. But that's the kind of coach you want in the situation. You're losing, possibly one game away from your first loss in the season, yet your coach is, you know, trolling you on stage. That's the kind of mental fortitude that Coach Yeb brings to the table. But let's take a look at the previous game recap where Albert was doing a lot of damage, but you can't compete with I was gonna say you can't compete with the poke damage of the Novaria, but Albert actually did more. So again, the damage was there. It's about how fast can it come out and like at which moment. And we see again, when Aura can dictate where the fight is gonna happen, when it's gonna happen, it usually goes pretty smooth sailing for them.
We need some love, man.
We got some love over to the Indo desk, well actually specifically just Ranger Amas. What about KB, Lim Kocho? What about Sheffin, Arashi, and Mirko, man? Come on!
Don't matter.
This is bias.
Very biased.
100% bias, man.
We're calling out Aura right now.
We're
Aura
calling
fan.
out Ranger Amas, actually.
Tune into English stream. Switch off from Indonesian.
You know he'll do it, right?
Yes.
You tell him to do
run
that.
up to our desk.
He will run up and take over your spot, Shevin. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, we're gonna go straight into the draft for game number 3, the decider of Onic versus Aura in the first match in week number 3. What a spicy series so far, but already a change in St. DeLucas. A Fanny ban in the first ban. What's going on?
In the first game where Aura was first picked, they banned away the Fanny and the Joy, also the Arlet. So we'll see if the Arlet makes it through to the land of Dawn. For Onic, they banned earlier Vexana, Baxia, and Nolan. So one hero away. The Mathilda, though, will be what Aura go for this time.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Mathilda ban worked in game number 2 because they weren't able to give it to Onic and they don't need to pick it up themselves. Same thing here for Aura. They don't want to change too much. But for Onic, Baxia, Vexana, Claude last game. First game it was Vexana, Baxia, Nolan. Now do they want to decide on the Claude or the Vexana?
Or maybe a Fredrin. Considering how...
Welcome to my castle.
Oh, rock!
Wow.
We did mention this was one of the ways that they could take over a game, Aura, with Yaoi on a pure initiator.
But like, there's a lot more initiation out there. Chao is still available, Kaja is still available. Probably not to the same level as Grog in terms of like safety. So I can see why Onic picked that up.
Ooh.
That is scary.
We talked about how the Lunox just wasn't doing it for Sans in game number 2. Now with the Vexana, it's lethal in the hands of any MPL level mid laner, let alone in the hands of Gila Sans.
I've been waiting.
Yes, everything. Utility, CCs, the wave clear is also probably second to none. Probably second to Gord, I guess. But the counter is gonna be still carry, and Fredrin is the staple, plus the performing Novaria in game number 2 from Yeskiel.
With this comp, Onic can pick up Brody and then ban out all the initiators left for Yaoi to give Brody a cool, smooth lane. But they actually go for the Claude instead, so they're planning to just leave Kabuki and Albert to battle it out on the gold lane.
We'll have to see, man. I mean, I feel like for Onic, they're gonna require some kind of threat here for the Novaria. Usually, we've seen that having a strong roamer, a pick-off hero, won't really do it if you're dealing with someone that's so mobile and so utility heavy like the Novaria. So I fully expect Boots maybe to be put in some kind of fighter that can really flank around. And with that knowledge, maybe Aura will start banning away like the Benedetta or a Yutong.
Benedetta not really the most Boots hero, but I would love to see that, man. So far, Aran or even Cars, they're really good at Benedetta. Oh, they actually banned it, Arashi.
Never mind. Wrong
They've been
side,
banning
wrong
Benedetta
side.
and Paquito the past 2 games, and I think they don't want to stop doing that. They want to take Aran out of his comfort picks. Thing is, if you continuously do this, right, you ban out Aran.
Kindness is the
You're leaving out the
surest
Cho,
path
you're
to
leaving out the
ruination.
Tig. I guess it isn't as instant as a Grok, but what else could be a hero that Yaoi could utilize here to really punish that is an instant initiation?
Ooh, Minotaur is a good shot here, I think.
Minotaur doesn't exactly engage though,
but
right?
I want to, you know, just for the Claude and Arlet just going in, breaking havoc, you want to have someone that cancel out this movement. I think Minotaur works well.
Again, that's where you start weighing out. Do we want what works logically in a composition, or do we want something that really can show Yaoi's prowess on that roam position? That's a bit of a tough debate to be had right now with Coach Saint DeLucas, so we'll have to see. I think the Paquito won't make it into the Land of Dawn, and yes, Onic will ban it out. I do wonder what's going to be picked up for Boots then. It might just be a full teamfight setup here for Onic.
Might be, but you know what? Maybe don't offer.
I might not be a lighted man, but I do know my trade.
Don't think too much about it. There's a really solid pick-off hero in Kaja, but we have a comment here from our content creator, Jonathan Liandi. Gukun has been very skilled with his Retribution, even though this is his debut in MPL. That is true. That is objectively true.
Oh, wow. That is against the Fredrin, matchup we used to see a lot. Not anymore though. This is the first Martis of season 13. I don't see a lot of Martis.
Don't think so.
We haven't seen a lot of Martises for sure. I don't remember any, but if there is, it must be only like 1 game or 2 games at most. The Martis though will be able to get a lot of aggression, but not really catch up to a Novaria though. I think it's going to be used purely to try and counter the Fredrin here. Because, you know, you're trying to get low enough to try and get a huge value of Praise's Wrath. The Decimate will just take you out of it. So, that's a possibility. One thing to it though, as Aura picked up the CC that's been very meta, and the Angela combo, man.
Wow.
Now this is kind of dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
CC and Angela.
Against a Claude too.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a bit of time, especially if the CC uses that Vengeance. It's gonna be harder for Claude to stay alive, because when you want to pop that Blazing Duet to get some shields to defend yourself, you're actually doing your enemy a favor. And this is a pick that's also very interesting. Glue against ACC in a lane.
We did see it last week, I believe.
Yeah.
But man, we haven't seen a Glue in a while. And this might just be what is required to go up against CC. Because, you know, in the lane, CC is a massive bully, but so is the Glue. It just hasn't been as popular. And now, there's a chance that the Glue can be used to zone out the Novaria. It's kind of lining up for Onic.
Yeah, and you know what I like the most is Glue against a carry. This interaction is, I think, undertaught. Because once you get that to that split, you can't really get bursted by the carry compared to the other tanky frontliner, tanky XP laner to harass the backline. So it is something that only Glue can offer compared to the other hero.
Well, we'll have to see, man. This is going to be a battle of utility, as in healing and shields, and regeneration up against pure damage and a lot of burst playmaking. So we'll have to see. I think especially pre-level 4, Onic has a huge advantage, but if they can withstand that, Aura has a chance to just fully out-sustain Onic in the mid-game. It's anyone's game at this point.
It's anyone's game is right. Game number 3, Onic versus Aura. This is a really interesting series, a really interesting draft already been picked out by Coach Adi and Coach Saint DeLucas. A lot of experience. Even Coach Saint DeLucas, I believe he has coached in MPL SG. So it goes not just, you know, he hasn't just coached one single country, Arashi. He's been everywhere.
He has multinational experience. As we're having a bit of a pause right here, something needs to be sorted out. And I mean, with a game that has this much riding on it, you want to give the both teams all the time they need to try and sort these problems out, man. The last thing you want is to have an anticlimactic finish.
For sure. I think it'll be very, very sad to see an anticlimactic finish. But also, I don't know if you guys saw earlier, seems like Mr. Albarabab on the Claude.
Albarabab.
Going for sprint on the Claude because there's only really Fredrin to CC right now for Aura. He decided to go for sprint. We haven't seen this in a while, but when you have sprint, your combat potential is quite insane on the Claude, man.
For sure.
They're blazing duet on top of the corrosion side, your 5 stacks. You move through these opponents super fast.
And not just offensively, defensively as well. When you're getting chased by a CC with a War X and also Brute Force breastplate, like you can't really get away unless you have that movement speed buff in that sprint. So I'm fully on board with this choice though. Let's see if Gugun can punish that. It's kind of a disrespect towards the CC of Gugun, right?
It's just one dude though, right? And with all the peel they have, a Gnu, an Arlet, and a Vixana, it'll be tough for Gugun more than it is for Albert.
Well, it's not hard crowd control that Fredrin brings to the table. The Angela can tangle you as well, so you gotta keep in mind that that is a factor. With the sprint though, I feel like it's a great option against a lot of mobile threats. Like back when the Angela insert another carry hero like a Yuzong or a Uriethel meta was a thing, even in the mid lane, I would go for a sprint myself, knowing that as long as I can keep distance, right? Not a lot of spells, not a lot of skills in this game will catch you off guard in a way that requires you to flicker out of it. So having the sprint, it's great distance management, but it also is a shorter cooldown compared to the flicker. So I think I can agree with this pick. I'm surprised Sans went for the flicker, but we all know Sans doesn't really logically make these decisions, man. He does what he wants, and it just makes sense.
It's Sans. It's a Sans. I'm trying to find a word.
He's
here.
literally just
Sans sense.
Sans, bro.
It's a Sans sense. It's just like the Spidey sense, but the Sans sense.
A lot of support for Yaoi from the crowd. We're finally getting into the game of game number 3 of Onic versus Aura.
Oof. Along with this sprint, Albert goes for the quantum charge as well, wanting all the speed boost he can get to try and get out of those chases from the Angela. He's gonna get a bit of sustain as well, so we'll have to see in the lane if he can try and get some meaningful victory here against the Kabuki with Kabuki on the carry.
Oh! This one's personal for sure. Keyboy with a dive early on Yaoi. First blood for Onic.
Once again,
we missed a bit of a moment there. I believe that's the Vexana damage mixed with the Arlet. That is what makes it so difficult for Aura here.
Oh, the jukes. Keyboy, the taunt as well, but yeah, Rashi, this is once again Yaoi on something that he doesn't really like to do. Oh my god.
Okay.
He's gonna have to recall again.
That's dangerous, man. Against the Vexana, you don't want to walk up, especially when the minion waves are kind of low like that. That is bonus damage for the Vexana from the passive. You take a look at the equipment, the emblem build, Sans has the Bargain Hunter. He's trying to go for that early game playstyle, get that power spike. As there's a bit of a duel here. Ooh. Just playing chicken in the gold lane.
It's gonna be won by Kabuki if he played it correctly. The mid lane though, Yeskiel and Sans. It's hard for Yeskiel to... Meanwhile, oh, watch out there. Gugun.
Stunlock. Oh, Gugun turns it around onto Kyrie. Bracer's right. Holy damage! Mortal Coil defensively from Kai. Now the flicker over Gugun though. So able to survive for a bit. Around now dealing damage back onto Onic. But Onic, they pick Gugun up. They take him down a lot. One last shot from Yeskiel from downtown to take Boots down. It's 1-for-1. Jungle for XP.
Who won that, Arashi?
I feel like it's pretty even, but I think Onic definitely has one more kill over Aura, so there's that. But look at how they're positioned. Once again, Aura has the control over the turtle, and they are level 4. So the pre-level 4 power spike is no longer at play, but look at this.
With the hard guard and the vengeance, and the damage from Yeskiel too! Both of them got melted down by Oran on the CC. Kyrie jumping forward with a Mortal Coil. Oran has a Brave's Mind, has a sustain, has the damage though. It's Kai who just decimates him, takes him out. 2-4-1, but it's traded over with a turtle as well.
Just two bros hanging out. Arashi. I mean Arashi.
Whoa.
I want to say Aran. I'm sorry, Aran and Yaoi.
Close enough.
Together, like it starts with Aran. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Does Aran and Yaoi translate to Arashi?
Aran Arashi.
Interesting. The audience prediction here, 70% for Onic by Samsung Galaxy. We'll have to see, because Aura has just instantly equalized the goal disparity. And like we mentioned, Onic has more of a issue in the early game. Aura can just try and scale and repeat their success in the previous game.
How do you counter that combo, Rashi? Just going in with a hard guard and also the CC?
And a vengeance?
Yeah. Like, I don't think there's... Well, there is enough CC, the crowd control from Onic, to be able to take care of that. We've seen that earlier. He actually eventually got taken down, but before you get the kill, you're gonna have to give up a lot of resources, a lot of HP from your team to be able to do that.
I feel like the best solution is to let Sans terrify the CC, who's like, you know, he's tanky, he moves fast, but if he's terrified, he moves in random directions. So not at your main carries. And then later on, you just need to rush some kind of healing reduction here. That's almost like top priority for Onic.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the most important item for that CC, 4X has already been secured. So more damage on already insanity damage earlier. Just locking to 2 with a hard guard. Now, another total fight for Onic versus Aura. Who's going to come out on top on this one?
I think it still favors Aura, and now they can have the chance to go with the macro play, using the Angela hard guard global presence here. No Yaoi engage, no problem. They're really showing Onic that, hey, it's not like a one-man team, you know. Yaoi doesn't have to do everything as long as we have the right composition.
Aran is doing everything right now with the help of the hard guard. Now on to everybody. He has the vengeance, so he is very, very tanky. He has a brave smash as well. Blue though, bringing him back all the way to the back. No decimate just yet from Kyrie. He's out of range. Aran is actually going to be surviving here because he's hitting onto the Eternal Guard. Boots has the flicker out, and Aura get a free turtle off of Aran and Yaoi's plays.
Oh, I mean, Aran and Yaoi had Onic, the whole Onic team on a string.
Oh, there you go. The final slash takes him down.
Very cheesy.
Not
Very
so
cheesy.
fast.
No.
Prodigy get Boots, gonna get good tower damage as well. But as you can see, I feel like Aura are very combo reliant. They're using these big ultimates whenever the neutral objective is up. If Onic can force a fight, force the issue before that happens in the hands of Keyboy, or maybe Sans even, this could be the winning condition.
A jump from Keyboy. No final slash used up here.
Not much of a gold lead from Onic. It's just swaying left and right. Pretty much equal so far. 16k, 5 minutes has allowed entering the 6 minute, but Kyrie getting away from Gugun, getting stunned up.
2-man taunt from Gugun. Immortal Coil. Like
Keyboy
earlier. Keyboy. Final Slash is ready. Jumps in, gets the Final Slash on the Kabuki as well. Forcing Purifies now. It's Gugun in the midst of it all with the appraisal. Connecting on the Zon, surviving for such a long time, dashing out.
Ain't no way.
The glue is still on him. Keyboy jumping in.
No
Gugun
way.
survives again with the healing, the impure rage, the sustain built in his kit, but also because he is him.
Sans got away with it in first game, but Gugun got away with it in second and third game, Virashi. What is this man on? Oh my god.
And with that, Onic get nothing and lose the mid turret. Arguably one of the most important turrets in the early stages of the game. 10 seconds to go before the next turtle, and Aura once again have the same strategy, all the resources available. Will Onic try and go for a trade? Are they going to try and get a pick before? We'll see if it works out.
Gugun with the jump forward onto Kyrie. Astral Echo. 3 members. Hitbox is enlarged. Gugun on the turtle. Top lane. Kabuki getting a free turret.
Look at how chill. Oh, look at that. Aran once again.
With the hard guard. Has the vengeance as well. Will decides to pop it right now as the flip split get used up to the back. Gugun. 2-man taunt on the back. Not going for the turtle just yet. Resets it. Aran still mounted by Boots. Now Boots is going to be off down. Yaoi dumped the yellow flicker over on the Blazing Duet in the final slash. We're going to back into the Blazing Duet. The damage still not going to be enough right now as Yaneskill take Boots down. Kyrie with the decimate now. Over takes Kabuki out. The turtle still secured by Aura. And it's a 1-for-1 gold lane for XP. Orlando.
Ooh.
In the bottom lane, now pinned down, dodging away from these skill shots. Sans looking to clear, but Yaoi has rotated down below. 3-man. In the bottom lane, all 3 of them revealed and forced to back away.
Oh, take a breather, Rashi. Take a breath. Just so intense. Like, back and forth, Yaskill. Okay, didn't read that one quite perfectly, but Gugun so far has done no wrong at all. Once again, securing that turtle, you know, showing off that Kyrie, I can do this retros as well.
Kyrie's also struggling right here because he is zoned out from a lot of things. And until later on, when there's some more items available, for Onic to be even able to be a real threat to the CC with a hard guard and vengeance combo, it's going to be the same pattern again and again. I mean, the fact is, Onic can only come up somewhat even in that fight by moving back and forth. And now with the Flashlight Oasis completed for the side of Aura, and the Lightning Truncheon, there's going to be a lot more ways for Aura to punish. Onic has to try and maybe bait them into a bad situation, or bait them to using their spells in less than efficient ways if they really want to try and get on top.
Whoa, a dive attempt on Boots is definitely a scary attempt. Gugun, quick stab. Kyrie caught by Kabuki in that bush just a bit, just poked down. But both of them don't want to go for a full commitment, not now.
I was going to say that this is another one of those Yaoi, you know, he's not really in his comfort zone with this Angela, but looks like, doesn't seem like it. Maybe what he needs is not just the pickoffs, but what he needs is just being aggressive. That's about it.
Being aggressive and having his teammates know how to maneuver before. I mean, right now, you're saying that it's a different playstyle, but it's still very straightforward for Aura. Wait for the neutral objective, send Aran in with everything you got, and try and pick someone off. If they don't get it, that's where Onic really starts winning out in fights, because they have a lot more ways to be annoying.
2,000 goldie for Aura. Kyrie revealed Boots as well. Chunk down now with Astro Meteor.
Oh,
Keyboy finds the head skill. The back brings him towards the team. Kyrie picks the kill up now. Aran chasing them down, using the ultimate to tie him up, but it's not enough damage to take him down just yet. Split by Boots to get him out. Kabuki walking up forward.
Oh no.
Brought back Lazy Duet now from Albert. Cancelled out instantly by Gugun, who's now chunked as well. The Flask of the Oasis doing work. Gugun getting out to safety. Trying to look for the sustain back at it again. As Aran looks for an angle to get back in, but he doesn't have the hard guard. Gugun, looking for the steal, jumps in with a taunt now. Also Kyrie, Mortal Coil is right there. The Princess run! But Keyboy gets the Lord. Albert got big bonked over in that team fight. Aura with a win?
What is this guy eating, man? What is this guy eating? That was like 1v5 or something.
He ate Albert that fight.
Against all odds. Gugun, once again, giving the Aura the flame that they need to continue on.
Gugun, man, what is this man on? It's a great performance so far. And Onic, but you're saying though, they're starting to catch up, and with the Lord in their hands, they have some macro pressure to try and make plays happen here. Or are trying to capitalize before the Lord is even in play, but they won't be able to get that the turret in the bottom side. Now with the empowered waves, Onic can try and look for something, because if they can get the jump on one of the squishier members, they have more than enough crowd control to instantly lock someone down permanently until they can take him out.
Look at that, Yaoi. Just very chill on the cross map. He knows that he can get there in time, but Rashi, that earlier, Kabuki was the one that Yaoi jumped to with the hard guard. Do you think that was a misstep? Like, should he go for Aran instead of Kabuki?
I think ideally it's going to be Aran, but Onic kind of forced the issue here by moving in the right place at the right time. That's why Aura is putting a lot of emphasis in getting, outmaneuvering Onic and getting to the objective before Onic can kind of set up a surprise. I mean, the fact that initially the fight began with Keyboy finding the amazing pickoff on Yehezkiel, followed up by the full lockdown coming in from Sans on the Vexana, that is the kind of ideal fight that Onic will require. But again, it happened once already. Yehezkiel won't be falling for that twice. And with Kabuki having the Wind of Nature,
both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be favorable for Kabuki, who does true damage, unless of course Onic once again play around the crowd control, play around their more spammable spells, and maybe try and force something before this 50 seconds is up for the Lord to spawn.
Earlier, Keyboy was able to find Yehezkiel caught lacking, to be honest, but that was a really good maneuver from Keyboy, by the way. Just knowing that Yehezkiel feels like he's safe, but he has the flicker to get him into, the danger territory of Onic. I think he should try to go look for it once more. But obviously, this one is going to be even much more tougher than before because Yehezkiel knows what Keyboy is up to.
I think Keyboy for sure will be trying to look for plays. The difficult part for Keyboy right here is that if he just looks forward and goes for a flank maybe to try and get Kabuki or Yeheskiel, that's great. But then that leaves Albert and Sans vulnerable to the dive play from Aura. So he needs to predict how both teams are gonna be playing around and moving and maneuvering, and then that's where he has to decide what he's gonna try and do. Is it gonna be a defensive Final Slash or an aggressive one?
Now the Lord comes up. I think it's pretty clear that Aura has the advantage in terms of like the far lane. He has Yaoi, they have Yaoi, and on the other side, Onic doesn't really have that, you know, dashy kind of EXP laner that can clear out the lane for him. Look at, 5-man Mirko.
5-man Astral Echo. No ambushes for Onic, even if they conceal here. That's why they're on the Lord instantly. Aura utilizing this. Meanwhile, Yaoi clearing out the wave up top, utilizing the global pressure. Conceal now from Onic as the Astral Echo has expired. But Aura are holding on to the Lord really, really well. Angela still up top, around now, dashing forward, onto the back, onto Sans. Still gonna be immobilized. Oh my god, Albert almost got taken down. Keyboy finds the steal against all odds. Kyrie is the one who gets taken down though. Boots is next on the chopping block. Around with the help of the sustain. My goodness, cannot die. Albert looking for a moment here. On Kabuki he goes with a nature by Kabuki. Keyboy now in the midst of it all, inside enemy territory, ulted down, the yo-yo dealing damage, melting him. He has the vengeance, but now a big bonk from Gugun will seal his fate. A Lord traded for 3 of the Sky Kings.
Okay, that was luck, right? That was definitely luck from Keyboy, but 2
Is it though?
I think so. Like it's Arlan. You're not supposed to deal that much damage.
Well, you have some damage. I mean, more than a Minotaur, and he was able to, I believe, steal away one of the neutral objectives earlier. But that was a great Lord for Onic. I mean, they paid the price for it. But hey, let's take a look at the replay presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Everyone just crowd controlled and I think Kyrie and Keyboy made a concentrated effort to be like, all right, dude, now, right? We go for it. And you know, hopefully they get it, and they did. It was a bit of a luck thing.
It was a gamble for sure.
For sure, but they did it. And now with the waves pushing for them, they have a bit more room to breathe, more time to try and catch up. And I think that's really bad for Aura. They really want to try and get like a snowball situation coming in. Now it's no longer the case.
Could have been really bad for Onic if Keyboy didn't get that one, especially when they're down 3 man. It's pretty much inshallah and go for it. Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty correct right there. I think for now, the fact that there's a Wind of Nature, Knight's of Durance, and a fleeting time in the hands of Yaoi means that the team fighting situation for Onic is going to be that much more difficult. Because Boots has the Oracle and even the Clyde armor. He's trying to be sustainable enough to stay in the front and make some space available for Sans and Albert. But he's just really paying the price for it, and sometimes it just seems like he's a bit too squishy. He needs a bit more resources, especially when he's 2,500 gold behind Aran.
Now we're getting to a point in the game where all of the members should be getting their power spike, right?
Yep.
Towards the later stage. It's a carry and a Novaria against the Claude and a Vexana in the carry department. So, scaling-wise, who wins?
Ooh. That's a very tough question, actually. I feel like when it comes to the gold laners, it's pretty even. In a way, technically, it favors carry because you can shred more, you do true damage as well. But the Claude provides AoE, right? So that's where you pick and choose which one's better. The same thing can be said for the mid lane. If you wanna, for the mages, if you want to get good poke damage and good intelligence, then of course the Novaria is great. And you can even in the late game, you can do more damage to the retreat if you have enough distance on the Astral Recall. But the crowd control that the Vexana can bring to the table and the extra body to take damage in the fight, team fight-wise, it has to be the Vexana, man.
Interesting that Boots didn't go for that. It shows you how disciplined Onic was, but could have been like a forced flicker towards Yeheskiel if Boots was going for that combo. But right now he's spotted up. The whole team's spotted up by Aura.
Keep in mind the Lord does more damage now, so you can't really just tank it as long as you used to.
Oh my god!
Orlando, you better watch your stat, man. It will not go unpunished. Fortunately for Aura though, Kabuki does have the Purify. That's a big advantage they have in staying power compared to Albert, who has that sprint. We'll see if that becomes a big factor. As the Lord resets again, the wave is still pretty much... It's favoring Aura for sure in the bottom side.
Oh, the far lane for sure. Yeah, Heskill picked off by a final slash flicker instantly with an eternal guard. And now Aura are the ones on the back foot. It's the Sky Kings who strike first in this Lord fight. Gugun walks up onto Boots, hard guard ready. Gugun gonna be melted down by Sans. The burst damage, V1 on the back line. Around, jumping forward. Albert very, very low. Pops in the blaze into it. Final slash to peel him away. But Albert has immortality, buys it just in time. Around still walking back again with the split onto Albert. 1 HP again. Albert still able to outplay Kabuki. One last shot is all he needs, but he gets thrown away. Around in the midst of it all finds Albert, but is it worth it? They've delayed the Lord. They've gotten Kyrie low. 3 for 1.
I don't know. This might be the chance for Onic to retaliate. Kyrie is very, very low. Kabuki, do you want to go for it? This is a Hail Mary play if he goes for it, but the risk is very great.
They have the hard guard too. It's 2v4. Kabuki trying to melt them down. Now the final splash and the split also onto him. Slam, pass.
That's it.
Coming down.
That's it.
That's another shot
God.
over. Kyrie's one. He still gets out. Yeah, Hesky with a flicker forward, finding the Astral Meteor onto Kyrie, taking him down. But the Lord still went through. So Onic, one shot, just barely out of range. Keyboy gives him a thumbs up. And Aura now need to defend against an evolved Lord.
Almost gave me a heart stack. That was almost a steal, Arashi.
Both teams just winning out in these fights by the slightest of margins, and they are not afraid to keep staying in the pocket and fighting. Keyboy!
Keyboy walks up. Gugun is in front now with the taunt. The lockdown. Keyboy final slash, but he's gonna get shredded down by Yehezkiel and Kabuki. The hard guard still ready. Yaoi's patience. Oh, if that was me, I think I would have popped the hard guard, man. Gee, the calculations.
That's unfortunate for Onic, man. They're trying to make a tempo play and surprise Aura, but it just didn't work out. 30 seconds without Keyboy, without their main engagement tool as Albert gets chunked out.
For the first time in a long time, Onic are shaking in their base. Kabuki gets chunked. That's the respect you need to give to Onic still. Even though they are behind, they've got the damage, they've got the tools. We are back to even on the gold lead, folks.
That was a 4v5 for Onic. That was a 4v5, and Aura was managed to get something out of it. Was, you know, managed to delay the Lord, managed to get the Lord, you know, pretty much non-existent with Kabuki bursting it down. And how, like, what's the plan here for Onic? I don't think it's gonna work 3 times. Yehezkiel not gonna be caught lacking once again, or maybe he will.
3rd time's the charm. We'll see if that works. I believe this bottom wave is still empowered, so it's still pushing down as Yehezkiel clears it. But as you mentioned, Mirko, the goal difference is getting less and less relevant at 20 minutes. Looking at the damage dealt, Kabuki and Yehezkiel all the way with Aran. Look at the damage as Sans, who might be out of the fight, forced to use Eternal Guard.
Defensive Eternal Guard, defensive split from Boots. He's able to run away with the split. And Onic disengaged. There are no objectives on the map to fight for now, so both teams are against the full commitment.
The discipline though from Aura, they could have went for it, but they knew that something is up. Onic was setting up that bush near the orange buff area. That's why they didn't commit.
Yes, at least be careful, man. Really.
He bought the immortality though.
Right.
Well,
that's something.
He does have the immortality, but if he gets picked off, caught in the open, even with the immortality, he's going to get taken out twice. He's very squishy at this point in the game, and you're seeing the damage potential coming out of Sans. You don't usually see the Vexana get a chance to just go pure damage, but Kabuki only has countermeasures for physical damage. He's expecting Boots and Keyboy, Kyrie, and Albert, but if Sans can get his hands on him, he can almost get a one-shot.
22 minutes so far, 12-9, 3-kill lead for Aura. 1.2k gold lead, much less relevant, and Keyboy actually secured the 100 strike. I think you want to go for Yehezkiel or Kabuki in the next team fight. Let's see though. Let's get something out of it. Kabuki getting CC by Kyrie. Oh my god, that's huge, that's huge.
That's massive.
He has to recall.
Sans is super low, pops in that regen, but like you said, recall is inevitable. Aran, chunk to half HP, has the regen too. Sans did not decide to recall. Oh my, Albert dealing a lot of damage over to Aran. Now it might be Aran who has to hold out just a bit. He buys the immortality, gets the healing from the Angela. goes back to the minions with the Brave Smite to sustain, and both teams disengage and reset.
Oh man.
From the Lord.
I can't with this, Rashi. I cannot.
I mean, the tension is just building up more and more. And keep in mind, with the turret in the mid lane still available, Aura can just play this a lot slower than Onic can. But with the Angela pushing, Onic will be forced to make a play sooner or later, and they know it.
On over. Evo conceal. Aran all alone. Albert chasing. Vengeance going to be used up right now as that's Aran without the hard guard jumping in forward. Yaoi buys Twitter Truncheon. Goku is in the midst of it all. Everybody's going to be isolated. His boots get shredded down. No immortality right now. Does he buy and sell? Oh, Winter Truncheon. No, he does not. Kabuki gets him down.
The chase become the chaser. Aran turning the game around at that time. It's just Uno with first card. You thought you were chasing me? No, I am chasing you, bro.
That combo is just so difficult to deal with, man. Aran and Yaoi just making it happen for his team. The fact that everyone else is just relatively independent as well from the need of the Angela backup or the CC backup means that they can just do whatever they need a lot better than Onic that needs to play off each other. And finally now we get a Lord for Aura. Can they use it to end? Will they arrange the minion waves to crash at the same time, or will they go for a fight first?
Oh, that's a good shot from Yehezkiel. Eternal Guard over to Aran. No vengeance just yet, but he does have the immortality. The Lord now spawning in the land of Dawn. How do they take this? How do they execute the Lord push?
I feel like they gotta really just wait for the right moment. They have a lot more siege potential, but the issue is that their marksman is just so short range, they can't really effectively siege the base turrets without taking any real risk. So now they're going for a split kind of strategy. They've gotten one base turret for free, two, possibly three right here. I think they're going to go for the third one for sure.
They need to defend this Lord though. Minion waves coming in the mid lane still, but the cannon minion was not cleared up just yet in the mid lane. It's going to actually delay the mid lane from approaching this turret for quite a while. Harry getting chunked, and the Lord, my god, dealing so much damage. Harry forced back to his own base. Another shot over to the midst of Onic. Aran poking him down from the side. No siege, like you said. Short range on Kabuki. Finally gets an opportunity to go for it. Aran caught in the final slash. Pops into Vengeance. Onic back down! Oh, that's a shot from Yehezkiel to take Kyrie down. Albert, Battle Mirror Image. Looking for an opportunity, but Aura, now without Kyrie, it's a 4v5.
Look at that, Winter Truncheons. Everything has been spot. Kabuki, Athena, Gugun, Anti-Karas, they're preparing for the final push. They have the hard guard. What are they gonna do about it?
Over to Albert. Aran is actually pinching him down. Albert's gonna get knocked down. Yehezkiel threads the needle. It's a final sack to the back right now, but Kabuki is still in there in the team fight, spacing perfectly. Boots is down. Kabuki is unstoppable. Sans gets shot. He buys the immortality. Keyboy fighting for his life in this match. The dragons fly high, they burn the Sky Kings down! They tear the reign of Onic in MPL Indonesia!
The sky is red, and the unconquered is no more! Finally, the first ever loss of Onic! What a series! What a match! From the flaming hot Aura!
The dragons take flight! And unfortunately for Onic, the sky ain't big enough for both of us.
What the hell? What a match! Seriously, I am just out of words. It is insanity what they're doing right now in this game. Yap is also going back, by the way. Like, this is the first, I believe, Yap is back. And they're beating Onic with Yap on the helmet as well. The potential that this team has after the addition of Gugun and Yaoi is off the charts.
I think it's safe to say Yehezkiel, despite being picked off twice, maybe thrice, considering the first game as well, he redeemed himself. Those two shots in the end to get Albert and another. And Kyrie, those two kills in the end.
Albert and Kyrie, man. Both big names, but it doesn't matter. To Yehezkiel, they're only targets.
What led up to that final shot towards Albert, by the way? Is it Albert or Kyrie? I forgot, but the strings from Aran just stops
Albert or like stops Onyx player on that place. You can see the reaction from the fans. Very elated. This is definitely something that they didn't really expect, to be honest.
What a moment. For everyone to just doubt your team like that and for them to prove themselves against the best of the best. The undisputed, the reigning.
We're gonna see what's happening with Aura with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Bertanya, gimana rasanya memecahkan telur dari Onic?
Kayak lawan raja terakhir sih Bude, jadi senang.
Melawan raja terakhir, iya Onic. Yang kita tahu betapa kuatnya mereka dan sekarang kalian, mungkin di season lalu kalian juga melakukan hal yang sama ketika Aran debut. Lalu lawan Onic kalian bisa menangin lawan Onic juga dan kalian kamu buktiin lagi Aran.
Ya, pasti.
Coba formulanya bisa dikasih tahu nggak sih ke kita-kita yang penasaran ini Onic nggak bisa dikalahin nih. Apakah kalian udah punya formulanya?
Yang penting kalau Onic itu mental aja sih Bude, jadi kayak jangan kebawa nama aja. Jadi kita main kayak biasa aja, jadi aman.
Mental nomor 1. Gimana itu caranya mental biar strong?
Saling nyemangatin aja satu sama lain.
Contoh-contoh coba contoh. Nyemangatin siapa?
Semangat ya Gun.
Udah. Cukup.
Udah gitu aja.
Kayaknya tim lain nanti bakal ya, oke semangat ya. Kayak gitu aja.
Iya gitu aja.
Dan memang tadi Gugun harus semangat banget sih. Melawan objektif dengan tim Onic Gugun. Bagaimana beratnya atau bisa dikasih tahu nggak sih?
Oke aja Bude.
Hoki serius, berkali-kali kamu berhasil selamat dari kejaran tim Onic. Lalu juga tadi gimana objektifnya? Tapi kamu berhasil ngedapetin beberapa loh dan banyak banget.
Oke aja, dipencet aja.
Ini rahasia atau gimana nih ngomongnya hoki ya?
Oke.
Aduh hoki,
Iya,
memperbesar hoki gimana tuh?
sholat, Jumat.
Oke, baik. Kalau udah gitu, Gugun kamu udah menjadi Rookie of the Week 2 kali. Kamu masih ingin menyabet gelar itu terus sepertinya ya?
Masih, gas terus.
Masih gas terus?
Gas terus.
Gas terus. Dan dia benar-benar ngebuktiin pula di game dan di match kali ini. Untuk Gugun sendiri, apa tantangan terbesar tadi untuk match hari ini?
Mungkin mental ya, harus jaga mental. Itu doang sih.
Dan kalau boleh kita ingat, tadi kayaknya kamu nggak cuma berhadapan dengan Kairi, adu objektif. Ada Keyboy.
Keyboy, GG Red Keyboy. Iya.
Bagaimana kamu melihat itu?
GG.
GG. Kaget nggak sih?
Kaget 2 kali.
2 kali di game 3. Ada Keyboy dan juga Kairi yang lagi nonton kamu. Mungkin kamu mau nyalakan sesuatu?
GG Bang.
GG Bang.
Iya.
Sesimpel itu ya kamu ya. Sesimpel itu. Namun ada yang menarik pula. Kita melihat Yawi yang semua orang ekspektasi. Yawi everybody will say that, okay, Yawi will play aggressive heroes, aggressive gameplay. But you play Angela? What a shock. Kita semua kaget di belakang dan wow, Yawi dengan Angelanya. Apakah itu salah satu cara untukmu membuat game ini menjadi milik kalian?
Karena tim gua mau Angela, itu pede aja.
Timnya butuh Angela, the teams want Angela, and he just do it. Dan mungkin semua orang juga kayak, Yawi, siapa yang paling kamu ingin lindungi tuh tadi di game tadi? Who you want to protect or is there anybody who said, Yawi, come to me. Pada ribut gak tuh minta dilindungin?
Semua karena aku cinta semua.
Semuanya ingin dilindungi dengan Angela yang Yawi pakai. But in this match, finally you fight against Keyboy in MPL ID. Is this beyond your expectation or is this just met your expectation? Apakah ini sesuai dengan ekspektasinya atau lebih atau bagaimana berhadapan dengan Keyboy?
Gua senang karena gua bisa menang sama Keyboy sama Onic karena dulu gua kalah di MSC.
Akhirnya Yawi senang ya dengan bisa membalaskan terakhir kekalahannya pas di MSC melawan Keyboy. But is there any difference in you compared you in MSC and now?
Gue pikir MSC international tapi di sini MPL and sebelum masih belum playoff, so masih long way.
Masih panjang. Jadi itu MSC kali aja. Tapi kalau di MPL ini adalah perjalanan yang panjang untuk kemenangan hari ini. Aran, say something.
Biasanya kalau di game itu kalau udah lawan raja terakhir itu tinggal beres-beres aja Bude. Jadi siap-siap aja yang besok lawan Aura gue beresin.
Wow, siap-siap diberes-beresin. Bigetron dong. Bigetron.
Ya semuanya.
Semuanya, siapkah kalian untuk dibereskan oleh tim Aura? Dan Aura membereskan game ini. Dan match ini dengan 2-1. Seperti apa game ketiga beres-beres dari tim Aura? Silakan caster.
Okay. Onic strike first, but Aran and Aura said night. Go to sleep, Onic.
Bro. Wow.
Yeah. That's what confidence gave you, right? Confidence is contagious. When one guy is, very, very confident to the point of kind of delusional as well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to the other members.
It's great to see, man, that Aran is finally back to what made him special in Season 12 on the damage dealers. The Benedetta Paquito completely respected Ruby earlier, and then the CC to end it off. Just well played to Aran, the once player who was basically like trash talked by everyone. Everybody was talking about him just going for minions. Everybody was talking about him just being 1 week prime. But enough about Aran. Let's talk about the MVP, the player of the match, Arashi.
It's your boy, Yehezkiel! With the Novaria plays in 2 of the games they won. It's almost like if you look at the bans, right? Onic was banning the Benedetta and Paquito constantly, every single time. And that just opened up so many opportunities for Aura to pick up the other prio heroes that they have. So now the fact that they are no longer one-dimensional, the fact that you have to be worried about Yaoi, about Gugun even. There's so many things that could be considered about that some of these picks just slip through. And the Novaria is definitely a sneaker, right? You didn't expect it to be this crazy pick that will win you the games, but Yehezkiel just made it work. And as Shevin mentioned, even when he gets caught 1 or 2 times, it doesn't matter. Like Mika said, he paid it in the end with the final 2 shots that really made or broke the game for Aura. And this is a big challenge. They've been able to, quote-unquote, outdraft Onic of all teams. And they've been able to out-execute Onic despite the fact that they have a new roster with still so much to improve in terms of synergy. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Presented by official gold partner UBS Gold. Trust in gold and trust in Aran and Yaoi, man, because the whole story is about them just going in 1v5 again and again.
So what do you do about it? Especially the early game. I mean, that's something you can do, but this was Gugun's Lord. I don't know why. Yeah.
Keyboy,
what?
Yeah, Keyboy somehow stole it.
So Keyboy got like 3 lords in this match?
Yeah, dude. Again, this is the other one. It's almost like Yehezkiel made a pact with the devil, right? I will die twice. I will get picked off twice. But I need 2 shots. 2 important shots in the late stage to end the game.
This play though, Kabuki just betting everything with Yaoi. Shout out to him. Able to delay something and finally, oh my god, that was
super close.
That could have been like
there though. He made the play. Got highly. But here, whenever the fight, it's just a straight 4v5, 5v5 front to back. So you can see, I mean, the front line difference, right? For Onic, Boots, or Keyboy, or Kyrie, they all just get melted, and the same can't be said for Aran
here. Look at that on a string. Can't really get away. Even like the panic Wind of Nature doesn't really get you anywhere against Yehezkiel's snipe. It's just incredible. The enabler and also the enable Yehezkiel.
And remember, before this, Aura were on their way to reset completely, and then Yehezkiel got a shot on Kyrie. That killed Kyrie, the 4v5 that enabled them to go for the final push.
Calm and chill in the midst of all the pressure against one of the best teams. They still find a way. They still recognize all their advantages. Take a look at the emblems, man. Boots and I believe Sans were going full utility. They're trying their best to just roam around, be relevant all across the map. But they just can't match the same kind of pressure that the CC, the Fredrin, the Varia will bring. Especially the Angela. I already said before the game even begun, like pre-level 4, Onic needs to try and be as active as possible. When that didn't happen, it just looked like it went downhill right away from there. Look at the items even. Around on the CC went with a lot of damage actually, even the Hunter Strike there. And again, that's just what the Angela pick allows you to do. if the shoe was on the other foot and the Angela was in the hands of Onic, I think Boots or Kyrie can be a lot more aggressive as well, but that's just the way the Angela pick works.
Yeah, I think the glue pick didn't work out as well as Onic thought. 0-6-7, and it's pretty much a target throughout the match. Does really give you a lot of utility, and once you get to Aran with those grab, like Aran still survives somehow with the Vengeance and also the healing from Angela, from Yaoi. Now at that point, like, what's the use of glue, I guess?
Well, he was able to actually be such a big distraction, getting on the grab to one of the Cryo heroes, and then like was essentially wasting a lot of time, just pulling people around with a slam pass again and again. But in the end of the day, he can get carried so far away from his team, and his team has no way of backing him up. So I think individually the picks aren't bad, but when it comes to the whole 5-man synergy, ironically, Aura has them beat in that department.
I think one of the reasons why Onic was able to get taken down is like they have a lot of damage, they have a good synergy, but there's no, I guess, oomph. There's no executor from that side. But Kyrie, it's supposed to be the executor, but it's kind of awkward, right? Mortis doesn't really have that much movement speed, and once you get slowed down by those Ice Queen 1 or maybe you get CC'd by Gugun, it's kind of awkward.
Very, very awkward. And I think we can take a look at Albert's kill participation here, 33%. He was farming for the most part, but once he got those item power spikes, we just did not see him a lot in these team fights. And that's what we expect to see from a Claude mid to late, right? Kabuki was participating more in these team fights, despite him being a backline member and Aura going in diving usually. So it's very strange to see that, you know, the Claude has 33% KP here, even though it's a 26-minute game.
And it's funny to say that Kibo has the highest amount of Lord kills, too, compared to the one from both. Oh, go the moment here.
Oke. Guys, gua ulti tiba-tiba na. Press terus ya mid yuk. Ayo gas gold itu. Gas gua bisa ulti flicker ya. Gas tower guys, target tower guys. Ya tower. Tapi masih bisa guys. Pecahin Gun. Gas ya target guys. Oke. Gas guys ulti gua TP. Nice boy. Bisa cover. Teman. No break. Gas. Gua tahan. Nice boy. Masih ada lord. Nice pelan-pelan. Gas mid.
They're just in unison, man. And the shot caller is the Filipino speaking Indonesian.
We saw the VT before.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Kabuki was saying that early on, they were struggling because they were all trying to speak English with Yaoi. And then in the end, the coach said, nah, Yaoi, you study Indo, you learn Indo. And my God, he did.
He passed with flying colors.
Bro, if he actually took an Indonesian test, I think he would do pretty well.
He's pretty fluent.
Yeah.
I mean, even during the interview earlier, he was being asked questions in English, and he's like, Indonesian. Like, whoa, what?
I didn't ask for this. Speak with me with Indonesian. Bude Clara. Yeah, what a match. And finally, Onic gets their first L in the season. No longer the Invincibles, like the Unconquered that we thought Onic would be. And it looks like the Kryptonite is Aura.
They were also kind of the Kryptonite last season when Aran joined, if you remember, the 1 week prime when they beat Bigatron and then Onic.
So don't forget to check out our Indomart Click booth. Retri discount 15k rupiah. Use this code and also taste the damage on the discount. Belanja di MPL. Of course, terms and service applied in bit.ly/clicksmpl.
Wow, that's a pretty complete selection, man. Indomart definitely has you covered. If you do make your way to the MPL arena, it's a good time. And if you were here during that match, it was great. I mean,
it was packed.
Onic fans, Aura fans, you already know it's about to be.
Yeah, and don't
whatever
forget,
that was.
These guys, most of these guys are fasting. They're low on energy, but they still have the energy to support the team.
You're fasting,
and I still have the energy to cast because like the game is just so good. Oh man! But you know what else is good? Mirko, Rashi? It's our event in MPL Arena here. It's the selfie hashtag MPL Self 13. So it's kind of a pun. Yeah.
But IE 13.
So during the first week, there's a TikTok challenge and you have a chance to win a free Samsung phone. Like, oh my God. Wow. Hundreds of skins. Everything.
There's so many rewards for you guys just for taking a selfie and then utilizing the hashtag MPL selfie. If you take a look below, hundreds of skins, a Samsung phone, and 13,000 diamonds. But for all you stars out there, if you want to go all out as a star, you need to join our event, the All-Star event. That is better than great. I just used the M5 tagline for this. The lineup for the All-Star Rave live stream. Yes, it's a live stream. Just to make it more of a point that it's actually live, because it's a live stream. And it's out already, bro. Sparkle. You see my favorite hero, Melissa?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey now, you're all-star.
Yeah, there's a lot of rewards waiting at you in the game, especially that free skin, I believe, in this event. And this, I've been waiting for this because this is a yearly event, right? This all-star theme or like all-star event.
You've been waiting for a while, and there are 3 skins. Melissa.
Last year was great. This
Estes,
one's gonna be better.
And what's the other one? Dang.
I kind of forgot. Is it Sicilian? No.
No.
No, it's not Sicilian.
No. You know what it is? Together, You and Me. That's set 2. Set 3, Sync Up Now. And the final set, Night of Rhythm. Invite your friends to team up, enjoy the beats together. Watching the live stream also gives you a chance to win in-game rewards worth 899 diamonds.
It's pretty much an epic skin.
900.
Yep.
Pretty much.
And even more. Look at this. Oh!
Who is
we
it?
have Bagi THR. What is THR?
THR is
Explain.
Some kind of
Tunjangan Hari Raya.
bonus, I guess. Yeah,
Yes.
bonus that you get in
For Raya, Hari
in the
Raya.
late part of Ramadan or like after Ramadan. So we're gonna get it. I'm gonna get it from Mirko and Rashi, and I'm not gonna.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah.
We're not your employers, Chefin.
Oh yeah. This,
come on.
This event 11 March to 7th of April 2024. So what are you waiting for? Join us on our event MLBB Bagi THR.
Melissa, SS, and Fredrin, I believe.
Oh! Wait, is it Fredrin?
I believe so.
There you go. So Fredrin getting a skin again. Much love to Fredrin, huh?
Because I remember being like, they have pretty good skins already. What's going on here?
Melissa's skin is really good.
Is it?
That's bias, bro.
The one that really
That is
caught me off guard
bias.
is like the Esmeralda. Like I see the portrait, but I didn't know that it was Esmeralda. Like, can you guess it's Esmeralda?
Wait, that's Esmeralda? I thought that was Guinevere, bro.
It's Esmeralda.
Wait, what?
Seriously.
Well, the more you know.
Yeah. You can check it out at our event. Fredrin again, Melissa, and Estes.
Which is your favorite? Because my favorite, with no bias whatsoever, I don't play the hero even, Melissa.
I don't play any of them, but I want to get the Estes. Because this is a...
Why not Melissa?
A very iconic
Why
hero.
not Melissa?
No. Because I know Sim.
Whoa.
What are you trying to say?
What are you trying to say?
I like guys. Nah.
Whoa.
Wait,
whoa,
all right.
whoa.
What? Okay.
We need a break. We need a time out. Time out. We need a break.
I think we have to break our fast first. I'm getting a bit sidetracked here, but we're gonna be back with Dewa United versus Evos Glory after this break. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere in MPL ID Season 13.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G.
bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top muda di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja wishlist di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapper.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing. Your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax. relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No, it's a decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
over here, Ender.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41!
Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu warrior manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Muda di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing. Your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't
like red team's trying to catch Chip alone up top. But he just calmly got his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord. But it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals. Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground! Portal's up! Surprise! Brody gets deleted! Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Satu Scalar gadget doing dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Logan gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Lagi nakadaan sa tubuhan yung weapon ni manipulasi membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip his fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, boom!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh.
Sudah mengikuti semuanya, ini saatnya kita akan memberikan hadiahnya. Dan pemenangnya adalah Ahmad Zuriansyah. Congratulations Ahmad. Dan Ahmad sudah bergabung bersama kita di sini. Mana nih Ahmadnya? Ahmad dapat hadiah loh, Mat. Asik. Ahmad, congratulations.
Iya Bude,
Kamu bikin apa sih?
bikin vlog aja, vlog dari rumah sampai sini. Terus di akhir kontennya ada selfie sama playernya juga.
Selfie sama siapa tuh kalau boleh tahu?
Itu sih pas lagi match aja, aku dari situ selfie-nya.
Wow, dan kamu akan ngedapetin smartphone. Dan akan ada hadiah Samsung Galaxy A series yang akan diberikan oleh satu player yang kamu pilih. Kamu bisa memilih siapapun untuk memberikan hadiahnya. Siapa yang ingin kamu pilih?
Kuat Bude.
What? Dari Dewa United. Awat, kasih hadiah dong. Oke, kita kasih Awat untuk kamu. Bukan Awatnya ya, tapi Awat akan memberikan hadiah langsung. Ada Awat, ada Ahmad. Ini dia menang selfie challenge. Silakan dikasih hadiahnya.
Terima kasih.
Congratulations-nya dong, Wat.
Selamat ya Mas.
Selamat
Iya.
ya. Selamat ya. Tapi ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat Awat?
Keren sih. Dari aku nonton MPL dari season 1 terus ngelihat buat sampai season sekarang.
Sampai
Main keren.
Keren. Dia adore Awat dari season 1. Berarti ngelihat kamu pada masa itu, Awat.
Ya, makasih sih udah ngelihat aku dari awal ya. Kan gak expect juga kan kita tim dari yang gak dipandang lah dulu.
Wow, sudah dari season 1 dan tadi sih bisik-bisik kamu mau sesuatu juga ya? Kepengin mengabadikan momen kah?
Iya Bude, pengen selfie.
Nah karena HP-nya tuh masih grass baru buat dia, Bude akan pinjemin HP Bude, smartphone Bude untuk kamu selfie, silahkan nih.
Bude pinjem
Boleh ya Wat ya? Iya boleh silahkan. Yuk selfie.
Ada mana ya? Ada pesan aja.
Yeay, 1, 2, 3, cekrek. Enaknya, dapat handphone, dapat selfie sama Awat. Boleh kembaliin ya, nanti boleh kirim, tenang. Mau tos mungkin? Tos untuk penutupan. Yeay, congratulations sekali lagi. Dan inilah dia pemenang dari Selfie Challenge.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Match pembukaan sudah membuat kita dakdikdukser. Ada yang pecah telur. Onic sayangnya harus kalah di match mereka hari ini. Dan mereka sudah nggak win streak lagi. Dan Aura rupanya berhasil membakar sang landak. Begitu luar biasa match pembukaan kita. Namun kita akan beranjak ke match kedua setelah ini. Namun Bude juga ingin mengucapkan selamat berbuka buat kalian yang menunaikan ibadah puasa. Sebelum kita membuka matchnya, Bude akan ngobrol-ngobrol juga nih dengan salah satu orang yang bisa ngasih kita insight banyak sekali tentang match kali ini dan tentang timnya. Jadi kita akan undang satu nama yang menarik. Mari kita panggil bersama-sama inilah dia, Bang Ade. Wah, sebagai analis juga dari season berapa, kangen banget rupanya ya kita sama Bang Ade atau yang terkenal dengan Hyde juga. Sekarang Bang Ade ya, lebih ya?
Iya boleh Bang Ade.
Bang Ade. Bang Ade.
Ya Bude.
Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Hari ini spesial datang ke MPL Arena nih.
Spesial banget, pengen banget ngeliat Dewa juga kan, ada Ilyas temen saya dulu. Terus sekarang ada Evos juga, ada Caleb, Textam, orang-orang lama yang dulu pernah satu tim. Jadi pengen banget datang langsung sih, ngeliat langsung. Langsung
melihat seperti apa mereka ya. Namun Bude penasaran nih, untuk hari ini sendiri ya, kan udah spesial datang. Ngelihat MPL gimana sih sejauh ini MPL season 13?
Wah beda banget sih sama zaman saya terakhir Bude pas di season 8. Sekarang udah kayak lebih bagus banget gitu, tempatnya juga udah lebih rapi, lebih proper. Terus juga ya udah banyak yang berubah, udah lebih bagus.
Kalau tim-timnya?
Wah timnya juga makin bersaing, makin kayak nggak apa ya. Kalau dulu kan biasanya kan yang lihat kan kayak lihat Onic, lihat RRQ, lihat Evos. Sekarang kan udah banyak tim-tim juga kan yang udah berkembang. Jadinya makin seru aja buat ditonton.
Nah dan apalagi mungkin kita bisa ngebahas Evos yang sekarang jadi Glory. Evos Glory. Bagaimana melihat Evos yang sekarang setelah mungkin kan berseason-season bersama mereka?
Waduh gimana ya Bude ngelihatnya ya. Bagus sih sebenarnya bagus. Cuma mungkin mereka kayak ada beberapa step yang mungkin miss aja di dalam game mungkin. Masalah mungkin gak tahu sih, mungkin mentalnya tuh belum siap atau gimana, kurang tahu sih saya.
Dari performa mereka minggu pertama, minggu kedua dan sekarang memasuki minggu ketiga, masih ada harapan gak sih?
Harapan pasti selalu ada ya Bude, cuma memang chance semakin sedikit karena mereka kan udah kalah beberapa kali kan. Jadi pasti biasanya mereka tuh kalau udah kalah kayak gini tuh ya memang yang diperluin buat siap tuh mentalnya aja Bude. Karena kan pasti kan mereka udah scrim, udah setiap minggu kan mereka latihan. Setiap hari dan pastinya udah siap kan. Cuma yang balik lagi kalau udah di atas stage ya 50-50.
Oke, persiapan udah. Tapi mereka sekarang merombak besar-besaran.
Nah,
gimana tanggapannya nih dengan rombakan yang wow ini bukan ngerombak lagi kayaknya ya.
Ya udah kayak udah 3 dinaikin ya. Apa 4 mungkin bisa dinaikin. Tapi saya kurang tahu sih siapa yang bakal main Bude hari ini.
Ya tapi dengan perubahan seperti itu apakah itu jawaban untuk Evos?
Dibilang jawaban mungkin salah satu opsinya mereka ya kan nggak ada lagi kan yang bisa dicoba. Mungkin kalau kemarin udah mencoba ganti hero, ganti gameplay, ya mungkin sekarang ganti playernya kali mungkin Bude. Kan bisa kalau bisa ganti player kan bisa ganti strategi biasanya.
Ganti strategi. Nah kalau udah ganti strategi bakal seperti apa match hari ini untuk mereka? Apalagi tadi juga ada temennya di Dewa, ada juga di Evos. Berarti udah bisa melihat seperti apa nih kira-kira jalannya permainannya.
Ya semoga aja matchnya seru buat ditonton gitu kan. Karena mereka juga ada orang-orang baru kan, player-player baru di Evos juga kan. Ya ada juga kan Valdo juga kan di situ ada naik dia dari teman lama saya dulu dia di MDL, sekarang udah di MPL.
Ketemu sama Wat Siji sekarang.
Ya orang-orang lama yang masih ada di MPL tuh keren banget sih Budi. Mereka bisa konsisten terus ada di panggung MPL tuh keren banget.
Jadi bakal rame dan seru ya, apalagi kita nggak tahu siapa yang akan main nih dari Evos.
Iya.
Dan kalau ngebahas tentang Evos pastinya kita ngelihat mungkin besok juga ini bakal jadi hari yang sangat besar karena ada Derby Classic. Derby Classic tuh kayak gimana ya, historinya tuh panjang sekali. Mereka up and down, bisa lagi rebutan atas, sekarang lagi struggling di bawah. Gimana ini ngelihat Derby Classic? Dari zaman dulu sampai sekarang kok bisa fluktuatif gitu ya?
Ya begitu Bu, mengikuti perkembangan yang ada di setiap season aja kan. Setiap season kan biasanya udah yang paling kuatnya kan season berapa, misal season 4, Evos lagi naik-naiknya, terus selanjutnya misalnya ada tim lain juga. ya intinya setiap season pasti ada apa ya, ada garisnya di mana oh tim ini yang paling kuat ya. Sekarang mungkin di season ini mereka lagi ya kebetulan aja lagi ada di bawah kan. Biasanya kan mereka selalu saingan di atas gitu kan. Bos, RRQ selalu saingan. Cuma sekarang ya mungkin saingan di bawah kayaknya Bude sekarang.
Aduh, ini menarik ya. Namun untuk match kali ini, satu prediksi boleh? Prediksi?
Waduh yang main nggak tahu nih. Saya 2-0 Dewa deh.
2-0 Dewa. Wow, shocking. Rupanya mantan analisnya menjawab 2-0 untuk Dewa. Akankah itu terbukti atau tidak? Kita akan langsung cek bersama-sama. Kita akan buktikan di Land of Dawn. Terima kasih sekali. Silahkan kembali ke tempatnya. Dan hari ini kedatangan Mas Ade bahagia sekali. Namun lebih bahagianya karena dukungan kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena. Dan juga yang ada di rumah serta para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Gamesmax, Telkomsel, dan juga...
The legend now is looking to turn holy to glory. Evos, the lowest of the low that have been so far in this franchise. And they're looking to make a drastic change. Of course, the opponent is no slouch either. Dewa United coming in with Storm. They're the Storm that is approaching. And they're ready to rumble against the White Tigers. It's Evos Glory versus Dewa United.
Evos Glory are looking to change everything with their roster lineup because if you guys didn't know, they have swapped their entire lineup, bringing in, like Sheffin just mentioned, their Evos Holy roster up to MPL.
But before we discuss even further, MPL Indonesia Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, our partner in esports Dunia Games, Gamesmax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our supplier in the Modern Point Coffee, Neo OLED Super Smart TV Plus Saturdays, and also government partner mlbb SE, Rashi. So this team, there has been a lot of history of this team making, from the outside perspective, bad decisions, very reactionary. Do you think this time around, this drastic of a change is reasonable? I'm not saying is it gonna be good or not, but is it reasonable to make this change?
If the word you're using is reasonable, I feel like I tend to disagree with that because, man, it's a very drastic change out of nowhere, right? Without any clear reason. It's not like, oh, the performance has been like night and day, so it's like a no-brainer. So I feel like it's not as good. But the fact that they brought the whole roster, I feel like that's in a way better than just picking up one or two people.
Okay. So there's some silver lining here, but we're gonna check the standings. There is a someone's happy here. Someone is balling their fist. What's happening right now, bruv?
Nothing. You know, it's very sad for Onic to go down, Gani. But also, Etern Alpha back to #1 right now. Match point 5-3-1-7-2. Game win lose. Then we have Alter Ego, Aura, but mainly our focus is 5th place and 9th place. If they will win this, they will be going to... I mean, it depends if they win 2-0 or 2-1, but if they win 2-0, they might actually take 2nd place away. Ooh, Onic and Alter Ego.
For sure. But obviously, for this was Aura versus Onic 2-1. If you haven't watched that game already, you're missing out. You might want to watch it later in the VOD. But this game, man, Evos, I gotta be honest with you, I'm a bit sad.
Oh, why?
Well, it is like this is I wouldn't say a fall from grace, but this is like the lowest point of the franchise in MLBB, and they were once the world champion M1.
Yeah, right.
They are the pioneer of world champion.
The worst start for Evos since season 1. 4 losses in a row, Rashi.
Oof. Definitely a tough challenge to climb back from, but that is why I guess they were going for this drastic measure, because they are in desperate times. And to make things more interesting though, actually for Dewa and Evos, there's a bit of history involved right here. Both age-old teams, but fielding age-old players. 2 MPL Season 1 champions now becoming rivals. Technically, friends turn foes. Who can secure the victory between Watt and Strat the G? Strategy. Strat the G.
What's up, G? Get it? No?
Yes, we can refer to him as G, but you know, they met once before,
Sorry,
so they
that's
have
bad.
a bit of an inkling of what each other, what they each like doing in their own, in their own play styles. This is like a very old info though, so they have to process that info very well if they want to try and get it relevant to their match today, because it's a whole different situation, whole different time, whole different meta.
Yeah, I think it's more of a like behavior, habits, rather than hero pools or anything. Because in MPL Season 1, I believe they played Alpha and Zilong together and Saber together. So it's a whole different meta back then compared to now, which is much more strategic, much more competitive. But obviously, this is a proving ground for G. He has been an MPL IT as a player and also as a coach before. But this is like, I think this is still a new ground to cover, or like this is a new thing that he's experiencing right now.
Goes to show you how cool it is, right? I mean, the two players who were in Season 1 together, now Watts, still a player. The longevity of this guy has been absolutely insane. And really, we have been giving Watts so much respect for everything. Playing in Season 1, getting Finals MVP in Season 1, and still playing every single season. Even playing in MDL for GPX back in the day for quite a while before Dewa took him over here in MPL. And finally, we got to see him in MPL again. But even before that, 3rd place, beating RRQ on Aerowolf.
The veterans of the veterans, Rashi.
He's literally been around for longer than almost, 80%, 90% of all the players. But, ooh, this is the new lineup here. Fluffy, Annabelle, Clockun, Dreams, and Natco. A whole new 5 starting lineup for Evos.
The whole new lineup. It's crazy. Just everyone was changed. For Dewa, it's more or less the same. My goodness.
Well, it is to be expected. We've seen the news before. If you wanna, follow up on our news or anything like that or update, follow the Instagram of MPL ID official. But yeah, the whole Evos Holy to Glory.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United, they don't care if there are changes in the lineup of the enemy team. They will stick with their main lineup. It's Gary, it's K6 and Watts. And don't you forget the last Kage, Drian in the Rome. The sons, the apostles of Dewa. It's Dewa United!
The resident of the Island of the Gods came here in Jakarta to take down the mythical creature that is the White Tiger.
Bringing their experience together, improving finally, rapidly in the current season. This is the full might of the newly revamped Dewa United esports lineup, and they are here to prove themselves.
For sure. With a lot of veterancy, a lot of new faces as well. Just Gar or Gary? Oh, I thought it was Momochan. Gary on that jungler, replacing Lanaya.
And it's not Momochan Shevin, but this is gonna be Evos.
The worst start in history for the franchise, for Evos Legends. Now in pursuit of glory, changing their name and changing their lineup. From glory to holy, it's Evos Glory!
From holy to glory, that is the mission. They want to go back to become the legend that they used to be.
Attempting to change their destiny with this massive move. It's a huge risk with an even higher reward. When you're all the way in the bottom, the only way to go is up.
For sure. And you know what, Rashi Mirko, there's one underrated aspect of this team. They are more hungry than anyone. They want to prove that they belong here. They want to stay here to play as the MPL team. So you gotta watch out for those unexpected maneuver from this team.
That's why it's a tough matchup though. They're hungry, they're new players, but they're up against Dewa. Possibly one of, if not the hungriest teams as well. 2nd season in MPL. They're not just looking for playoffs. They're looking for, similarly, glory.
In a weird way, in a weird twist of events, that is absolutely the case. But once again, it all begins right here, right now. Have these coaches found a solution, found what is required to pull through all the way from the drafting phase into the Land of Dawn, Theo, and Cassius? What can they find? What can they craft with the old recipes, the old materials, and the new materials? It is a clash of different values.
Something tells me that Coach Theo can play jungler.
Is it the middle part here?
Yeah, a newfound strategy also for Evos, Rashi. We're gonna see the head-to-head of both of these teams so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a stark contrast, to say the least. Especially the team win rate, man. That is a very painful stat to look at. But hey, take a look, man. If you look at the other stats, aside from KDA, Evos have solid GPM, solid damage per minute, but again, I'm not sure if this is the old data or the current data. This is the advantage they have technically, right? Because Dewa, they can look at the stats all they want. It doesn't really reflect how Evos, the current Evos, will maneuver, will strategize in the Land of Dawn.
And also the X Factor, the Joker, Trian, 6 times playing 6 different heroes. This man played child damage on the roaming area up against a Hanzo. So you can expect anything, literally anything from this guy. He's played EXP, he's played Gold, he's played every role in Mobile Legends throughout his career, and is looking to shine in this new team. You found motivation in Dewa United.
He is one of the most compelling players of all time, but before we get more into Dewa, here's the victory by Samsung Galaxy for Evos. Limit Keys' long-range heroes right here that he really enjoys using to really set up for his team, to be reliable in the back line, safe from all the risk, in order to have one more target that they have to be confused about, and maintain the adaptive playstyle that has brought them so much success. That is what Evos has to do right here against Dewa. They've seen what Dewa can do, and it is equally as flexible, but it doesn't mean that they need to go the other way. They can fight fire with fire and try and outflex the Apostles in Dewa United.
It seems like adaptive is the name of the game here. Keys the victory from Dewa United. Don't get overwhelmed in the late game, Arashi.
Don't get overwhelmed in the late game and win the playmaking matchup against Fluffy. That's where things get a bit dicey here, man. Fluffy has been in the MPL. We've seen him, he's a familiar face, familiar name, and he's always had a flashy playstyle. Now against a team like this, like Dewa, that takes risks, that wants to make flashy plays of their own, that kind of flashiness can be detrimental to them. So if they can try and get Dixon ahead right here, so that he is the flashy one, so that he can shut down Fluffy instead, then the elusive adaptability of Evos gets that much more straightforward.
I like that talking point about the late game point, the keys of victory, because Dewa United is on average they always have the longest duration of the game so far in MPL Indonesia season 13. So you can kind of see make a verdict about what their late game looks like. They can't really end the games. Also, they are quite capable of holding on their own when it comes to defending the base turret.
Yeah, the defense is definitely such an important part right here, with the Lords becoming that much more important, with a lot more games just ending up with teams defending, especially in their final line of turrets and their base. More and more teams need to try and find a solution, find a more reliable way to try and get an end, even with a Lord in the late game.
Theo's strategy versus Cassius. Dewa United still with the Fanny ban, also Matilda ban. And this is, looks like they're limiting their own potential here. Keys, known for his Novaria and long-range heroes, actually decided to ban the Novaria, knowing that maybe Clockun is a really big threat on this hero.
And on the side of Evos, Matilda and Joy. So banning with the Assassins, this seems to be a recurring pattern in the drafting phase. Assassins and Utility on the right side of the bans, and on the left, it's always mages, it's always these junglers or the gold lane. So they have a lot more chances to be a lot more, specific and targeting in their bans if you are first pick.
Well, a bit maybe off track from the draft. I do want to tell everybody back at home that this Evos roster that you are seeing, first time in MPL, they're not first timers on stage though. For Dreams and Fluffy, and even Clockun, they've been on the MPL stage before, but even just recently, they've been on a win streak. This lineup that you're seeing, Natko, Fluffy, Annabelle, Clockun, and Dreams, they've been tearing up the amateur scene, win streaking and winning every tournament that they have been participating in, even ones in Malaysia.
And not only that, there is some experience on the international scene as well. As we all know, WCG, IESF, a team with a lot of history. The technically world champion Arashi But the first pick for Dewa United, they are known to be very Watt-centric, but I don't really expect them to pick an early gold lane in this case.
Right, usually when we see teams playing very gold-centric, we see a lot of clods, a lot of carries, both still open right now. But just get that feeling, Shevin, that they're up to something else, trying to go with something a bit more flexible, especially against a team like this, a team like Evos. They want to try and be a bit more confusing, especially in the first picks, showing their potential. They're going for that Arlet, a similar strategy that we saw used earlier by Onic.
A flex, durability, engage, you have it all on this hero. Let's see if it's gonna be Dixon or Drian on the Arlet. I believe Drian have played Arlet before in this season, or
not this season, but he can play the Arlet, yes, in the roam position.
Please play the Arlet to make it 7 out of 7. 7 different heroes in 7 games.
Oh, that would actually be sick. But the Vexana was up for grabs, so Evos will be the ones taking it. It's for Clockun.
All right. So that's already a huge deal of crowd control. Great tool to deal with the Arlet. And the notorious CC.
Fluffy.
This kind of pressures Dewa to try and maybe take or ban away like the Angela. That's a very common combo we're seeing more and more. And it's used to take down Onic by Aura just last match.
Do they want to secure the gold lane here, considering they have the this threat that is CC and also Vexana? I think you can kind of make a verdict or like take a gold laner that's Watt is comfortable on. So far in the season, we've seen multiple of heroes for Watt. I believe he's shown with carry with his signature flank plays a lot of times. And have Watt played Irithel in this season? It's Chatera, right? It's not Watt.
I believe it was Chidera. I don't think I've seen Watt on it. Another big pick is the Nathan. We've seen several times to varying degrees of success. If they're trying to go for a strong laner that has great lead game potential, that will be it. But no. As we mentioned earlier, sniping with the Angela, securing a Claude already, showing their hand quite early here.
They have to pick up the Angela though. That's the bad thing about having a CC pick on the other side, right? It kind of forces you to that position already. Now for Evos, they want to pick up a gold lane here before they get banned out. We don't know how many heroes Natko can even play. First time in MPL for him. Even for Annabelle in the jungle. This will be quite tough to make the decision. Do they want to go for jungle or do they want to go for their gold lane? Carry Bruno will be an option to go up against this roster.
Sure. Or you want to pick up something that has a pick-up potential in something like a Cho? Oh, that's jungle. Pretty good, but looks like they want to just ran through everyone with the shield unity. Baksha for Annabelle.
Well, they also do not want to deal with a Baksha-Angela combo, right? So picking it up early here kind of deals with the hard guard healing, the hard guard and the healing wave as well. Because the Baksha's passive, it does lower the healing and shielding from heroes by quite a bit, 50% if I'm not mistaken. Now with that being secured for them, they ban away the Dyrot for Evos, knowing that they have a strong frontliner. The last thing they want is for this guy to be shredded down so that the Claude can make easy work from the Tortoise.
Dewa United though, they're taking their time to ban this hero. Minotaur is going to be banned. Pretty good ban here, knowing that you can only go in with a Minotaur inside the teamfight teamfight area for Evos. Easy knockup, easy cancel. But Evos right now, do you think this Angela can still go to the mid lane, Rashi?
I mean, it's possible, especially with Dewa and the craziest things they've done. I think it's definitely still possible, and that is the extra layer of mind games they're playing right here. But I think banning the Minnow regardless is a good idea, because we've seen how the Minnow is almost a hard counter to the Claude. Struggles quite a bit. For Evos, they're banning away all these fighters, the utility junglers right here, trying to limit Dewa to something a bit more static, something a bit more punishable, especially when they don't have a Mathilda to supplement that mobility.
There's still a possibility of an Atan pick too for Evos Glory, by the way, right? They already have the CC for physical damage.
Wait, Natan, yeah, Natan, wait.
Natan could be an option. They already have
for Dewa?
For Evos.
I think for Dewa is also
they have a Claude.
Possible? No, jungle Natan.
And jungle Natan? With a Claude. Whoa, man.
Not like that?
I don't think with a Claude. I don't think you go for it with a Claude.
I mean, never say never, but that seems like a very wild idea. If they do go through with it, Shevin, I'll be very, very surprised.
I would be very surprised.
If Evos pick an XP here, possible, because then they would have no dive. It really depends on the dive and the pressure. Because if Evos pick up something like a Paquito,
then they're gonna have to handle a whole lot of pressure right now. I mean, that could be the case, right? Evos Glory, they might actually set up for an Natan pick themselves here by picking up an XP first and then showing their cards later. Or actually, they already have an XP in the CC, so what kind of dive can they present towards Dewa?
I'm having real trouble hearing you, man. The drums right behind us are kind of insane.
What, Arashi?
What?
Nah, I'm joking, but yeah, these fans are going crazy here. Turns out to be Bruno.
Bruno, okay. So you're saying there's some dive threat from Evos? That's certainly the case, but I feel like it's more of a front to back. It's more of a big chase scenario because the CC and the Boxia both move very, very fast, and the Vexana, once someone gets knocked, stunned for just a short amount of time, if the Vexana can catch up to you, it's pretty much a done deal, even through the hard guard, depending on how much damage is available. So for Dewa, I think crowd control is something they really need, something to disengage if it's just not preferable.
I'm sensing something unorthodox here from Dewa United. I don't know why. Just because the presence of Drian, I guess. Because this guy has been playing a lot of heroes. That's probably an understatement, but it's going to be Barats. Nope, it's not going to be something crazy. Gord. We've seen how Gord can perform against this kind of heroes like Boxia. Very effective. Just make sure you don't get ran over by that Shield Unity.
So is it Yuzong or Paquito for Fluffy?
I feel like it's...
Or neither.
Maybe Paquito or the Benedetta.
Ooh, that's true.
You're right.
Fluffy with the Benedetta. So Benedetta, Paquito, Yuzong. Those are the three that I'm expecting here. Up against the Gord, right? You want to have a bit of dive.
I wonder if they're considering something even like a Lapu Lapu, something with a bit more AoE.
Right? You're right, I keep forgetting about the CC.
I'm sorry.
Oh, right, you... Wow, hey,
We did this twice now. I did this twice now.
All right, so... I'm seeing some kind of lockdown, some kind of chase. Okay, there you go. For the longest time, this has been a thing, right? The shield unity combined with the movement speed buff. And now, against what is most likely a Gord with an Ice Queen Swan, an Angela with an Ice Queen Swan, all that slows are going to be nullified. This is a wrecking ball strat coming in from Evos, going full speed towards Dewa.
This is a battle of durability. 2 utility junglers plus 2 healers. A lot of buff as well. I'm sensing a long game here from Evos and Dewa United, considering that Dewa is indeed, like, on average, they also have the longest game duration in MPL Indonesia Season 13. But let's see though, if that's gonna be the case. What is on a Claude, which can pop off quite early in the game, in the mid game once he got that corrosion sight and also Demon Hearted Sword, so you don't really have to wait until the late game to be able to make use of what.
We'll just have to see how they make use of all the weapons they have. It's speed versus damage. Sometimes the speed can outmaneuver, but here we go, Shevin.
The Apostles of the Gods versus the White Tigers looking for glory. It's Evos Glory versus Dewa United.
A whole new lineup to try to bring Dewa down and to bring a win. Their first one in Season 13. Can they do it?
Off the bat, let's talk about Dreams with the focusing mark on the Rafaela. Trying to be a bit more aggressive, not only wanting to be utility-based. On the other side, though, Key's having the Impure Rage, more poke-centric more than anything. Not really going for anything too crazy when it comes to poke. So we'll have to see. Again, the durability battle is going to be there between Drian and Dreams. Both starting with D, which is quite interesting. Later on, though, I feel like Evos can chase down a lot better. But Dewa, they have the damage to just instantly burst someone down. That will be where it gets important, right? The mind game, the vision game later on.
I have to ask you though, Rashi, when it comes to this lineup for Evos, Natko already forced to flicker early on. Watt's actually taking this lane super slow up against the Bruno. Back to the question, Rashi. The Rafaela. First time that we've seen Rafaela in Season 13. No flicker or Natko. Gary's looking for possible gank. He has a death in his welcome. He's going to go for the charge. But he zones Natko away from the minion wave. This is disastrous for Natko, especially with the Master Assassin. But back to the question, Rashi. Rafaela, why are we seeing it here?
To go up against the slows for sure, to battle with the sustain, and of course to help with the chase. Like we said, the Boxia Rafaela was a thing for quite a while, and technically you can kind of use this combo with the Bruno as well. It's another alternative to the Diggy Bruno combo to get a very dominant lane. But now the problem is Dreams is following Annabelle around, and they're doing great there. But the other lane, Natko, that's supposed to be really winning, really dominating that lane. Really isn't doing so hot.
Fun fact as well, this combo of Bakshi and Rafaela has been around for a very long time. Since M1, when 10S Gaming, I believe, popularized this meta or combo. And Evos was the champion of that tournament.
Dixon, level 4 already. Has the final flash, goes into Fluffy. And that's Dixon! All the Arlets are getting the neutral objectives! That's a good death welcome from Gary, but Fluffy picks up first blood as he goes in for more, but Dixon on the back is just tearing it up. Now flickering on the clock and picking up a double, and the Holy Baptism doesn't connect. Still though, without Trian's healing, Fluffy picks up the double, and in the end, it's 2 for 2. But Dewa were able to secure the neutral objective.
What's happening right now, Rashi? I think I'm not even surprised anymore.
Well, Dixon, he takes the turtle, and he gets a double right there, really showing the potential of this Arlet used aggressively instead of utility. We've always seen it being used in the roam position, and I think even some players are starting to forget that this hero in a dominant position in the EXP lane is not to be trifled with.
Sure, but looking at the talent prediction, Mirko, is this a bless or a curse?
Bro, we blessed Aura, but really I meant it to be a curse.
Alright.
So
I'm the lone Evo supporter here.
No, you got Ranger Amas. Ranger Amas said 2-0 Evo.
Well, at least in this task.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, so we're gonna bully you, Shevin. If
oh no!
If it doesn't come to fruition, we will be bullying you here. But yes, so early on we can see that Evos, they're just a lot more aggressive, and the thing with Dewa is Gary is on the Barats, tanky, doing damage, but no real mobility. Unless later on, they want to use the hard guard on the Barats, which is not really ideal, right? You want to use it maybe more on the Claude, but maybe potentially on the Arlet, considering how things are developing right now.
So far, still kind of a stalemate. 200 gold lead for Dewa United. Nothing to boost just yet, but they're looking to set up for the next turtle here in about 20 seconds. Who's on the advantage here, Rashi, for turtle fight?
When it comes to setup, I believe Dewa has more of an advantage, and that's mainly due to the longer range of the Mystic Projectile coming in from the gourd. The Vexana will have a lot of crowd control as well, but it's relatively short range. So in order to do so, Clockun will have to walk up and be in a more vulnerable spot. Because of that, and the experience of Dewa in these neutral objective dances, I feel like they will make the first move for sure, but they might get countered.
Rafaela is doing a good job to give Annabelle a bit more of that sustained mid lane. Going to be cleared already by Clockun. Shield Unity onto Dixon, Holy Baptism. Going to be able to connect, but Gary jumps into the back with that. Oh, welcome, Annabelle still finds it! Somehow, some way. Dixon jumped to the backside. It's going to be a vengeance used up. What also? Onto Dreams now. 1 HP. Dixon slices him in the back. Fluffy's looking for a bit more. Looking for compensation. Dixon with a stun. Fluffy doesn't go for it. A kill over for the turtle.
I think there was a slight miscalculation from Gary. He thought that he could get the turtle despite just throwing Annabelle into the turtle as well. But it looks like it's not enough. And Natko might be getting this one.
Natko just brute forcing the turret take. That's good for him. Now Dewa, they were getting some value right there, losing the turret, but the turtle, but still having the pressure that they have in those neutral objective takes. Now that Keys has finished, the Ice Queen's won as well. That's another layer of crowd control that Evos have to calculate. They have to wait for Dreams to have the holy healing before they even try and go into those choke points where Dewa can just slow the whole team with those spells.
So, I don't know, it's a bit too, maybe a bit too soon, Arashi, but so far Evos Glory, are they doing better with this lineup?
It's a bit early, but you're seeing potential, right? The fact that they're actually putting up a good fight against a team that's just been doing so well in the MPL definitely is a breath of fresh air, especially for the fans who are watching anxiously right now. But again, time will tell. Looking at the player's gold by UBS Gold, Watt is all the way up there, still above Natko. So not quite according to plan for Evo. Look at that, Gary walking up is just not the ideal target. There's no way they want to pour in all of their skills and damage into the Barats.
So far, it's a very peaceful game, and I get it, there's not much engage potential from both of these teams. There's no pick-off potential, and you have to play around those healings and also durability to be able to succeed. But 3-2 in the span of 7 minutes. Annabelle is looking for keys with the jukes.
Annabelle's all alone. He does get the dash though. Watts rotating over, trying to go for the poke onto Annabelle. But the main problem for Dewa has been the healing, sustained from Dreams. Annabelle actually using that Poissance very early on. No damage reduction now without Poissance. Watts going back up to that turret.
up top. That has actually been taken away by Natko earlier. Pryo blazing the wet though, and the battle mirror image with the hard guard here. Oh no! Dixon! The auto tap jumps into the other side. Dreams though will use a holy baptism, and in the end it will be worth it for Dewa United, who takes a dub through distractions as Gary finds a free neutral objective.
The bottom lane though, a turret gets taken down by Fluffy, so it is still a trade for these teams.
Well, it still works for Dewa for sure. Everything going to plan, able to stand their ground and use the threat of a more reliable engage, reliable front line to really pressure Evos away from the objective. You gotta look at the contrast here between the Rafaela and the Angela. Drian has built the Flats of the Oasis first, whereas for Dreams, he actually went and built the Necklace of Durance. So a bit of a difference in priority. For Evos, it's all about that utility more than anything. But for Dewa, they're trying to play around with that sustain.
Take a look at the items, Arashi. Looks like Gary is prioritizing that magic defense towards Clockhood with Radiant Armor first item.
Well, the glowing one will definitely be able to take down, well, to take and actually stack the Radiant Armor, so it's a good item. If the fights are projected to be long duration, then the Radiant Armor is definitely a better pick, because most likely Gary won't be the main target for all of the spells from Clockhood anyways, right? He wants to save those spells for someone that's a bit more valuable, so in that sense, the Radiant Armor still is a good choice.
Veteran Seer of Drian and what is looking to carry this game for Dewa United. So far 3-2. Once again, Anafel is just kind of flirting with everyone on Dewa United's team, man. Like, he's not going for it, but
hinting. He's hinting at the possibility of an initiation. I like the word you use, flirting.
Flirting, yeah, interesting choice of words, Shevin. And he was able to actually get all the way towards Keys in the previous Turtle Dance. So that is something that Dewa are kind of wary about right now. If he can do the same in an actual big fight, it could be disastrous for Dewa.
It's gonna be a long Lord fight, I believe. These two have healing. They need to know when to stay away from the trigger and pull the trigger as well. As Keys already got a pretty good position on towards that middle push. Clockhood has to rotate to be able to get that.
Well, this is where Dewa United has so much advantage. They have the Angela for the macro play, and they have the Gourd for a pick-off chance, but Annabelle makes the first move.
Haze as well, forced to flicker out. That's a worldie. Dixon final slash out of that count. Ford's gonna flicker and jumping into the back with the Eternal Guard of the Blazing Duet to slice them down. It's Watt again who comes to clean Evos up. The gold lane down, but Gary is low. Evos Glory certainly still have more sustain with the constant healing of the Rafaela, but they've lost a member. Fluffy putting some pressure down onto Gary, and it will be him who picks up the purple buff, a steal from the Dino.
Small W for Evos Glory, but that was a kind of a weird engage from Dixon. Going in, knowing Watt isn't there yet, but it turns out doesn't really need to wait. He doesn't really need to wait because Watt is very, very speedy, especially with the hard guard also.
Well, when you surprise the casters, you definitely catch your opponents by surprise as well. So, great play by Dixon, 3-1-1. He's definitely a presence that Evos want to try and find a solution for here. Maybe saving a stun to make sure that the final slash doesn't really throw things out of balance.
How do you take care of Fluffy at this point? You can just go into the back line and wreak havoc, especially towards Keys. You can't really get away with a flicker.
Look at the sideline.
Just already on cooldown. Do they want to pull the trigger right now?
They have lost a turret already, Evos. So I feel like they're now feeling like, wow, we really lost something. Now we have to try and find a play.
An Eternal Guard used up. Good Dexterous welcome from Gary to get out of a possible initiation from Evos Glory. No Eternal Guard now. Annabelle has the Poissons, but doesn't have the shield unity in the mid lane. CC still there. No one's dealing with the bottom side. Drian is just having a field day with the turrets.
Yeah, my guy Drian might as well build some physical items as well, just to push the turret. Yeah, I think it works so far, should be, because they're not doing anything towards Drian to take care of it.
Now CC goes bot, and now it's Dewa who are going to be the ones who hold this down. We're looking for an angle to initiate as well. Still on the bottom side. Now Annabelle walking forward, blazing away from Watto into the back. Now finding Dreams as well. It's going to be Natko and Dreams taken down, and even the Lord goes to Dewa. Out macroed, completely outclassed.
Evos Glory! They were stuck in a rough spot and they couldn't make a decision.
It's looking really bleak for Evos Glory. The glory that they're seeking right now, it's definitely far from it. Right now, Dewa United is up about 2.8k. Still pretty much catchable, but with the Lord coming up, it's gonna balloon towards like 6 or 5k.
Especially if Dewa will be able to actually position properly and set up for those turrets, leaving only the base turrets. Right now, again, Keys, the threat of the possibility of his team behind him, he just walks up there with no backup at all. And Evos, they don't want to take that risk. They want to make sure that they try and deal with the Lord and the waves first, playing a lot more textbook. But Dewa is winning by making those unorthodox maneuvers.
Keys with the long-range hero, already in the keys of victory.
Oh,
got it, and he's definitely performing so far. 0-0-4, not much in the killing department, but he's been very much effective with those Mystic projectiles.
No Eternal Guard, it's been dealt with. Mystic Gush onto Fluffy Dreams and Annabelle. They're still able to sustain it, but the Lord will take the base turret down. They built enough waves, and without the Eternal Guard, with it being used a bit prematurely, they take a free turret with the first Lord, Arashi.
I think Clocken was trying to use the Eternal Guard to stall it out, and it kind of worked just for a bit, but that also means that the Eternal Guard gets cleared before the Lord even gets in range. Looking at the items right here, especially for Keys, the 2-1s is an insane power spike, slowing you down and also burning you in the process. He's been very liberal with his skill usage, and with the whole team not really urgently pushing forward in these fights, he can afford to do so. In fact, for Evos, the fact that Fluffy is building a lot of damage and he's been unable to really get a domineering presence in the middle of these fights into the backline of Dewa means that the bulk of that gold isn't really being put to good use.
Yeah, I think that should be the initial plan for Evos, right? Evos Glory. How to just isolate the frontliners and Gary and Dixon. You just take care of everyone with a single CC that has already about 1.68 gold over the opposing HP laner. And with that Vengeance, what can really take care of the CC?
With the Vengeance, I mean, like I said earlier, when Annabelle or Fluffy has been able to get in the backline, the fact that the Mage is a gourd with a skill shot Mystic projectile.
Oh, hang on. Baptism already used up, but Watt is holding still. It doesn't use the Purify. Dixon diving to the back right now with the final slash on that coat, but it is going to be kited away. Forced to flicker out. K's trying to find an angle, but gets poked down by the Eternal Guard for them to back away and set up for the next Lord. That was a good fight from Evos, but unfortunately they weren't able to get a single kill.
The hard guard does come in clutch and saves Watt's life, but that shows again an inkling of what Evos can potentially do. You saw that when the fight isn't really a front to back, when Evos are the ones coming from the side lanes, Keys and Watt do struggle to really find an avenue of approach. So if they can mimic the same kind of outcome in the middle of a Lord fight using their higher mobility, there is potential here.
No flicker on Dixon.
Oh, wow.
Flicker holy baptism on the Dixon. Now he only can go in. He goes in with the final slash in the back line. What? Blazing 2 rounds to the back. Dreams going to get melted down. Nako follows next. Everybody's crumbling to Watt as he free hits Annabelle down. That's a double kill for Watt. Fluffy jumping in now only with the immortality. No vengeance left will mean that Watt can shred him down too. It's a triple.
Oh.
3 out with the flicker, tying Clocken up. Watt with the sidestep. The winner Truncheon just there for Watt to claim a maniac. Dewa have wiped the White Tigers out in the 15th minute of the game. It looks to be the final moments of Evos Glory in Game 1 against Dewa. They claim Game number 1 with style.
The old man is not out of it just yet. He still got it. The veterans of the veterans in the gold lane took care of business in Game number 1. Evos Glory still very far from what they're looking for.
Never underestimate the value of experience. Dewa United has shown once again. When the new students come, the seniors teach them a lesson.
Wow. Gotta be honest with you, like, it's not convincing, the performance that Evos Glory put up in this match. There's a lot of indecisiveness, a much more passive gameplay, and I get why they have to be passive, but at times you just have to pull the trigger and gamble for it. As Dewa United strike first.
definitely a bit of inexperience, a bit of cold feet in some of these moments. But that's all Dewa needs to try and get a decisive swing.
That's going to be 1-0 for Dewa United. Evos Glory right now, they're on a, I believe, 4-match losing streak. I don't know how many game losing streak that they have, but it's definitely demoralizing.
I think demoralizing is an understatement. I don't know how they must be feeling right now with even the whole roster changing. But the outcome remains the same for Evos Glory right now. Still a loss. We'll definitely take it back and try to learn from it, but are they going to be able to learn from it that fast? Into game number 2 they go. Up against Dewa, who again have been looking fantastic this season.
I really don't think it works like that, man. Like, learning's a process. It's not really like one game, I learn and I win. It's not like that. There has to be a process, there has to be some time to be given to these players to perform, and I don't know, man. What's the solution here, Rashi?
I mean, never say never in the Land of Dawn, right? There's always a chance that they shape up, and by all means, their draft at least had vision, right? There was an idea here that could have worked, so we'll have to see, man. I think it depends, again, on what can be fixed by the coach, what kind of advice can be given between these games. But for now, we gotta sing praises about the player of the game, Watt, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. What can you say, man? It's Claude in the hands of Watt with good backup and a strong, solid early laning phase. He was just so aggressive, so confident against so many heroes that in theory should be a threat towards the Claude. It doesn't matter to him though.
It really doesn't. In the end, that Baksha Rafaela combo that was doing well, at least in the early game, fell flat completely. Here are the highlights, Arashi.
Yep, player of the game highlights presented to you by the official gold partner, UBS Gold. Early on, it's a lot more difficult, but there are moments like this where Dixon just was able to find the plays, and when you're supposed to be winning and you go for even trades, that's never a good thing.
Yeah.
And from there, the pickup potential was just too difficult, and you can tell that Krokun, it's not purely mainly his fault, but he is one of the players on Evos that can save his crowd control. But look at Watt, always waiting for the crowd control to be expended on everyone else. Everyone else from Dewa just baits it out, and once he sees a window of cooldown, he just goes in, and there's no way for Evos to stop the Blazing Duet.
I think it's just a pure disrespect to Watt as well, man. Like, every time NFL goes for something, I feel like the whole team just forgot the presence of Watt. He can cover a lot of ground with his movement ability, with his BMI, with his Art of Thievery, stacks. And he just, like, it's a free real estate. He just goes in, Blazing Duet, it's as easy as that.
Yeah, I understand you. You know, it really does feel like Evos Glory were too innocent for this game.
Yeah,
of multi-layered damage dealers and Watt, the cleanup. They were taking a look, they were tunnel vision to just front to back every single time, that they completely forgot the main threat, who was always lingering in the back.
And don't forget the fact that they lost 2 turrets without anything to show for it because of the split push. Drian seemingly having a new playstyle, a new habit. It's been a trend in Season 13.
Usually it's like you're taking candy out of little kid, but the little kid actually takes the candy from Evos.
They took 2 candies, 2 turrets.
I mean, technically, both are kids. It's a younger roster. But looking at the emblems, though, even keys on the board, we talked about that long distance. The win condition for Dewa is having that long distance spell casting. And the Mystic Projectile is one of the longest range, technically, with the bounces. And he went with Inspire, along with the Enchanted Talisman. So he's going with the also popular 30% cooldown reduction, more or less. And that just allows him to just spam it out again and again. And unlike Evos, there's no need for Dewa to really save it, right? The fact that Evos were playing it so passively, there was no reason for Keys to question whether or not to use his Mystic Projectile as a potential catch tool or save it to try and protect Watt, because they were just that far ahead.
Look at that, gold per minute and damage dealt to the max. This is the ideal gold lane stat that you want to have every game that you played. Obviously the wingman, also the roamer, dishing out the dimes, the meals to the one who's eating. That is what? Trian, 11 assists.
100% kill participation as well, man. This guy, a lot of people were doubting him, like, oh, he hasn't been active. He hasn't been in the scene for a long, long time. Can he really perform? But turns out, it's been solid on multiple heroes, the signature Drian style. So he is just showing all the doubters wrong.
Hey, you know, as much as we've been praising Dewa, I think it's time for us to look at the other side of the coin right now for Evos Glory. Can you imagine the pressure the players were already feeling as the entire roster was swapped, and now with a loss? I really hope they can come back in game number 2, at least show a bit more of that glimpse of brilliance that we saw in the early game, because in the early game it was still okay for them. They just played it a bit too textbook for MPL.
Right.
In game 2, adjustments. Now that they have a read, they know how Watt plays, they know how Dewa have been playing. Can they do it, Arashi? Can they learn fast enough?
I feel like a big limiting factor might be the whole mind game, right? The fact that they're like, oh, we're new, there's so many expectations. Because again, we saw that solo, right? The Boxer was able to get to the gourd, you know, and that usually is a catastrophic situation. So if they're able to actually, you know, shake off the pressure and go for the right place at the right time, right? I think that there's potential for sure.
Yeah, they have to explore the potential. I think that's about it, man. Or maybe just, if you want to be very straightforward with it, if you can really layer those threat, just eliminate it while banning all the backline threat that they might not have. But we're going to take a break first. We're going to process what just happened and prepare for the next one of Dewa United versus Evos Glory. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere.
Ya, sudah sempat dibicarakan juga dari kemarin-kemarin, udah tahu juga ya. Bismillah, semoga perubahan ini bikin Evos menang lah hari ini.
Mengharapkan yang terbaik
Ya,
pastinya
semoga,
ya.
amin.
Kan di minggu ini main 2 kali hari ini dan juga besok nih. Besok selain main Evos, tapi juga ada acara ya?
Yes, besok juga ada acara. Nama acaranya adalah Esports Lab.
Esports Lab,
Yep.
apaan tuh?
Esports Lab itu adalah event yang di dalamnya banyak banget activity terkait esports. Dari edukasi, talk show, tentang dunia esports sampai ada turnamen juga, Bu.
Oke, banyak banget. Ada apa lagi nggak?
Ada macam-macam nih, ada meet and greet, ada esports turnamen, ada fun match bareng pro player, talent, dan brand ambassador dari Evos. Dan juga karena besok Classic Derby, besok juga ada nobar Evos versus RRQ.
Wow, jadi ada sekalian nobar itu di mana dan kapan?
Mulai besok dan hari Minggu.
Besok dan hari Minggu?
Yes, karena kita akan mulai di 6 kota.
6 kota
Ini
ya?
kota pertama di Surabaya, tepatnya di Galaxy Mall 3 Surabaya.
Kalau minggu lalu kan, oh berarti ini ngingetin lagi ya?
Ngingetin lagi, ini
Besok,
ngingetin
guys.
lagi. Yes. Ini
Galaxy
ngingetin
Mall
lagi.
Surabaya?
Galaxy Mall 3 Surabaya.
Nah, kalau yang mau datang, ada syarat dan ketentuan nggak tuh?
Ada, gratis.
Gratis?
Gratis, datang aja besok, acaranya dimulai jam 14.30.
14.30, setengah 3 udah
Yes.
dibuka, kalian bisa meet and greet. Bersama siapa tuh?
Ada Yupi, ada Alisa, ada Psychots, Funstrong, AG, dan juga ada Pika.
Rame. Arek-arek Surabaya, ojo
Yes.
kelalen. Evos membuat acara dan Evos selain membuat acara sebentar lagi bakal mau main gamenya nih.
Yes.
Kak Jill, semangatin.
Ayo adik-adik semangat, I love you guys.
Let's go! Akankah bisa mendapatkan kemenangan atau tidak? Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama di Land of Dawn. Caster, monggo!
It's an incredibly hard position right now. If you're a fan, if you're the players playing right now in the stage, the coach, or even like the one managing the whole Evos, like this has never happened before. And how do you fix this? And it doesn't really help that this is probably the most criticized team in the whole entire league for a long time.
Yeah.
So
For now. Yeah.
it's gotta come in again and again.
I am quite speechless actually as to what to say to that. I don't even know if I can answer that because right now it does seem like despite the failures, Evos Glory are trying. They're trying their best to swap in rosters, to get in a coach from the Philippines, Theo. They're trying everything they can right now. Unfortunately, it has not been enough. But what is enough, ladies and gentlemen, is
GoPay app. the best wallet in the business. Download the new GoPay app. It packs a punch. Enjoy free top-ups and free transfers 100 times a month. You can use it 3 times a day and it's still one run out. To any bank to get up to 20k cashback for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups. Guess the winner of each MPL Indonesia Season 13 match and you're gonna get the prize.
As easy as that. If Adi were here, he would say, "Sesimpel itu." I mean, it's as simple as that. It's just that simple.
There's also another simple investment that you have.
What?
It's UBS.
Oh.
We also have a coming collaboration of MPL Indonesia Season 13 and also UBS Gold. Stay tuned in May 2024 on @ubs.gold and @ubs.lifestyle, available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
Just take a look at the previous collabs, right? We've had gold, we've had the crazy jewelry as well, because it's actually so cool, man. I saw some of the other casters wear the necklace. Oof. We know who you're talking about. Necklace, but
drippy.
It's drippy. It's nice. It's so good, man. I love it. I want it. Please. Hey, if you love something, you gotta show it, right? So if you wear Mobile Legends accessories, you know, people are gonna be looking like, wow, who is this guy? And you know, I'm actually wearing it, but unfortunately, you know, I can't really show it right now.
Bear it all.
Huh?
Do it. Bear it all.
No, not today. When
we get to
10,000 likes, if we get 1 billion likes, I'll show you my Mia collection, my Mia UBS Gold merchandise.
You know, back into the discussion. Previous game recap, damage dealt to Hero. Look at that. Watt and Notco. Night and day, man. 2 times, even more than 2 times. These are 2 damage dealers with 2 whole different stories, Arashi.
And that is with Natco going with a more aggressive emblem setup as well. And yet, Watt was still able to outmaneuver, outperform him due to the team synergy as well. And unfortunately in the previous game, for Evos, Fluffy is the standout player. And like we mentioned, the fact that he is an EXP laner, the fact that he's supposed to be diving in and zoning the backline, the Gord, the Claude as well. He was just forced to be pulled away by the Angela, and in one way, you're pulling the CC away from the team fight. That's great. You're also pulling away one of the more experienced players on Evos away from the critical team fights, and that is just double the value. And I have no idea if Dewa is that crafty and they planned for it that far ahead. You know, they're thinking that deeply about it, but it definitely showed immense value in those tight lord situations. So I think Evos have to simplify. They have to try and get a very straightforward composition, because if they're trying to do, you know, acrobatics against a team like Dewa, they're gonna lose out every single time. There's just too much of a gap.
And let's see if the gap still exists in the second game. Drafting phase between Evos Glory versus Dewa United strategy versus Cassius. And once again, it's gonna be Ivani and also Mathilda, but this time around it's gonna be the Faramis on that second ban for Dewa. So a lot of utility that this guy can offer. Meanwhile, on the other side, still as OP as ever, as disgusting as ever, Nolan is out of the picture.
No Nolan, again, still seems to be the same kind of mindset. It's still very generic though, right? It's not really targeted, but at this point it's a bit too dangerous for Evos to let go of any of these assassins. So without a Nolan, without a possibly banning away the Joy as well, for Dewa it's just the same thing. That unless Evos make the first move, the first change, they can just stay with this strategy, and there's no real threat so far.
The falling stars brought us here.
All right, already a change.
I think Dewa United did ban Novaria.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
Just different
the first
order.
game. Yeah, different order. So they kind of limit the potential from the from keys as well. But it looks like it's as the usual template. Nolan and Joy getting banned. The 2 of the most probably OP assassin in the game. The highest 2 ban rates for assassins. But the first pick is still gonna be Arlet for Dewa United. What is gonna be the change for strategy? Fredrin and carry again.
Well, they can actually go for like the CC Angela, right? That way they get more playmaking tools in the hands of the CC, and they take that Angela split push play away from Dewa. You know, simplifying the approach, I feel like there's value to that for sure. The Angela makes an appearance. The CC though, it's not there. It's gonna be the claw taken away from Watt.
Wow. So as I said earlier, you know, if you don't want to face it, at least pick it or ban it. You can't really layer out those damage. You can't really think of the other threat that is lingering in the shadows in Watt So you know what? Just play with it.
You know what?
You know what?
I know what.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Now Dewa has a chance to pick up the Vexana. And they will be able to use it so much more efficiently, especially because they do have the final slash. They can bring everyone together for that massive Eternal Guard Curse Blast combo.
Yeah, and also has the knock-up on the Eternal Guard. A single Terrify towards the Claude is going to be lethal if he doesn't take that Purify.
There's also a bit of a dilemma here because they don't know if they want to pick up a CC or not. It's going to be quite a disgusting combination if they get a Claude Angela plus the CC, but it could also be a bit too greedy. Two members who need help from the hard guard, so that's why Dewa went straight for punish. If you want to go for greedy, we have the punishment. If they want to go for safe, it'll probably be the Baksha.
The Baksha, huh?
Yeah.
It can work. It lowers the healing from the Minotaur, and it can really expend, well, force they want to expand the Minion Fury early on. That way, the Claude can actually come into the Blazing Duet, because as of right now, it seems to be a very easy cancel by the Arlet, by the Minotaur, by the Bruno even. So many ways that they have to really shut down Natco on the Claude.
Interesting, they banned the Valentina, which means that they don't want to deal with those hard guard copy or like I'm offended copy. CC, obviously, already Angela. Wait. No, like, this Ruby is most likely going to the EXP lane, right? There is still some
unless it's
potential on Angela mid.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see the history of Natco, the gold laner of Evos Glory, Sultan Rock Cup Rising Star first place with Team Griffin, Liga Nacional, Liga 1 third place, Liga 2 first place with Team Griffin. So, you know what's the reason why he got picked up by Evos?
Very, very good prospect in the amateur scenes, and right now, unfortunately, unable to produce the same results so far, but it is his first game in MPL. Give him time, unless there's another swap.
It's a whole different game, man. It's a whole different game. There's a lot more pressure, a lot more attention, and also a lot more attention to detail in the gameplay. You can't really play like it's ranked game or like just guns blazing with a team fight. You have to play the macro game with the mind games as well. That's why a lot of these Filipino teams are dominating.
Well, the last ban for Dewa will be that X-Borg. So they are trying to go for a situation here where whoever gets caught in the front, they want it to be punished. They know that Evos can't really calculate everything with the lack of experience, so they don't want to give them any heroes that can survive a pick-off attempt or a misplay. So now they're forcing Evos into something a bit more straightforward, a bit more aggressive. But the Yuzong-Angela combo, we saw it a lot last season as well, I believe. They're going to be forced to kite away from this or try and get more damage to ensure that these crowd control immune heroes like the Yuzong can be dealt with.
I like how they're basically trying to force the Vexana.
Do they?
Valentina ban, Lilia ban. No Lilia, yeah, from Dewa, so it's almost like Evos want them to pick Vexana. Go ahead, we'll dive you in the back. Could be really good cover though, still. It's a bit risky to leave that Vexana open. I think Dewa might just take it here, might just take the bait.
And Fredrin, I guess?
I mean, I would go for a Vexana and want the sprint to get away from the Black Dragon form, and then for everything else, we can, like I said, man, we can avoid everything else. We can use crowd control to mitigate any other dangers. And now when the Yuzong comes in, you can shred him down, and that will be the end of it.
This is very aggressive, this Tyrant. Oh my god!
What?
Hello there! This is a pick that you usually see in MDL because the heroes is already ran out. Yeah, global ban. But, you know, Evos has some history with Alpha. I believe Susujin was one of the guys that really likes this hero, especially against a Baksha. But this is a Tyrant we're talking about. Like, what's the head-to-head looking like, Arashi?
Man, Tyrant against Alpha?
Yep.
It's gonna be like damage against sustain technically. But Alpha hasn't been really as strong though. So I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't seem that beneficial, that strong to me. But with this kind of lineup, if Evos can make the fight just get drawn out even more, then the Alpha and Ruby and Yuzong get more value the longer the game goes on. So this is now a duel between Burst and a bursty team fight composition and a long drawn-out fight composition.
Let's see though, will Evos Glory will be able to end their misery in the second game? Can they extend this series to a Game 3? It's going to be Evos Glory versus Dewa United.
It's now or never for Evos Glory to show up against Dewa United. Still 0-4 in MPL, about to be 0-5 if they lose this one, and it'll be a 2-0 loss. They need to step up here, and you can already see the difference in clear speed, the Dyroth and the Alpha. But why the Alpha here, Rush?
I wonder if it's a comfort pick, if it's supposed to be like a surprise kind of situation put out by Evos. But again, in theory, it's good sustain, and their whole lineup seems to be about sustain, right? The Ruby has some sustain, the Alpha does, the Yutong has one as well, and the Angela buffs all of it. It's almost like they were losing out in the front two backs in game number 1, and they're thinking, all right, now we have to just survive long enough to actually win the fight out. That seems to be the idea, at least on paper.
Now, they also lose out in something, Rashi. That is the magic damage department. They only have Angela right now. You can't really call it a magic damage dealer. So the longer the game goes, I think it's gonna favor. They're like, oh, what a bait!
Oh, beautifully done. Even the Abyssum strike got dodged away. Fluffy was clean. Jeez.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a disrespectful dive from
Gary.
Gary, yeah. Didn't really expect that potential towards that Petrify. Meanwhile,
he's going in, locked down. Dixon forced to flicker out. An early win for the White Tigers. Very, very early win.
Finally, Rashi, some aggression.
Well, we did see aggression early on from Evo's last game as well. It's all about maintaining it and making sure that you have a solid game plan going into the mid to late game. And it seems like, again, it's so straightforward that they must have some kind of inkling on how they want this game to progress. For Dewa, you have to put more respect on Evos, man. Gary going solo like that under the turret, that was a bit too ambitious.
Level 4 already, Fluffy. Already has that Black 24.
And Annabelle has that Spear of Alpha. There's a flicker into the back right now with a Minions Fury as well. Dixon looking for the full play. Kia's the one who gets it. K's in the midst of it all, still able to catch Annabelle in the back. But there's a furious dive on the K's this time around. And Fluffy picks it up. Now 2-0-1.
Just what's happening right now, Rashi. Again, I want to say I'm not surprised anymore, but I am. It's the Roamer once again taking the objective.
It's a new emerging pattern we're seeing in Season 13, for sure. But this is how close it's been. And showing again, the junglers are pretty solid on that Retribution game. So for Evos to have this early game momentum, that's great. Now they have to direct it in the right direction. They have all these strong heroes getting a lead. They gotta try and throw all that weight towards Watt and shut him down.
Rashi, a question. Like right now, I just realized that Keys took the Purify instead of the Flicker. Like, what's your thought on that? I think there's really no good spell here for Keys. Like, he's gonna cook either way if someone goes into him. But the Purify against a Flicker?
Generally, it's always the Flicker or the Purify. And I personally go for a Sprint on occasion, especially against a Yutong or an Alpha, all these high movement speed heroes. So the Purify makes quite sense if their strategy is, again, to just stand their ground, use the Minion Fury and the Eternal Guard combo. But for now, Evo still has too much damage, too much sustainability for that to be a legit game plan. So Keys for now will be very easily zoned out or nullified from these fights.
Good recognition from Natko, knowing that something is fishy. That is the beef hiding in the bushes.
It's waiting there. But yeah, both teams are just matching each other. And what on this Bruno? He's been doing a great job manipulating the waves. On the other side, though, Fluffy is just dominant on that Yutong, and Dixon just isn't having the same kind of success he had in game number 1.
Look at how they're positioned, Mirko. Look at that. Angela and Ruby already owning that push in the middle lane.
Yeah, still playing around that turtle. Setting up for the Alpha, who's still in the purple buff right now. Gary's going to make it, sweet purple buff. Ooh, faster. Vexana, Eternal Guard. An attempted burst down at the Clocken. A forced flicker as well, Dreams will just disengage. And with Clocken that low, this will give Dewa more pressure to play with for the turtle. 4 minutes in, Gary on it. Annabelle rotated already towards that top side, and for Clocken, it doesn't really matter. He still has a hard guard. Dreams, I'm offended. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect right now. Dewa reset it. Again, they're playing it as patient as they can.
They're playing with fire here, Dewa United. All these ultimates, man. This is some heavy, heavy ultimate. Hard guard, Black Dragon form, and also that I'm offended. Brings so much value in a team fight. And Natko, I think he already has at least one item in this phase. And he can deal that much damage with that Blazing Duet. It begins.
A level lead for Annabelle, bluffing with Black Dragon form towards the back. Trying to zone Gary away as the Blazing Duet comes through as well. Annabelle picks it up. Gary is caught in the top spot. They go in an all-out team fight. Dixon finds a 5-man final slash. But he is the one who gets taken down. Evos Glory are online in game number 2.
A light in the tunnel for Evos Glory, finally getting something out of an exchange. Watt can't really do anything as they rotate much faster. Rashi 2.5k gold lead. How's it looking right now for Evos?
Again, it's a great start for sure, but they gotta make sure that they keep the momentum and make sure that they try and target Watt because he is still on 0 deaths, despite the fact that Evos has been controlling everything. Gotta start looking for some dives, for some moments here as Natko shows some happy feet against Dixon. Already looking a lot better from game number 1, but again, they have to make sure that they shut down prematurely all of the potential counterplay attempts that Dewa will have the longer the game goes on.
I think the formula is play a bit more passively with that Minions Fury. Sure, if you can get like 4-man or 3-man knock-up, then go for it, but overall, I think I would probably prefer to wait for that ultimate, that Black Dragon form, or Annabelle going in with the hard guard to come around first, so that you respawn with the CC. Meanwhile, Dreams?
Time to find it onto Drian. Watt gets out. They're trying to deny this minion away from Watt. Doing a good job, Natko. They're trying to go for the siege in the bottom lane as well. Dreams doing a good job at zoning them right now to provide some space. And for Dewa, they can't even initiate on Dreams. They don't know where the Yuzong is.
Yeah, Fluffy's doing a good job just hiding around, making sure that his presence, he's won the lane. Now he needs to actually make that, the fear of the Black Dragon just be present in the hearts of everyone. But look at Dreams.
The conceal as well. Under the turret. An attempt. But that's it. It will only end as an attempt. Some good damage over to Natko. Watt, he's starting to scale.
Another turtle. Yeah, another turtle coming up. This time around, I think Gary with this Tyrant, I don't think he should go for this against Annabelle, which has much more CC, much more durability. And overall, Evos in a team fight, I think they're, in a way unbeatable with those CCs. You have to find something aside from the turtle at this point.
Yeah, as long as Dewa can kite back away, it'll be great, but Fluffy with the Black Dragon form just zones everyone away. Evos will go for it.
That was unnecessary, Fluffy, but we get it.
Okay, the Dragon gets it, and finally another objective take without the jungler being involved with it.
Okay, now for Dewa, it's all about the waiting game. It's all about avoiding all these early game fights that they don't want to take. But look at Natko, what?
Oh, a bit too aggressive. A forced hard guard coming out for Natko to save him.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you see a bit of an initiation there on the
still able to get out. Dream finds it, and I'm a bit out to the back, but no way. Guard knocks him up. Natko still able to get back to the BMI, but Dreams loses his life. Meanwhile, Dixon flickering back towards the turret. As it's a 1-for-1 trade, Roamer for Mage, still worth it for Evos.
Oh, the composure, Rashi, to time the Eternal Guard towards the perfect target in Natko, and it cancel out the Blazing Duet. He actually almost survived with the healing coming in from Drian as well.
I would say it's not even the timing. He just, in desperation, right before he was taken out, uses it in the most populated area, and it just happened to hit Natko. And that's the power of the Vexana, right? Even if you're taken out, your Eternal Guard still sticks around and does damage, still helps your team out. That will be more and more of an issue later on, because for Evos, their damage is gonna start falling off at about the 13-minute mark. With all these fighters, they're gonna be very heavily reliant on Natko, and there's still a lot of ways for Dewa to stop Natko alone. Everyone else eventually will be able to be dealt with.
Also a game fact just now for Evos. Last time Alpha is being used is actually Evos as well. I believe it was probably Sutsujin or like, I don't know, he really likes the Alpha, but the last time they used it was MPL Season 12, week number 7, and this is the 57th hero that has been picked so far in MPL Indonesia Season 13. So a lot of colors, a lot of variance on the jungler area being added by Evos.
Looking at the gold difference though, Natko with the 3 item power strike at the Trojan side, that means that the slower members like Keys, like Watt, they won't be able to just walk out of danger. And with that threat, Dewa back away, and Evos finally just get all the control they really want. And for Dewa, it's even worse because Keys doesn't really have that much damage. They went with the Necklace of Durance very early on, and as a result, his damage is almost negligible to all these beefy fighters.
I am impressed by the decision of Evos just blitzing the Lord, but I'm more impressed the fact that Dewa United just completely let go of that. They know that they cannot get it, and it's, you know, just look for something in another side of the map.
Yeah, nothing they can get at all right now. They're actually just playing turtling inside their own turrets. And Evos are capitalizing on it completely. Annabelle is level 14 to Gary's level 12, a 2-level lead in the jungle alone, and the Lord is slowly but surely making its way into the base turrets. You can see they're trying to slow push as much as they can so that they can try to take a base turret down.
Rocket just finished the Necklace of Durance as well, so even less healing, less availability for Dewa United. And now that they're at the base, this is where it gets kind of hairy for Evos. Having a direct means they can clear this Lord relatively fast. And now with Drian having the flash of the Oasis, they can't carelessly engage here, even though they would love to push their advantage even more.
Watt already secured the Wind of Nature, and right now he can kind of withstand all the onslaught, especially from Natko. And those 3 physical damage dealer in Yu Zhang and also Annabelle. So a very important item, and it looks like you want to go for probably Malefic War after this.
I think we have to wait later on for Dixon to really get his items. Because now he's level 11, it's kind of not where he wants to be. He is the EXP laner, so he wants to have some more levels, some more base damage on his spells. And later on, with everyone just pushing towards the base of Dewa, that's the chance for Dixon to use the Vengeance Reset to try and get behind, get in the backline of Evos. By all means, it's only a 7k gold lead, but the AI prediction presented by Samsung Galaxy shows the White Tigers at 65.
See these recalls though? Evos have had enough of the recalls towards them. Now they are the ones recalling on Dewa. Still though, game's not over. 7,000 gold lead though. Is it too much for Dewa to come back? Is there still a possibility, Arashi, for Dewa to come back here?
Oh, I think there definitely is. The fact is that Evos has a lot of advantage when there is ground for them to run down Dewa United. So the base defense is going to be a lot simpler, and when it comes to itemization, the tools are just abundantly available because, like in game number 1, there's a lack of magical damage coming in from Evos. So Angela is their main magical damage tool. Aside from that, Annabelle has some true damage, but that's about it. That's why you're seeing so many physical defense itemizations, and the Wind of Nature built by Watt. He'll have a lot more ways to outplay the later the game goes.
Oh, I respect it, man, the recalls. I think, you know, it's gonna get a lot of criticism from...
Only if they lose.
I guess, but, you know, they're still 0-4. That's probably...
Different roster. This roster is 0-0.
Yeah, I guess, but, you know, I don't think I can control the, like, how the masses think. But I respect it, man. Like, just play the game as usual. Just play the game like you want to win it, and you have all the advantages, all the opportunity to win it.
I mean, you gotta take risks. You gotta go for broke sometimes, especially against a team like Dewa that just goes all in some of these plays. Even though it isn't supposed to work out, if your team can come in together with the synergy that is required, you can make a losing fight turn into a winning one. So for now, the fact that Dewa has Drian on the Minotaur really shows again how much they rely on him to try and get the fight started. They've been playing very passively because there's no other option.
Final Splash already used up. Up top, that go! Still with the Purify, able to escape with the Blazing Duet as well. Meanwhile, bottom side, Fluffy diving in, a base turret taken down by the Lord. That's an amazing strike onto Fluffy, still gonna go in, forcing a Petrify defensively. They are able to crack one base turret. Oh, but that looked scary to say the least for Evos Glory. They're still looking for more though. Black Dragon form now used up. Watt doing a good chunk of damage over to the Black Dragon. Evos Glory will have to back away from this one. They will not be able to find any more turrets. Only one in the bottom lane.
Okay, don't get too excited just yet, Natko, man. Like, they should have been up like 2 base turret by now if Natko wasn't doing what he's doing right now, back then. And, oh man, just play it safely, I guess. You're 0-4, still looking for your first W.
I mean, he has to be a bit more careful because he is, again, the main
damage dealer. That's why Dewa has a more straightforward win condition.
This is...
Look at this though. Hang on.
Hang on a minute.
Wait.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Natco is in enemy
no.
territory. Natco against everybody now with the help of the hard guard. He actually gets down.
no.
He actually outplayed Dreams. Finds Gary with I'm offended. That's a 4-man. Internal guard in the back line with Gary jumping in. He finds Natco. What? Free hitting in the back. No way. A catastrophe for Evos Glory. They have gone in a bit too hard. An absolute disaster for Evos Glory.
What just happened? It looks so good. That was the perfect bait to eat for Evos Glory. It's set up perfectly and they cannot capitalize on that.
No way!
It's a damage fall off, man. We've warned you since the beginning, and now with 2 members down, Dewa, they smell blood in the water. They're going for a base turret. Can they get one though? Annabelle has something to say about that.
We said earlier that the recalls might be premature. They broke a base turret in the mid lane.
Okay, good news though, they are still up 3k, so they are still technically on the winning side.
Oh my god.
But the momentum is on Dewa United right now. They have the map cleared up in the mid lane. But it looks like they want to go for it? No. Oh.
Not just yet. I would argue, Shevin, that they're only 3k gold ahead. Against a team like this, you want even more, man. It's a fighter meta. It's like the old Season 8 fighter meta. And in the late game, it really isn't as strong. But now Evos strikes back.
Furious dive and a petrifying onto Gary. Minus Fury gonna be popped in. Watt dealing a lot of damage on the Dreams. Taking Immortality down. Not going back now with a blazing duet. Dealing a lot of damage. Water Retraction comes in the final splash. Baiting him out to go back. Watt still free. Hitting him. No what? Now caught in the sphere of Alpha from Annabelle to finally take a win. It's a maniac for Annabelle. The savior, the hero for Evos Glory. Look to be a disaster, but they have their savior.
They're not done just yet. Evos Glory, the White Tigers, showing its fangs once again, and the crowd roars in MPL Arena, Nexo Hall, Jakarta.
A day of maniacs. First from Watt, now from Annabelle.
This is the moment that the Evos fanbase has been waiting for. Finally, a positive upturn. After weeks of struggle, a ray of light in the dark.
Oh man. Woo! Finally, a chance at redemption, a chance to get the first W of this series. First W in the season for Evos Glory. Dewa United though, they're not just gonna go down just yet that easily. After showing that battle. What though? That was a really good fight until the end of it with the Spear of Alpha, the deciding factor, the deciding skill that won the game for Evos.
The Spear of Alpha that went through Watt, that went through Dewa United. Oh my god, that game should not have been that stressful for Evos Glory, but in the end, Annabelle showed up when they needed him the most in that team fight. 1-1. We have Game 3 on our hands in the books. Can Evos Glory finally claim their first win in MPL Indonesia Season 13 to end the lose streak?
They definitely have the momentum. We'll see if they can maintain it. That has always been the difficult part. But what a game. A lot of people wrote off this match saying, it's Evos.
It's over.
Say what you want now. Look, they're doing it.
To be fair though,
that was a bit too close for comfort though.
I was not a clean game at all from Evos.
It was clean until that one moment. Or 2 moments actually.
Natco has been, overextending a little bit too much, but it turned out that that was a good bait, but it doesn't get used. It didn't get used by Evos. And at the end, I thought there was also another bait from Gary. He didn't get knocked up by the Fury Staff and Petrify combo from Fluffy. And I thought Drian will be able to capitalize on that Minion Fury, but he's just, not close enough from the members of Evos. Very unfortunate, seriously.
Oh my god, that
game of inches.
I think it's all about whether or not it's a front to back. Again, against a full fighter composition, a dive composition, Dewa has been doing well in the base defense because it's a front to front kind of situation. The moment Evos got behind them,
it was kind of a done deal. Even though they were able to salvage it kind of, it just was not enough.
And the MVP player of the game of game number 2, presented to you by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. It's really easy. It's NFL with the Alpha.
On an Alpha of all things, we haven't seen in a long time since the nerfs. He's able to actually get his team ahead, do the damage, and we were questioning like, okay, there's going to be only one person doing real consistent damage in the late game, but NFL says no. I will find that backline, I will find the Vexana and the Bruno in the same exact spot and delete them. See what he's able to do all the way from the early game. This is the player of the game highlights, presented to you by the official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Yeah, overall, Evos was just dominating the objective part, right? Except for this one. This is kind of, again, like everyone except the jungler gets the objective, but after that, it was like very easy for Evos to secure the objectives when you have this kind of ultimate, this kind of resources that can turn the tides of a team fight. Look at that. Drian goes in, didn't really time it good enough, and goes in again, gets punished by all the CCs, by all the damage in the early game that these fighters offer. Dreams, very underrated as well. Does his job, especially with the that I'm offended at that time. That was huge.
I mean, he just finds the right opportunity, but again and again, there's just a back and forth situation, and Watt just has to get taken down, right? The fact that there's limited damage, but a lot of sustainability in the hands of Evos means that if they throw everything at Watt, it's going to be very difficult for Watt to really survive through everything, unless, of course, they make a huge blunder. So this is where that last fight happened. It's a bit of a dance back and forth, but in the end, Watt bit on the bait. He moved forward to try and clear as the backline just gets pinched. And look at Annabelle here, just outputting the damage, sustaining
the spear of Alpha.
Everything. Boom! Oh man, decimating the whole backline. That'll be the end of it. That is the win condition that Evos needed. It was straightforward all the way from the beginning. Like we said, simplify all the decisions, and for the most part, this roster can perform.
Shout out to Choji though, because I think him as an Alpha main, he'll be very proud of that 3-man spear of Alpha.
For sure. As we take a look at the emblems and the builds, look at the Annabelle. What is he going for? It's going to be Season Hunter and also Thrill, you know, enhancing the farming maneuver from this Alpha and also dealing a bit more damage in the team fight. Quantum Charge though. Is it interesting or is it just textbook?
Well, it allows him to get more sustainability and get the movement speed. The big issue for a lot of fighters is getting kited away again and again, which is why they usually take some crowd control items that give you a bit of slow, a bit of a go battle for battle spells that provide some kind of crowd control, like the Yuzong. So they're able to just get a strong start in the early game, and credit to Dewa for slowing the game down and then just slowly rolling it to a base defense and then pulling the trigger once they have an advantage, once they saw an opportunity to just push all the way towards that base turret. But
sorry, I have a question. Arashi, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off here, but is it just me or is it so weird to see an Athena shield against a team like Evos Glory here? There was an Athena shield by Dixon and Drian was on the way to an Athena shield as well. I don't know what's going on here. Am I not seeing between the lines?
Well, we're not pro players. I don't know.
Does the Angela burst you?
Nah, on paper.
Does anyone burst you, Magic?
Surely there has to be a reason, right? They are a better player than us. But I do have my suspicions.
What?
Nah, I don't think it makes any sense at all.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm looking at it. That's why I was just stunned.
The Athena shield? Yeah, no one else.
Alpha doesn't do magic.
Magic damage. Alpha does true damage.
Exactly.
So not magic damage either. So that is definitely something to be looked at.
Well, luckily for Clockon, he didn't go Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
Wait, Rashi, I want to ask you a question about this Tyroth pick. What's the purpose? Because I believe this Tyroth is picked later in the stages of the draft after all those CCs available for Evos Glory. So what is the purpose of this Tyroth? I would have preferred something along the lines of Martis. He has more utility at this point, I think.
It's not about utility though, so it's picked second last along with the Vexana. So it was Vexana, and then before that it was the Tyroth. So I think the idea is that they want to match the early game potential of Evos, but now against so many fighters, against the what they saw earlier, the Angela, and they know that the Yuzong was there as well. They want to try and get something
that can allow the Bruno to actually still do damage and deal with the fighters before that late game 6-item power spike. So they want to try and go for a direct for the shred, the same way Onic does a lot of times. But the fact that they put it in the jungle was what's a bit more peculiar. It seems almost forced, almost experimental, and so I think the pick had logical reason, but the position though, for sure, was a bit interesting.
And also like your point, Mirko, earlier, they paid out the Vexana, and I can say for sure that Keys wasn't able to play the game in that match.
Not at all. It was really tough for the Vexana to do anything, right? I mean, the whole time always dove on. You want to try to give him space, but yeah, no space with a Black Dragon. He's flying around with the Heart Guard. I think mainly the Heart Guard really stopped the Vexana from being a threat.
Yep.
I feel like, again, I stand by the fact that against fighters, mages should go for a sprint. Because again, the flicker is great, but against fighters that don't have one big ultimate that you have to really dodge out of with the flicker, the sprint just gives you a lot more utility. And I feel like if he went sprint here, he would have done a lot better. He wouldn't be forced to use the bulk of his damage defensively, like in a panic reaction. He can sprint away first, and then later on come back into the fight when, let's say, the Black Dragon form has been used up. And that way, when Fluff is trying to focus on Watt and trying to take out the main damage dealer, then he can do what he's supposed to be doing, providing that extra bit of damage, extra bit of crowd control.
Just a really chaotic game, to say the least, for this game number 2 of Evos Glory versus Dewa United. Hopefully we can see a bit more chaos, but in a more controlled way, in a more fashionable way, I guess, in game number 3. But you should check out Oraimo Free Pots Lite Exclusive Edith Edition, the ultimate choice for gamers with Edith distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there's no doubt about Oraimo's quality. Get a 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code OraimoMPL. Simply enter the code in the coupon section before checkout. Unleash unstoppable sound.
Unleash it. What are you waiting for? Just unleash it, man. Get Oraimo. Edith.
I mean, Sharon loves the Edith.
Yeah, I love it.
Unfortunately, we haven't seen it come out in the Ladder Dawn just yet.
Yeah. What happened with Edith? I think it's just a bit more awkward to play, I guess. And also, like, she's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Whoa,
not that kind of slow.
No! Insulting the hero.
Bro, what's wrong with you?
Whatever.
I thought you like Edith.
I love Edith. I'm still learning how to play it the right way. But it has everything, right? It has CCs, it has durability, and also damage. I like heroes that has everything.
You can't escape though, right? Once you go in, it's like,
But you know what? We can escape from the broadcast with a break before game number 3. So stay tuned, do not go anywhere, because we're gonna continue this action even more for game number 3 of Evos Glory versus Dewa United.
Mengamankan match hari ini, menambah poin, merangkak naik ke klasemen. Namun keramaiannya nggak cuma di sini nih, ternyata nan jauh di sana di Banten lagi ada rame-rame tuh. Halo Talita.
Halo Kak, halo Kak Bude, halo.
Wah, di sini ada Talita, di situ kok rame banget. Ada apa tuh?
Halo Kak, ya jadi kita rame banget, anak Dewa lagi nobar, Dewa United Esports lawan Evos dia. Halo anak Dewa semuanya.
Wah, anak Dewa lagi ngumpul di Dewa United Coffee ya. Dan ini lagi grand opening kah? Dan apakah semuanya bisa ngumpul di situ? Bebas, terbuka?
Iya, jadi kita habis grand opening Kak di Dewa United Cafe ini di Serang, Banten. Jadi kita ada serangkaian kegiatan nih Kak. Ada grand opening, kita ada buka bersama, buka puasa bersama. Dan kita ada mini turnamen, ada mini games gitu Kak.
Wah itu ya acaranya ya, banyak banget ya?
Iya Kak.
Berarti udah disebutin semua tuh rangkaian acara untuk hari ini saja kah?
Iya untuk acara hari ini kita juga ada nobar nih Kak. Ada yang di lantai bawah sama ada yang lantai atas Kak.
Wah jadi tinggal ngumpul aja nih ya di Dewa United Coffee di Serang, Banten.
Oh ya, satu lagi nih Kak, kita juga anak Dewa yakin nih kalau misalkan Dewa United Esports ini bakalan memenangkan poin. Setuju nggak anak Dewa?
Wah rame banget di sana pada ngumpul dan semangatnya pasti sampai ke MPL Arena. Coba dong yel-yelnya sekali lagi, Talita.
Oke, yelnya yang Dewa ya. Dewa United Champion ya. United.
Seru banget, thank you banget ya untuk Thalita dan juga yang semuanya yang ada di Banten. Halo semuanya, thank you semuanya ya, selamat menyaksikan. Dan yes, itulah dia keseruan yang ada di Dewa United Coffee yang ada di Serang, Banten. Banyak banget yang nobar, dukungan terus mengalir dari Sabang sampai Merauke bahkan seluruh dunia untuk menyaksikan seperti apakah game penentuan game ketiga untuk Dewa United dan juga Evos Glory. Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama, inilah dia game ketiga.
Entering game number 3 of Evos versus Dewa United. What a series so far. It's chaotic, it's a lot of surprises, a lot of blunders as well. It turned out to be such a entertaining match.
It was very entertaining, but also those mistakes were like, come on, man, really? And the Athena shield too. Arashi, was that real?
I think I assumed that the itemization was so on point. I just kind of like didn't even notice it until you highlighted it. I'm like, you're right. You're absolutely correct. What was that about? Is it for the HP pool? It doesn't really make any sense. So a lot of improvements definitely still available. But before that, gotta talk again about the energy levels of these players, of the people in the arena right here, man.
Yeah,
how are they so energetic?
Especially after a rough fasting day, like you are very low energized. I usually tend to buy Point Coffee. It's a freshly made coffee drink served from 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans by trained baristas. You can enjoy coffee, frappes, or other fresh drinks with legendary flavors that are always on point. Find Point Coffee on the nearest Indomart store. Thank God I have one near my house.
We have one right here.
Yeah.
Arashi's been going there for snacks and
For sure.
Point Coffee.
The Indomart is everywhere, man. What are you talking about?
Well,
You
it's
ain't
called
special.
Indomart.
You ain't special.
It's called Indomart, man.
Not every Indomart has
What country are we in, Chefin?
Indonesia.
Exactly.
I guess. But yeah,
everywhere.
You can also get 30% discount as it shows earlier. If you miss it, just turn it back again with the VOD.
Turn it back.
But yeah, speaking of turn it back, Rashi, we have to turn back in the draft of game number 1 and game number 2. 2 Cloud Pig, 2 W's from each side. What does that tell you?
It tells you that both players are very comfortable on the quad. I do feel like if everything was played ideally, there was a possibility there that Dewa came out on top in game number 2. So credit to Evos, of course, but now Dewa will come more prepared than ever, knowing that, okay, now we've seen at least one strategy that Evos can do quite reliably. We want to make sure that that does not happen again. When we take a look at the previous game recap here, it's Matt, it's Watt.
Wrong guy.
It's the other,
opposite for W.
upside down W. It's Watt against Fluffy, and Watt was doing a lot of damage right here, but again, when you're trying to maneuver defensively, you can only do so much damage, and when you're spending that much time positioning, and that is how Natko and Fluffy, everyone's just doing a lot more damage right here, and you know, on the topic of damage types, I guess Cloud-kun on the Angela was still doing 10k damage, respectable amounts, but again,
that's gold,
not
Arashi.
exactly against an Athena shield.
I think that's gold, not damage. Or was it 10k?
No, it was damage earlier, and then it changed to gold. But when Arashi was talking about damage, it was damage for a while, and then it turned to gold.
Okay.
Right, Arashi, I just looked back, right, because I was still so confused about the Athena shield. I really wanted to see. And it turns out for the Angela, he actually did have a Holy Crystal. So there was a bit of damage, but did it warrant an Athena shield? Was it that much damage?
Well, see, I don't think so, right?
I would have built it.
You would have built it?
Yeah, but I always think of like, these are pro players. They've done their research much more than us. And surely, right, surely he has to do something.
Well, hey, when we first see something being done in MPL ID, we first look at it with suspicion, and if it is a persisting trend, then we'll know like, okay, there's some logic to this. Because you know, some players do some questionable stuff sometimes. They gotta experiment sometimes.
Yeah, speaking of experimenting, we're not gonna... Looks like both of these coaches will not experiment any further in the draft. They're gonna play their A game to the max for Coach Casius and for Coach Strategy.
All right, let's see if the basics, the straightforward drafts come to fruition again. We start with the Angela, already banned by Dewa though. They did not like that at all. Having a Watt-centric playstyle, a marksman-heavy playstyle, having fighters back there with a hard guard was just too much of a problem. They'd rather have that, and they might let go of the Novaria.
So far, Novaria has been banned by Dewa United over and over again. Let's see though, is it gonna be the option here, the third ban for Coach Casius? But Rashi, I wanna ask you a question. Like, we've seen the Claude again. I wanna go back to this Claude. How prio do you think in this match?
I don't think it's super prio. I feel like both teams at this point have their own respective solutions. But I think it will be more important for Evos to get it, because I think Dewa are very comfortable replacing the Claude with a carry or with a Bruno or some other things, because again, Watt is one of the more experienced gold laners in this whole game.
As you said, Arashi, Novaria has been banned, and also Matilda still the same bans over and over again from Strategy, limiting those potential, those healing from Matilda, and also the burst damage from Joy and Nolan. First pick though, Dewa United. Any thoughts, Mirko?
Dewa, first pick, I'm thinking just Arlet again. I don't think the Arlet start was a bad start.
Yes.
It was a bad start considering there's an Angela, but now that Angela's banned, I think the Arlet should still be okay for first pick.
It's definitely possible.
And it is.
Has worked out, but keep in mind though, in game number 2 in particular, Dixon on the Arlet just was not as on point, right? We saw a lot of missed final slashes by Dixon in game number 2. So if he wants to go for the Arlet, that's fine, but he needs to try and, I don't know, try and look for more quality over quantity.
Maybe. Coach Strategy though. Earlier, I believe they picked... What did they pick in the second phase, Arashi? Because this is exactly what happened in game number 2, right?
It was Angela Claude.
Angela and Claude.
But no Angela's available right here, so the Claude can still be picked up. But along with that, I believe maybe the Mage, right? The Vexana is still over. I don't think Evos would mind it, but no way. Going straight for the Valentina in case Dewa responds with anything big. And they go for that CC to try and match that lane pressure as well.
Without Angela, CC still super prio.
Yep.
So it's super prio.
I mean, yeah, I guess I can agree with you. Bit of DPS, bit of durability, especially when you took that Vengeance. And now, Dewa United already outlet. What do they want to pick? Because there's Valentina on the other side. If you want to pick something with a heavy ultimate, it's gonna do you no good. But Rashi Mirko, I don't think I can hear you right now.
Yeah. It's been a recording.
The drums
Break all the rules.
from Dewa United fans, very enthusiastic. You guys haven't been in MPL Arena so far in your life, you are missing out, man.
Come over to the MPL Arena, ladies and gentlemen, to join us here with the amazing atmosphere for Dewa against Evos Glory. Even for Evo's side, actually, it's a full house. You just don't see the drums because we're not in their area. We're actually positioned in the Dewa area right now on the English desk, the left side of the building. Let's see for Evo's last pick in the first phase. It's a Harith with the CC. Expected the Nantan to show up in game number 1, or just a mage, just a magic dealer in general to show up with the CC pick. Now it does.
Oh wow. I mean, it does well against the carry, right, Rashi?
It's a carry, it's a stronger laner, technically, but it's also not all-in heavy, technically. You can't really find ways to force the carry into an all-in unless he mispositions and you use your Zaman Force very efficiently. So I think Watt is familiar with the matchup, and with the right emblems, he can sustain through the laning phase.
We have a history here from Annabelle, the new jungler of Evos Glory, Axis Cup MLBB Season 1, first place with Evos Academy, Piala Ketumbukaran Esports 2023, second place. I believe they lost to Bigatron Beta, and also MDL Season 8. 5th to 8th place with Evos Icon. So decent, I would say, in terms of achievement, but he showed us that he's more than decent in second match.
More than decent? I mean, if you're in the MPL, you have to have
you have to be a certain caliber of player for sure. So none of these players we're taking for granted here. They definitely bring their own special something to the table. But 2 more bans to go here. They were trying to deny protection, it seems like, by banning the Minotaur. And for Evos, they're kind of concerned about the pickup potential. And that they can be comboed together with this carry and the Vexana to go for an instant pickup.
Really thinking about what Evos and Dewa want to get rid of right now. Kaja makes sense. Earlier, we saw the ban from Evos Glory for the carry. Rion doesn't want to go for a crazy pick. I mean, to be fair, this Arlet could still be flexed over to Rome. They go for the Barat's ban just to be safe against the jungler who is 100% not picked up yet. That is a signature pick for Gary this season with a Baksha as well, but I don't think they want to be going for... Actually, Baksha wouldn't be too bad against Herod and the CC. Cuts off the sustain by quite a bit with that anti-regen. But for Dewa, a Minnow ban. What are they going to ban next?
I wonder if the Baksha can make an appearance with the Rafaela once again. I mean, it's a strategy that kind of had success in the early game for Evos in Game 1. They might feel confident enough to try and mimic it in Game 2. If they do so, though, they'll be picking it into a carry. So it's a bit dangerous in its own right. But they will ban away the Ruby, so they're trying to go for some dive for sure.
Fredrin is the option for coach strategy onto Annabelle. So far this season, 70% win rate. Not too bad at all for this guy. Has been a staple throughout the seasons in MPL Indonesia ever since he made his debut. But what's going to be the option here for Dewa United? They haven't had their jungler and roamer yet. I think Baksha is not really that bad of an option, but what do they want to pair it with?
Baksha for Dewa? I'm gonna go for that. I feel like something with a bit more lockdown can help, because the Baksha can get the fight started, but to keep someone there, you need something more though. I kind of feel like, get the feeling that X-Borg might make an appearance here. I don't know for which side though. It's gonna be for Dewa.
Interesting. So they pick the Baksha and just pick the counter for the Baksha.
Kind of. And they're also making sure that the matchup, right? They can get a strong matchup against the CC. Because CC is a very well-known bully lane, and X-Borgs do well in a bully lane. It's like the bully that bullies bullies.
Got that Faraga armor, an additional HP bar to fend off against someone who can bully, like you mentioned. He's an anti-bully, Arashi. He's like that nerd who is smarter than the bully.
He's like the nerd who works out.
True, that's true. That might be it, man. He doesn't look like a nerd, but certainly is a good metaphor. Evos Glory. Now with the CC pick already, they need a roamer. What roam did he go for? Dreams is known for his crazy picks. Back when he was in Bigatron Alpha with Coach Age, he doesn't want to go for anything too crazy though, just to take the signature. Up against the carry, up against the Arlet, this composition though, there's a whole lot of cancel and purifiers that you can expect from this roster.
I definitely would have preferred them to play the safer way, like pick something on the healer. Oh, look at that. Someone showing a medal.
What medal was that?
Medal? Probably ISF, I don't know.
M1, ISF, WCG, one of those.
Team with a rich history is Evos. A lot of legends were made in this team, but they're looking to seek their glory this time. Against Dewa United, looking for their first W.
I thought you were going to say a lot of legends, but unfortunately no longer in their name.
You can finish it like that. I don't have the brains.
Well, we're going to go straight into the Land of Dawn right here. And I kind of fear for Evos, man, because they have a more straightforward, normal draft. So now it's going to be, again, a battle of execution in the Land of Dawn.
A match with the biggest stakes so far, Evos Glory. Will they be able to snatch a W this time, or Dewa United? Will they be able to solidify their position in the green zone in MPL Indonesia Season 13?
All right. Looking at the battle spells, 2 purifiers on the hands of Dewa against the Tigreal without the threat of the fighters. Those high mobility fighters like the Yuzong, like the Alpha we saw in Game 2, there's no need for repositioning. If they can avoid getting picked off by the one engage tool that Evos do have, oof, could be a done deal.
Some good damage from Clockun early. Pops into regen 2. Meanwhile, bottom lane, wow, what? Trying to utilize the placement.
cancel the heal.
Regen. Up top. The anti-bully, Arashi.
It's working, man. He lifts. Now, ooh, look at the play by
Oh, Dreams is gonna be lifting 2 members, Drian and Gary. Those are some heavy members, Drian. Oh my goodness gracious, holds onto the flicker. Crazy patience. He might be. Dreams, another skill one. Another Terrify from Clockhood. Kaze misses the Terrify and will be zoned away from the minions.
So far, good sign for Dewa United. Just bullies 2 lanes, top and bottom. This way, the pressure is not going to be available for Evos to play with.
We're talking about the mid lane again and again. Seems like he just isn't as familiar with this hero. We talked about how his specialty is that long distance. Vexana is kind of mid to close range, if anything. So I do wonder if this is something he's not comfortable with. He's going with a Rupture, so there's a lot more damage early on, and he needs that Wilderness Blessing to get around the map. For the side of Evos though, Inspire for Natco and Clockhood, they want to try and get that utility as much as possible, because damage-wise, it'll be great, but it's not as critical.
Dreams already chunked up real low. Has to heal up a little bit and probably has to recall before he joined the team fight in the total. Meanwhile, in the top lane though, Dixon finally getting bullied. 3 people on the top lane.
The Firaga armor coming in handy. Clockhood actually stealing away the last Insanity. Goes in for a few shots on the turret. Dreams gets chunked. That's a flicker from Drian.
Oh!
Dreams now shoves Drian back. No vengeance. Gary walks up. It's a 1-man advantage for the Eternal Guard, knocking him up. Now with last Insanity. Annabelle, well played. Still on point on the Retribution. Clockhood gets a trade though in the mid lane against Kaze. 1 for 1, but Evos Glory get the neutral objective.
I would think that Dewa has the advantage right there, but it seems that they're trying to chase too many targets at once, and they didn't really get any of those ones that got really low. And the fact that they lost out on the neutral objective, small win for Evos. Again, they have to just maintain it, because we've seen that Dewa can falter if the gap in gold does get significant enough.
Okay, so it's gonna be Carry and Harith in the gold lane. Rashi, later in the game, I think it's pretty obvious that this Carry is gonna be much more useful than the Harith, but like, what do you think? What's the interaction there, especially in a team fight, in a big team fight for Harith?
Well, I think Harith does decent damage, and with the current itemization that's popular for Harith, you do a lot of true damage as well, but it's a lot more burst heavy for sure. And later on, against a Baxia, right, he'll be able to tank quite a bit of damage, and so can Dixon on the X-Borg, but look at that bot lane duel.
An all-in from Natco. He might be able to get a solo kill here. A flicker from Dreams, catching 2. Gary Poissons. Drian shoved back. No final slash used up just yet. Drian will fall, finds the final slash, but Clockhood comes in to take that kill. A lot of people might say kill steal. I say kill secure. Clockhood. Annabelle, good sidestep. Wants to go for more. Gary zoned away, and Natco will be able to completely bully Watts here by taking a few more good shots over on the turret goal. Gary, though, doesn't want to let that happen. Zaman Force again from Natco.
You can already hear the hope of these fans here in MPL Arena. Evos fans just roaring in Exo Hall.
Natco, though, having a very low cooldown on that Zaman Force. The fact that the Watt was even dared to just walk up to the Harith and go for a 1v1 duel, that was definitely a miscalculation on their part. And I don't think they can really contest this unless they get a pickoff.
We're going to Fluffy. That's a lot of damage. Last Insanity plays down as well with a vengeance, and it doesn't matter because he gets blown up. Now a 3-man jump back to the team. Dixon with a flicker out right now. That's going to be another Last Insanity from Clockhood. Who picks up a killing spree. Now onto Kaze. Clockhood is absolutely massive. He is taking everyone down. Clockhood
just clawing everyone on Dewa United. He doesn't need a fang, he needs a claw. This time around, 1.6k gold lead for Evos, and they're looking to capitalize on the absence of the Baxia in the blue buff.
Gonna go to Clockhood right now. Nope, just to clear out the wave. Annabelle is going for this purple buff. He still has the retreat, takes it and slides away. Dewa United getting outsmarted.
Annabelle, though, going in, getting the purple buff, even though Drian was able to reset it. Now it's just Evos dictating tempo, and Dewa are just seeming kind of lost. Looking at the items, though, they're itemizing more towards physical defense. Natco, though, 1v2.
1v2, no problem. He says, I'll take those odds. Still jumping forward. Kaze, though, is looking for a play. Doesn't have the flicker to really make a big play happen. Gary is trying to look for a dive, but Dewa say, we're done. We're not going to go for more. Evos are winning on all fronts.
I think Watt has been pretty overconfident with his potential on the carry. I think that's probably because the fact that Natko, like, he kind of underestimated Narco in a way that, like, he's a newcomer here, and he should be a bit more. Oh my goodness, Glockon!
Kill Glockon! What a mid laner! This guy always overshadowed by other mid laners, always a substitute, finally showing what he's got in the bag. 5-0, all the kills on him.
So 1v1 solo play in the mid lane. That's just crazy coming in from a Valentina. We haven't seen the Valentina being so popular, and we know this hero does better if she is ahead. So this is a bad sign for Dewa. And look at, whoa, Drian!
An potion to cancel it out. Drian baited in now as they look for more, but Glockon has stolen the last insanity once more. Natko dodging away from the last insanity. Now Glockon might be looking for it. A two-man taunt into the back. Glockon with the last insanity. He wants everything, all the kills. Natko finally gets one on the board for them. The secret weapon of the White Tigers. Who would have thunk? It's a claw.
Oh man, Evos came out guns blazing into this game number 3, and Gary already getting bullied in his own jungle so far. Dreams just playing with his HP.
Look at what Evos is doing right now, going for the turtle and pushing all the lanes at the same time. Natko just bullying Gary away, stealing away the orange in the process.
6K in 7 minutes. This is Onic type of dominance from Evos. We definitely didn't expect this, especially after that game 1 performance. It looks like I was proven wrong. Things could really change after 1 game.
Especially in that mid lane, man. Glockon is finding all the plays available on the map. And on the other side, Keys just seems so out of touch here. He is just confused. He's not landing his spells at all. Not even preemptively scaring Evos away with his damage.
Purify again? Interesting. Well, like, what would you take at this point, Arashi?
What?
No, the Vexana. Case.
Yes.
Yes, Purify, really?
Against the Tigreal, I think it's a great spell. I mean, if you went for the flicker, then maybe you can try and make the plays happen, you know, flicker forwards and go for a pickoff. But I don't think their initial plan was to go for that kind of pickoff. They're going to allow Gary to collide with someone, and then afterwards the follow-up should have been simple. But now that they're 7.5k gold behind, it's going to be so difficult for them to really find anything meaningful unless... What is this flank coming in from Gary?
I don't think Gary has what it takes to actually, look for a set on a Baksha. He can only stun one member. And Natko has a Purify. I don't even think you can stun Glockon up for long.
How do you make this work with what? With that limited potential, limited range that Carry has.
And a Purify, so not even gap closer, right?
Yeah. It's just really hard because there's so much zoning potential from Evos. Even Natko just wrecking havoc, winning every 1v1 against Watt, and that's gonna suck.
Yeah, 1v1? Nah, 2v1s even.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an early game power spike. The fact that Natko was able to get a kill early on, get advantage in the lane, and there was attempt to shut it down, was just not met with enough people. As Gary comes in with the Turtles Prisons even. Evos, they just take it, and they're paying the favor back.
You like this, Arashi? They're already teasing the next matchup they have. It's your team, Arashi. They're emoting RRQ as they take the Lord for free.
I mean, they're making a statement, and we love to see it. But we have to see. For now, the game's not over yet. But look at the damage!
A single chrono dash. Already that much damage. There was like 1/5 or like 1/6.
9k in 9 minutes, bro. 9k in 9 minutes. In 10 now, okay. It's about to be 10k.
Yeah, they're cosplaying as Onic right now.
Now, for Dewa, it's back to game number 1. It's just the defense. Or game number 2, actually. Losing up in the early game, then going for a base defense, trying to stall out until the items do even out. They were able to do it in game number 2. Now it's looking like the same kind of deal, unless Dreams can make a play happen. That's where the Purifiers do come in handy, because for now, Dewa can't really find a play. They can't really initiate anything, because their frontliners can't even take some damage.
Dixon, once Firaga armor is gone, his potential is also gone. And this is gonna be a really hard defense for Dewa United.
So only the first Lord though, so it should be alright. Eternal Guard, Dreams able to get out 4 now.
Oh,
zone
wow.
from Dixon. and they are able to defend. Only the first floor. They have pretty good wave clear. Not the worst. They have an X-Borg, Vixana, and a carry.
Just gotta watch out for those Purify streams, because it can really change the game tide towards Dewa United.
To a degree, even the Baksha can serve as clear if he just preemptively uses the first persons from a distance. Now again, Dewa just so good at turtling. You have to remember that last season, Dewa's whole idea was to put everything on the back of Watt and let him carry the late game. You know, save all the crowd controls, all the ultimates to ensure that he can free hit. He has space to actually fight in the middle of a huge 5v5.
It's just, they're trapped in a cage. Dewa United can't really go out. Just gonna hope for these minions to pile up, get some gold for Watt. Look at that. Just giving it all to Watt, the last hits, and kind of stacking it up so that the minion wouldn't get too far for them.
Looking at the items right now though, he has keys, he has the glowing wand, but no enchanted talisman. So very limited amount of spells being thrown out. The Necklace of Durance though will be applied by the Eternal Guard every swing. That will curb the shielding from Natco, the regen from Annabelle, and Fluffy as well. So it's a good pick. But if you look at the gold lane, 2k gold ahead. Natco already with the Feather of Heaven and the Starlium. He's going to be doing a lot of pure damage. A lot of true damage when the fights initially first start.
I mean, it's pretty usual when you see 3k gold lead on a gold lane or a jungler, but 3k gold lead in a mid lane position? This is a role that doesn't really farm too much. Because it just shows you how dominant Clocken so far, and he has this item that can bail him out in Winter Truncheon. It just gets harder and harder for Dewa United.
You have to wait until they get an opportunity, but for now, again, the only real man that can really maneuver is Gary. He might try and go for a steal here. It is a possibility, but they have to be really surprised, but Dreams might sniff him out.
He will. Poissons. Dreams, the XBTR roamer, catches the XBTR jungler on position. Gary going back and forth, shield unity, going back in again. This time he walks up. There's no way he gets this. There's absolutely no way. And he gets punished for it. Natco picks up the killing spree. A desperate attempt ends up with Gary dying in the 13th minute of the game with an 11.7 thousand gold lead. Could this be Evos Glory's first match victory in Season 13?
It might be the first step to glory that they've been trying to build with this newfound lineup. All these guys are coming in and make a statement towards Dewa United. We're still here. We're still the legend of the game. We're still one of the best franchises in Indonesia.
With Natco and Dreams picking up more items right here. Divine Glaive for Natco, more burst, and Dreams with the Athena. Let's see if Dewa can defend. Gary is up, but will that be enough?
There's a charge down in the mid lane, trying to go for the siege as Clocken tries to zone them away. Dixon still in the front with the Faraga armor, trying to sustain. Natco cutting them off with the 1-4 down the case. Still has a Purify, gonna get tipped down, but has a Winter Truncheon. Dixon in the midst of it all, now jumping in, finds Natco. Natco's down, and Bojan, 2 men. Eternal Guard though comes down. This is a bad fight for Evos Glory. Immortality to be lost right now as Clocken jumps into the back line once again with Last Insanity. Has a Winter Truncheon, jumps in Clawhood with the Winter Truncheon in the back. Now flickering back, but he is gonna be shut down finally by Drea. But Appraiser's Wrath to 3 members. Still, they're going to be able to survive. Fluffy on the base, targeting it down. Drea trying to get rid of Fluffy. That's a final slash, that's an Immortality. That is gonna be Fluffy still targeting it on. Annabelle doing the same thing. They will be able to claim their first match of victory. Setting up for the Classic Derby tomorrow. Evos Glory have broken the curse. They have broken their streak.
The White Tigers finally retained their fangs once again in MPL ID Season 13, showing class, showing a worthy gameplay of MPL against Dewa United. Take a bow on this new lineup, Holy to Glory.
Finally, man, the moment we've all been waiting for, the return of the White Tigers. And the energy in the arena is just insane. The thrill and the agony. But finally an answer to the fans.
Oh man, all of these Evos fans has to breathe a sigh of relief Finally a W. A hard-earned W for Evos. After 2 weeks of winning drought, they finally found it again.
This must feel good for a new roster stepping up, replacing the roster full of veterans, the roster that was chosen for MPL, beating them by finally getting a win against Dewa of all teams. Dewa, a team that has looked so consistent, only losing to Bigatron Alpha. And now, Evos Glory finally get their long-awaited interview with Bude Clara Mongsa.
Finally, bro. That's the match highlight, man. Reverse sweep. Evos' new lineup proves to be the answer. After 4 consecutive losses, what a moment. Let's see what they have to say, though.
Memecahkan semua prediksi, memecahkan telur, dan inilah dia Evos Glory. Banyak yang meragukan kalian, bahkan tadi waktu wawancara sama Mas Ade katanya 2-0 untuk Dewa. Tapi kalian datang ke sini berlima dan memenangkan match di match pertama kalian berlima nih di MPL. Sebagai abang-abangan Fluffy, nggak mungkin biasa aja dong kemenangan ini.
Kita menang, alhamdulillah sih menang. Karena kita kan ini roster Indomaret juga. Alhamdulillah kita menang sih. Senang banget.
Tapi gimana sih dengan kamu melihat banyak sekali yang meragukan roster baru?
Apa?
Banyak yang meragukan, walaupun udah ganti roster pun tetap diragukan Evos gitu. Seperti contohnya tadi Mas Ade ya. Gimana kamu ngeliat orang-orang ragu itu?
Ya kita cuma bisa buktiin sih. Nggak ngasih janji juga, tapi kita cuma bisa buktiin kalau kita Indomaret terbaik.
Iya ada janji, hanya ada bukti. Dan mereka yang terbaik. Oke, ini menarik di mana kita ngeliat juga ini berlima baru banget loh. Semuanya menjajaki season 13. Hari ini berlima, rame-rame tanpa adanya mungkin. Dari mana kalian mungkin ada, gimana caranya kalian bisa beradaptasi dengan cepat di panggung MPL yang besar ini? Siapa nih yang mau jawab nih? Klaukun.
Klaukun katanya mau jawab, Klaukun.
Ada jimat.
Ada jimat, siapa jimatnya?
Klaukun.
Klaukun kamu jimat? Halo Klaukun, kamu akhirnya kita sudah mendengar nama Klaukun. Namun ini adalah perdanamu di MPL Klaukun. Bagaimana merasakan panggung MPL di tengah-tengah tekanan yang begitu besar untuk memecahkan lustrik juga? Senang. Akhirnya bisa di MPL? Iya. Namun gimana kamu ngeliat banyak banget nih ya yang rame banget mengharapkan kemenangan untuk Evos. Apakah itu menjadi dorongan untuk Evos?
Main kayak biasanya sih.
Ada ini gak sih misalnya kalian mempersiapkan MPL berbeda dari mungkin liga-liga yang lain ataupun mungkin yang sebelum-sebelumnya kalian lakukan, di MPL kalian lakukan untuk persiapkan ini? Lempar. Tapi tadi juga kita ada Natko dan juga Anavel. Dulu namanya Nea ya, Anavel ya. Kenapa ganti nama nih?
Karena melepas sial aja sih.
Oh gitu. Oke. Kalau Anavel sendiri itu dari mana?
Dari karakter game.
Oke. Dan tentu saja kayak akhirnya kamu naik ke sini dan membuahkan hasil yang baik juga. Seperti apa untuk kalian mempersiapkan diri di MPL?
Ya paling screen seperti biasa, terus kita kalau udah nyampe di stage ya main seperti biasanya aja sih di screen.
Main seperti biasa. Dan kita ngelihat juga besok kalian tuh akan langsung menghadapi Derby Classic. Dreams, Derby Classic. Kalian baru naik, besoknya udah Derby Classic loh Dreams.
Ya.
Apakah kalian siap menghadapi lawan yang memang paling tangguh, bisa dibilang ini Derby Classic dari season ke season sangat hangat?
Siap banget.
Siap banget? Kamu siap banget? Kamu
Siap
pengen
banget.
ketemu siapa? Nungguin siapa?
Skylar.
Ingin Skylar turun? Gimana kamu melihat Skylar?
Jago sih, tapi lebih jago gua.
Mantap! Ini yang dicari. Kamu datang dari out of nowhere, kamu belum pernah MDL dan langsung ke sini, tapi kamu berani melihat Skylar yang sudah bisa dibilang veteran juga di MPL. Bagaimana kamu nge-build kepercayaan diri ini?
Ya pede aja udah.
Pede aja. Kalau Skylar punya Cloud, kamu punya apa?
Harit aja udah.
Harit aja udah. Kali ini kalian udah ngedapetin kemenangan pecah telur 2-1 juga. Besok bakal gimana nih lawan RRQ?
Ya 2-0 lah. Amin.
Amin. Semuanya langsung berseru. Kamu langsung ke panggung MPL. Siapa yang mengajarkanmu untuk kuat, untuk bermental seperti ini, bermain apik pula?
Semuanya lah teman-teman dari Evos.
Dari Evos, kalian mempersiapkan diri ke MPL ini sebenarnya udah lama gak sih? Atau baru?
Gak terlalu lama lah.
Wow, belum terlalu lama tapi udah seperti ini ya.
Apa? Gak nyampe berapa bulan.
Berarti bentar banget ya. Tadi ada yang bilang gak nyampe sehari. Apakah benar? Tapi Dreams, ini banyak banget fans yang menantikan kemenangan dari Evos yang begitu lama akhirnya mereka dapatkan di minggu ketiga ini. Kamu mau menyampaikan sesuatu gak sih kepada fans di seluruh Indonesia dan bahkan seluruh dunia yang mendukung kalian juga dan haus akan kemenangan dari Evos Glory?
Ya untuk Evos fans sama Evos Garis Keras, terima kasih lah. Selalu support kita. Walaupun lagi kalah, walaupun lagi menang, tetap dukung lah. Sehat-sehat terus ya.
Sehat-sehat terus ya. Tapi gimana kalian kalau dari Dreams, Derby Classic besok kamu akan kembali ke Derby Classic Dreams setelah beberapa kali kamu melalui Derby Classic. Kalau dari Dreams akan seperti apa nih Derby Classic?
Lebih seru lah.
Lebih seru karena apakah kamu punya senjata rahasia untuk melawan RRQ?
Gak ada sih, kayak biasa aja udah mainnya.
Kayak biasa aja udah mainnya. Dan inilah dia satu pertarungan yang begitu luar biasa yang udah dinantikan oleh Evos Frames. Mendapatkan pecah telur. Sekali lagi mari kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim Evos Glory. Congratulations. Dan caster bedah, what happened?
Finally, Evos Glory got their first W, and right before the time that we've been waiting for, we've been hyping for a long time. Finally, the matchup of the century. Well, not really, but still. Classic Derby is waiting for the White Tigers. It's RRQ versus Evos Glory. Once again, it's probably like, I don't know, the 40th, the 50th time so
30th.
far. 30th.
It's gonna be the 30th time.
Okay.
I believe.
Get
it right. Get it right, Sheffin.
We don't know either, but get it right, bro.
It's the classic derby. Evos Glory, they've already set things up. They declared war against the Kings of Kings by spamming those emotes in-game. And then out of the game, Natko was asked the question, yo, what do you think about Skylar? He said, what did he say, Arashi, earlier? There's a headline as well. Skylar's good, but I'm better. Natko challenging one of the best goal laners, arguably the best goal laner in MPL ID, according to a lot of people. Classic Derby 30 from generation to generation.
No, to regeneration.
To regeneration.
The fact is, the player of the match, again and again, has been very dynamic in these classic derbies. You just do not know what is going to happen. So who's next, right? What's the next big thing? With all these new names showing up for Evos, going up against the new faces on RRQ, who the heck's going to take the player of the match?
Well, technically, Coach Fren, I believe, in his Instagram story, has been teasing us that someone is coming back. Who do you think it's gonna be, Rashi?
What?
Have you heard of it?
Naomi, is it? No?
No way. Naomi?
What? This Naomi was there.
I mean,
Dyron!
There's some options.
Lemon!
Sin,
It's
Lemon.
Rex!
It's Vin!
Vin!
Vin?
Oh, no, it's Sin. I meant to say Sin. Wrong
R7!
alphabet.
Oh,
R7.
You know what? I really miss R7.
Or get this.
I really do.
They get the legend from M1 to Turu.
Oh, I don't think she's...
Or Mr. AP! Royal Rumble just walks in the cage.
Oh my god.
That would be funny.
That would be wild, man. That was going to break the internet.
Yeah,
But hey,
just walks up on
let's
stage.
slow down for a bit. Player of the match for
that insane series presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. It's Clockun, the Japanese claw.
Clockun. Dude, legit, right after the first win, Dewa was like, will you win? He's like, nah, I'd win. Look at this pose.
Yep.
He Gojoing, man. That's crazy. It Gojo's a page.
For sure, man. Once everyone or like someone is in his domain, he just pounds on them with his claw, not the fangs. The new weapon for Evos, I guess.
The new offensive. Player of the match highlights by the official gold partner UBS Gold though shows you again that he was just very creative with the playmaking, and he just knows how to get in the back line. Again and again in the previous games, we already mentioned how, hey, it's just like Keys and Watt, they're kind of vulnerable to these dive-in heroes, but no one from Evos has been able to get there and really seal the deal, right? It was the Baksha in game number 2, and he didn't do enough damage. But now you put Clockun in a situation with the last Insanity as well. Look at this, man. The backline was just completely non-existent. Watt keeps getting deleted, and Keys was not having a good time at all. Even with the Purify, he is just bullied, ping-ponged all over the place, and Natco, he was just feeling himself, man. What is going on there?
I think it's a mix of like a really good mechanics and also a bit of a disrespect from Watt. The 1v2, like that should not happen, man. You should know that Harith can do this with the shields, with the lifesteal. He has actually concentrated energy. I don't think he has it, but still, it's a force to reckon against a carry.
Yeah. And the end of they were 13k gold. Very significant, but the way that game ended as well, it was so dramatic, close, so intense, all the way till the end. You could not ask for a better series right now. If you're an Evos fans, the way all that played out, it's just chef's kiss, bro.
Chef's kiss, chef's kiss.
Whoa, what? Hang on. That is not what I meant.
But yeah, still, as the late and great Kobe Bryant would say, the job is not done for Evos. They're looking for glory, and it doesn't stop here, right?
Exactly.
1W, but still, there's still a lot more to do if you want to get through the end, get the championship, maybe possibly beat the Onic, and represent Indonesia and MSC. A tough task.
Whoa, wait.
Well, the name is Glory, so that's the only glory that's available in this.
How far
Remember,
forward are
this
you
is the holy
traveling right
roster
now?
though, right? So one step at a time. They just one step, chef, and they beat one team. Let's take it slow still, you know? We still have a lot of time.
They
There's still
changed-
a long season.
First
up
game, they
ahead.
changed this much to the second game. Then they changed again in the third game.
So
Still
next game, there's gonna be AP Brand.
Yeah.
What? Is that what you're trying to say, Chefin?
No. I'm not beefing with Filipinos anymore. Okay.
He learned his lesson.
Yep.
Well, you know, in that game, it was kind of fast and intense, but if you look at it, the bulk of the kills were actually in the hands of Clockun. So if he did not manage his positioning properly and he gets shut down, the bulk of that gold lead actually just goes nowhere. But the fact that he understands his role here, being the guy who kept quote-unquote securing all of the kills, he just knows how to use it efficiently, even before Natco really got online. So, like you mentioned, Shevin, it's a lot of improvement in a very short amount of time. Question is, can they maintain it? We've said that for the past 3 games, again and again, but can they elevate even more with the time that they have left? Because it's a very short notice kind of deal, but you know, so far, we wish them the best.
Shout out to Annabelle, man. Look at that. The perfect game for a jungler. 2 lords, 3 turtles. But we're going to see the golden moment. Oh, no. Not yet.
Quite
apparently.
soon, I think.
I know you're excited to see or hear
Hey, I wanna
Evos
hear the
Glory's
comms,
first
okay?
comms.
Yeah. Like,
But
this
we
is a
have to
new team.
take it one step at a time. Again, man. You said, you know, beating Dewa, and then when are they gonna beat Onic? It's one step at a time, man. Golden moment items
Okay.
first.
Relax,
Okay,
bro.
man.
Okay. Oh, gotta, you know.
Take a
Actually,
chill
what's wrong
pill.
with our friend?
He's just hype.
Take my leg.
Are you an
to the pedal.
Evos fam?
No, not really. But I'm happy for them, man.
You're a geek fam.
Yeah. Finally, we're gonna see the golden moment in a second.
Gua ada naga juga nih.
Kasih gua hajar depan-depan ya, guys.
Sini, lihat gua concern dirot.
Eh brother, gua battery tuh.
Ya.
Bisa kah?
Bisa ini.
Aman.
Gue imo. Pelan-pelan lah, guys.
Aman, bisa.
Lihat Bruno-nya, Nek. Sikat, Nek.
Aman.
Gue cek.
Menang. Kalem boy.
Nice, boy.
Rata.
Kalem aja, kalem. Aman aja, boy.
Gak usah teriak-teriak boy, gak usah teriak. Kalau
Aman aja, aman aja.
sorry boy, terlalu bersemangat nih gue, Cok. Yo, iya aman aja kelas, brother.
Okay, as that said, in that last moment, calm. Calm. I should probably calm when the players are calm too.
Well, they weren't that calm. You know, we talked about how there's a gap in experience. I mean, they're showing like a bit more hype, like the good old days, you know? They're not that cool, calm, collected machine just yet. They're still going, let's go. Oi, calm down, let's go. And you love to see it, right? That's what makes it so relatable, because you guys have been there before, right? In your own ranked games. And you know, these pro players are just on a higher level, but we're not that much different.
Yeah, the frustration, the journey, and also the euphoria when you actually win the game on a tough game too, after a long losing streak. I've never been there because I've never suffered a long losing streak.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Even in my solo games. I'm that good, I'm him.
Yeah, we are all just staring at you blankly, Shevin, but here's the standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Funny enough, actually, did everything just even out?
Nothing changed.
Nothing changed. With that last match of the day, everything just fell into the place.
Dewa fell from 4th to 5th.
No, it's 5th earlier.
No, they were 4th before
Fifth?
Aura
Fifth,
match. And then Aura won, then they went 4th. But if Dewa won, they would have been 4th again. They would have been ahead. But now because they lost, they are below Aura.
I see. So, you know, so much for the excitement, but still, 9th, even though like they're still 9th, the first W is something to be celebrated for all the Evos fans out there.
Shevin, slow down, okay? Live in the moment, okay? You're trying to play the long investment.
Should I bandwagon to Evos?
What?
Nah, just kidding.
What kind of question is that?
Do you not like how Geekfam played?
No,
they
I
beat
love
Evos Glory.
I love Geekfam. Geekfam to that.
Okay.
That was a very quick change of heart, Shevin.
Should I? Nah.
Just joking around, man. But Pikachu Alpha, Onic, Alter Ego, then Aura, the big four so far. The Boar.
The Boar?
No, Boar.
Big
It's A. Oh, the fourth one is A. I thought this is R. I'm
Boar.
sorry.
Boar. Pikachu, Onic, Alter Ego, Aura. Yeah, what? It doesn't even say Boar.
No,
it says
like,
Boar.
he's saying he misread
A.
it.
I thought it was R. This was R.
So he's saying
I am
Boar.
dyslexic, alright? I'm dyslexic.
Boar.
But like, I want to ask you guys something. The top 4, like, is it to your expectation? Because this looks like
No.
the...
Yes.
Yes? Really?
I'll just say yes because, you know.
Shush, Miko, we don't want to hear that right now.
I do expect RRQ to be in top 4, but sadly, not the best prediction out there.
we don't talk about this yet, bro.
No, it's my prediction, alright? I'm able to say that.
Let's talk about this though. RQ and Evos tomorrow.
Ooh, 2-5 and 3-9, 29%. Game rate is kind of the same though, so I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a really interesting matchup, but this is the full schedule tomorrow. Aura versus PTR. Oh man, the first in the standings and the up-and-coming threat to the throne of Onic. The second one though, Rashi, you want to talk about it?
Well, it's the Classic Derby. We've been hyping it all. We've always been hyping the Classic Derby, and somehow, some way, regardless of how both teams are doing, it never fails to be a banger. But I was just like, I would like to highlight the fact that for all three of us, tomorrow, all of our teams are playing. And not against each other, so hey.
RQ, GTR, Geekfam.
Geek versus AE. This is two teams that holds a lot of family values.
We're
El Familia versus Geek Fam. It's literally in the name Geek Fam. So
Community.
even if they lose or win, they're still gonna be family. As like the Dominic Toretto would say, it's all about family.
Okay, relax, Vin Diesel.
Relax, Toretto.
Slow down. See, you move so fast, bro. You're trying to...
You're a bit too fast. You're not too furious.
Because it's all about family.
I was confused.
Slow down.
I was confused, like, who the hell is Vin Diesel? Then I realized that
What?
Dominic Toretto is Vin Diesel.
Bro,
My bad,
please,
alright?
help. Send help.
My bad.
Send help.
Hey, I'm fasting, alright? I'm fasting.
You've broken your fast.
Okay, this is a Friday, but I'm feeling Saturdays right now.
Well,
Look at this.
Go ahead and wear it and try to read. Can you read with that?
I can't
With the
definitely
sunglasses?
read.
Can you
And
read
now,
without that?
I'm not the only 2 eyes in the desk. 4 eyes, 4 eyes, 4 eyes.
Exactly. Now we have, man, I wanted to say 6 eyes, you know, but this really doesn't add up to 6.
6? Where's the 6?
I wanted to say 6 eyes.
I don't get it.
Anyways, the MVP collection gear up for the launch of Saturdays and MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. This eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. Available at www.tomorrow, no I'm joking, Saturdays, because it's tomorrow.com and all Saturday stores. For more information, follow at Saturdays.lifestyle and their TikTok. Well, actually, no, both. It's Saturdays.lifestyle for both, their IG and their TikTok. Look at him. He's looking at the lights.
I feel like
and it doesn't even hurt his eyes because he's got those sunglasses, yo.
I'm rejuvenated. I feel like I'm a new person. I can see things that you cannot see.
All right, well, predict tomorrow then.
RRQ is going to lose 1-2.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Okay, we'll see, buddy. We'll see. You're looking at sounds right now.
What about Geek Fam Alter Ego?
Geek Fam will win 3-0.
Okay, and then the first match, BTR or Aura?
I think it's gonna be a draw, 2-2.
What? A draw,
What?
2-2.
I can see things that you cannot see, okay? Just
You're-
shut up.
You're literally looking at sounds right now. What are you talking about?
Maybe I'm looking at sounds. The sounds of the earth. The sounds of the...
What? This guy is acting like this and he hasn't even watched Dune, by the way.
What's a tune?
See, he doesn't even know. And he's Lisan al-Gaib.
I don't know what that is.
Exactly. But
Sounds
you'll-
Arabic though. Sounds Arabic, which I like.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair.
We
fair.
are already rejuvenated. I already tried my Saturdays. Probably gonna take this home.
You can't.
I can?
You can't.
Can.
You cannot.
No,
Alright.
okay? That's for us on the desk.
I'm
We have
gonna
to use
lobby
it
someone.
together.
Yeah. But yeah, tomorrow will be a 3-game match day in the Saturdays. You're usually, if you have a couple, if you have someone to go to MPL Arena, then go for it. Go here in EXO Hall, and don't forget, while you're at it, like when it's not on the weekdays, we still have some Mobile Legends action in MDL, in Parabanas Institute. You can also come there in person without any money whatsoever. You just go there, like not bringing anything. Well, you have to bring your clothes or like wear it, but yeah, no money at all.
That's right.
Just watch it.
For free, watch it. And also for you guys right now who are interested in esports, the industry, you guys can start to register now. MDL CSR program 2024. If you guys want to get mentorship, if you guys want to try to join in with an intern maybe in the esports industry, get your hands on the esports industry and try it out for yourself. Scan the QR code earlier, you saw it there. And yes, you can also just go over to MDL, watch in Parabanas Institute for free and buy these emotes, because you saw earlier we were seeing a lot of RRQ emotes. We gotta get some of these taunts as well, man. Look at this. Tabrak aja lah from Rebellion. We have next level, bro, from Alter Ego.
Accurate.
Then we also have Glass from Evos. Sepuh from Dewa, and so on and so forth.
Back.
Santai, bro. Santai. Back.
It's a necessity. It's a necessity at this point. Come on. Why not?
It's
Why?
fun. It's just fun. And the best thing is, it's already permanent, right? So it's not a 3 months emote, and now it's permanent.
It's no longer temporary, man. It's permanent.
Heck yeah.
You can use it every time, even until if you're dead, your kids still use it.
Why do you keep going so far ahead, bro? What is going on
you gotta
here?
have the vision, man. I already have the vision. This let me see like 50 years ahead.
He's actually chefing Muad'Dib Atreides.
He's having visions.
Lisan al-Gaib.
Lisan al-Gaib.
He's as written, man.
You can't tell what you saw. What?
I'm not gonna try
We
to
waited
see.
for you to peer into the future.
Okay.
Put it back on now.
Who's going to be the MPL ID Season 13 champion?
Ooh. Hot take, alright? A very hot take.
Hot take. I thought you said you're gonna predict. You're gonna see the future.
Oh, yeah.
How is it a
okay,
hot
okay.
take if
It's
it
not
happens?
a take. Just call it out, bro. Come on.
It's probably gonna be Onic.
Oh, okay.
So there you
heard it
go.
here first, guys. It's probably gonna be Onic, he says.
If Onic doesn't win, no, let's not do that. Let's not go there. But yeah.
What a throwback.
But I can see in the future this broadcast gonna end, and we're gonna throw it to Bude Claramong Star.
Wow.
Rashi, can you do me the favor?
Throw it. Bude.
Did it work? Do me the favor.
Bude.
Bude.
Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 13 minggu yang ketiga hari yang pertama. 2 match membuat semua orang tidak berpesta telur. Tiada telur lagi di MPL Indonesia. Tiada yang selalu menang dan tiada yang selalu kalah. Semuanya bisa berjuang dan memberikan yang terbaik dan pada akhirnya kita mendapatkan ada yang pecah telur, yang kekalahannya pecah telur, ada yang kemenangannya juga pecah telur. Ada Evos yang akhirnya mendapatkan kemenangan atas Dewa United. Lalu ada pula Onic yang harus merelakan telur mereka kepada tim Aura. Semuanya 2-1, semua tim begitu mendebarkan. Dan tentu saja acara ini begitu luar biasa karena dukungan super fans dan juga dukungan para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold dan juga partner ini Sports. Kita ada Dunia Games, Gamesmax, Ora Imo, dan Telkomsel bersama dengan supplier ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturdays. Dan pula government partner PBSI. Semuanya sudah mendukung acara ini tentu harus datang lagi esok hari karena banyak sekali yang menantikan akan seperti apa Derby Klasik ke-30. Esok hari pasti akan lebih ramai dengan malam minggu bersama MPL. 3 match akan berlangsung seperti apa performa 6 tim yang akan beradu kembali memperjuangkan poin kemenangan mereka. Jangan lupa saksikan dan stay tune untuk bergabung bersama kami mendukung semua tim yang beradu. Di sini Bude Clara Mongsar bersama kerabat kru MPL mengucapkan terima kasih dan see you tomorrow di MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa